Chapter 15. Marriage Story. Think fast, baby. Eren's little son, who was standing near the front door of the Ada family household, immediately turned and ducked, his reflexes surprisingly quick for a child his age. Eren's snowball flew through the air and was all set to land on the front door when Levi suddenly opened it to step outside. Splat! The snowball smacked Levi's right cheek. The world went silent and still for a few moments, Eren and their son keeping their wide eyes on Levi and their most recently inhaled breaths in their lungs. Levi just stood there, somewhat in a state of shock, his own eyes quite wide as well. Suddenly his head turned and he stared directly at Eren, the younger letting out a terrified squeak and jumping back. Levi moved so fast that Eren barely realized he had moved at all before a thick layer of white obscured his vision. Their son burst out laughing, and Eren wiped the snow from his face to see Levi smirking and making another snowball. Eren moved quickly to make his own, but Levi's hit his side first. Eren retaliated with another hitting right in the middle of Levi's chest. Before either one knew it, they had started their very own snowball fight, their son cheering on the sidelines. At one point, Eren threw a snowball a little too hard, and it went flying over Levi's head. They both watched as it landed on someone's back, and that someone jumped and turned out of fright. Eren gasped and called out, "Sorry, Rainer. I didn't mean it." When the blonde saw who it was, he just shrugged and smiled. "No worries, it just surprised me is all. Hi, Uncle Rainer. Happy New Year." "Hi, little buddy, Happy New Year. You keeping an eye on your daddy and papa?" The child nodded. "Daddy's having bad luck with snow today. He hit papa earlier." Rainer laughed. "I'm guessing that's how the war started." "Yep." Rainer laughed again. "Sounds like fun. All right then, I want in on some of this action." He quickly bent down, made a snowball, and threw it at Levi. It hit the shorter man in the shoulder, and his eyes widened momentarily before he bent down to make his own in retaliation. By the time he had, Rainer was laughing hysterically and had joined inside. The two of them made their own snowballs and threw them at Levi, but both hit poor Berthold just as he stopped to ask Levi what was going on. The tallest of the four men jumped up and let out a loud "eep" as the cold slash ran down his cheek. "Oh my God," Levi deadpanned, "you're already sweating so much that the snow is melting on your face." Berthold blushed bright pink and wiped the snow away. "That was mean, guys," he said, sounding a little betrayed. "I was unprepared." "And why the hell did you hit me, Rainer?" Levi asked, turning back to the blonde. "The brat was the one who hit you." Rainer shrugged. "I dunno, you were the easier target." "Brats. Every single one of you." "Okay, snowball fight over," the little boy suddenly announced, running to stand between the adults and holding his arms out. "It stopped being fun. When the game stops being fun, you stop playing. We gotta play something else now." He turned to Eren. "Right, Daddy. When something's not fun anymore, you stop." Eren gave him a soft smile. "Yes, that's right, baby, very good." The child relaxed his arms and ran to the tallest of the four adults. "Do you want to build a snowman with me, Uncle Berthold?" The brunette finally smiled back and pat the boy's head. "Yes, that sounds like fun, little buddy." Levi sighed. "I was originally coming outside to bring you inside. Your room needs to be cleaned today, young man." "Or, Papa." Levi suddenly smiled in an almost frightening passive-aggressive way. "That was my original reason. But now Daddy can do it since he hit me in the face with a snowball." Eren's face fell into one of shock and disappointment. "Oh, come on, you fought back." Levi's eyes narrowed and Eren audibly gulped. Levi looked like he was about to kill someone, and he only used that face when he meant business. Eren yelped and quickly ran inside, tripping on his own boots as he tried to shuffle out of them and grab the cleaning supplies from the closet. Levi's passive-aggressive smile returned. "Sorry to spring this on you so suddenly, but if it isn't a problem, would you two keep an eye on the kid while Eren and I tidy up? It shouldn't be too long." A bead of sweat rolled down Berthold's face. Ah, no problem. Thank you. And with that, Levi walked back inside. The trio outside was quiet for a few seconds until Raina said, "Dan, Connie was right, Eren can't do a thing without the wife's approval." "I like it," the little boy said as he crouched down to make a starter snowball. "I don't have to clean my room now." The blonde burst out laughing again. "Atta boy." Soon the three of them were rolling the starter snowball, packing extra layers onto it, and watching it grow. Once the base was a good, sturdy size, they set it in an open space and manually packed more layers onto it. Eventually Raina began making the middle section, and the trio stacked it on top of the first one. They continued like this until the basic shape was done. "It looks good," Raina said, taking a step back to observe their hard work. "Now all we need to do is dress it." Berthold noticed that the child was starting to take his hat and scarf off. "Oh no, little buddy, don't take your winter clothes off. Your daddy and papa would be so sad if you caught a cold." "But I don't want to go inside while daddy and papa are cleaning," the child explained. "If I track snow in the house, papa will make me clean it up. Besides, Uncle Berthold, you're not wearing a lot of winter clothes. Aren't you cold?" "You don't need to worry about Uncle Berthold," Raina interrupted. "His body temperature is very high, so he doesn't get cold in the winter like most people do. It's just something special about him." He smiled sweetly and walked off the front lawn. "I'll head back to our place and get a spare hat and scarf for the snowman. Why don't you guys get some sticks and rocks so he can have a face and arms?" The boy nodded and waved as Raina left. Berthold quickly broke 2 branches off a nearby tree and stuck them into the snowman's sides. He had managed to grow even taller than Eren had over the years, having 2 inches on him at 6 feet 7 inches, although his growth spurt had been nowhere near as dramatic. Still, he towered over nearly everyone, including Raina, who was 2 inches shorter than Eren at 6 feet 3 inches. The little boy watched him in awe as he effortlessly reached up into the tree, and he smiled shyly as he plucked the thin branches. Compared to the child, who was small for his age, everyone had the feeling that he had inherited Levi's shortness gene, although, like so many other things, no one said a word about it. Berthold really did look like a giant. He really did look like a titan. "Hey, Uncle Berthold." "Yes?" "Are you and Uncle Raina ever going to get married?" Berthold had never sweated through multiple layers of clothing so fast in his entire life. His entire face lit up bright red, his eyes went wide, and his bottom lip trembled as a somewhat inhuman-sounding noise rose from his throat. He spluttered wildly, unable to form human speech as he tripped on his own feet and fell backwards into the snow. The little boy immediately ran to his side. "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to scare you." After a few deep breaths, the man finally calmed down enough to speak semi-normally. His voice was still unsteady though. "It's okay, little buddy, I know, you just surprised me. I wasn't expecting that." The child frowned. "You don't have to answer if you don't want to. We can talk about something else. It's just that I once heard Uncle Connie say that you guys have been dating since before I was born, so I thought." "And we have." Berthold said a little too quickly, waving his hands in front of him and bringing his knees to his chest in a defensive position. "It's just that, it's complicated. The idea of getting married makes me really nervous." "Do you think Uncle Raina won't be a good husband?" "Oh no. Uncle Raina would be a great husband. He trailed off and frowned, the bright red blush still staining his cheeks. His sweat-soaked shirt was suddenly very uncomfortable. "I guess I just don't see why he would want to marry me." The child was quiet for a long moment. "Do you think he won't be a good husband?" Berthold bit his lip. "Something like that. I don't really think that I'm good enough for Uncle Raina." He suddenly felt a pair of little arms wrap around his chest. "You good, Uncle Berthold," the little boy murmured, ignoring the sweaty clothing. "If Uncle Raina didn't think you were good, he wouldn't still be with you. You know, when Uncle Connie and Aunt Sasha got married, I could tell he wanted to dance with you, but you didn't want to. But he looked like he was happy just being close to you. I think he loves you very much." Berthold wanted to cry. He gently placed a large hand on the boy's head and stroked his silky hair, feeling a horribly heavy weight press into his chest. This boy thought he was good. He really, truly, honestly thought he was a good person. His innocence was the most precious thing Berthold had seen in a long time. After returning to humanity's side, he, Rainer, and Annie had been put on a sort of probation, so they were constantly monitored, and they knew that, if they made even the slightest move against humanity, they'd all be put to death immediately. He had forgotten what it felt like to have people trust him, as even his closest friends from inside the world still looked at him like he was their enemy sometimes. But this little boy, what was it like to live in a world where only love existed? Where parents were supportive and caring? Where friends were fun and cheerful? Where war didn't exist? Where there was no such thing as an enemy? Where everyone was happy and life was so simple? That was this little boy's world. And Berthold suddenly felt like he didn't deserve to be in it. "I don't deserve Uncle Rainer," he murmured. "Uncle Rainer is strong and brave and fun and kind and determined and loving. I'm a weak-willed and always scared and insecure. Uncle Rainer deserves someone better than me." The little boy was quiet for a few seconds, looking up at the tall man with sad eyes. He tilted his head a little, leaning into Berthold's touch, and finally said, "I think all people don't like themselves sometimes, and I think that's okay. But you, Uncle Berthold, you don't like yourself all the time, and that's not okay." The brunette stared at the child with wide, unbelieving eyes, and his mouth suddenly felt dry. He moved his hand from the boy's head to his chin so he could tilt his head up and get a good look at his face. When he spoke, his voice was a stunned whisper. "How do you know so much about that? How could you possibly know? Because Papa doesn't like himself all the time, too." "What? What the hell, Bertel, you lying down on the job?" The two immediately looked up to see that Rainer had returned with an old hat and scarf. The blonde looked unimpressed with the two of them sitting there on the front lawn, especially since the snowman still lacked a face. He sighed and reached into his pocket. "Good thing I thought of this and picked up these pebbles near our front door. It was my fault, Uncle Rainer," the little boy explained, smiling sheepishly. "I surprised Uncle Berthold, and he fell over, and then we started talking and forgot about the rocks." An understanding smile spread across Rainer's face. "Ah, I see. Well, Uncle Berthold doesn't talk that much, so if you can get him to talk with you, that's a good thing. Just for that, you should put the face on the snowman. Here you go." He placed the pebbles in the little boy's hands and watched as the child started crafting the happy face. Berthold stood and wiped the snow from his clothes, shivering slightly at the cooling sweat on his skin. Suddenly, he felt another layer cover his shoulders, and he looked to see that Rainer had also brought another jacket with him. The blonde silently smiled up at him, and, while the embarrassed blush still stained his cheeks, he found that the warm feeling in his chest made him smile back. As soon as the snowman was complete with his face, scarf, and hat, the front door opened. "The brat is taking longer than expected to clean up. You'd think he'd know how to do it properly by now," Levi sighed. "Baby, come inside, I don't want you out in the cold much longer." "You two staying or going or what?" "We built a snowman, Papa," the little boy cheered. Levi nodded, a slight smile gracing his features. "I see that. It looks good. Maybe we'll give him a friend later. But, for now, inside." "Then we'll head home," Rainer said, waving. "Later. Tell Eren we'll see him soon. And we'll definitely be back sometime to play with you again, little buddy." He ruffled the child's hair and gently patted his back towards the front door. The little boy waved back at them and ran inside, giggling at the sound of his daddy's frustrated groans over the mess in his room. During the walk back home, Rainer and Berthold stayed separate, keeping their hands in their pockets. Berthold kept his eyes downcast, seemingly very interested in the frosty streets. Rainer actually had to stop him once they arrived at their home, as the taller man was about to walk right by it. He frowned shyly, followed the blonde inside, and suddenly wrapped his arms around his shoulders, pressing his lips to the back of Rainer's neck and breathing in his scent. Rainer just smiled. "I love it when you're clingy." Berthold stilled. I'm sorry, I can't be like that in public. The blonde shrugged. I don't mind. It means that only I get to see this side of you, and that makes me the luckiest guy alive. No, Rainer, this is serious, this is a problem, the brunette nearly sobbed, bringing his hands up to his face to hide his teary eyes and red cheeks. You deserve someone so much better than me, Rainer. You deserve someone who will hold hands with you while walking down the street and dance with you at parties and marry you after more than enough years of dating. And I just can't do any of that. I don't feel comfortable with that or with myself or anything. The mere though of holding hands in public makes me sweat, and I don't know why. It's not you. It's never you. I wish I could do all that and so much more with you. And yet Bertel. Rainer suddenly shouted, turning and grasping his lover by the shoulders. Berthold removed his hands from his face just enough to see Rainer looking at him with both sympathetic and frustrated eyes. Berthold Fubar, how many damn times do we need to go over this? He asked. I've already told you that I don't care about any of that. You're the most affectionate person I know when we're alone, and that's good enough for me. Would it be nice if we held hands in public and danced at parties? Yeah, it would, not gonna lie. But what I care about the most is making you happy and comfortable. And if those things don't make you happy and comfortable, then we won't do them, it's as simple as that. But we've been together for so long. Berthold shot back. We've been together since we were teenagers, the longest out of everyone we know. Eren got married only a few months after he turned 18, even though he and Levi had known each other for less than 3 years. If they could get married after such a short amount of time, then we should be married too, but I just can't, Rainer, and I don't know what's stopping me. Rainer cut him off with a sudden kiss. When he pulled away, Berthold was panting heavily and his eyes were full of unshed tears. Rainer gently cupped his face and forced him to look at him. When he spoke, his voice was firm yet loving. Bertel, you just a late bloomer, that's all. When you're ready to get married, we will, and no one said we had to have a huge party. But even if we never get married, I'll still love you and stay by your side. Barely any married couples have been through what we've been through, so a bond is already stronger than any ring you could put on my finger. It's okay, Bertel, it really is. Please don't compare us to anyone else. We are not Eren and Levi, we are us, and that's okay. The tears started spilling from Berthold's eyes. Why are you defending me? Rainer smiled again and wiped the tears away with his thumbs. Because I'm the armored titan. It's my job to defend you, the slow yet valuable colossal titan. Berthold never cried harder in his life than he did at that moment. He shook violently, crumbling in Rainer's arms to the floor. The blonde followed and held him, rubbing his back soothingly and pressing kisses to the top of his head. Berthold gripped his shirt with both hands, his tears soaking it. The sight would be pathetic to anyone who happened to glance through the window, but how they looked hardly mattered to Rainer. All he cared about was letting his lover know that, yes, he was loved. What brought all this on, Bertel? He asked quietly as soon as the brunette had calmed down enough. Did Eren's kid say something? Berthold wiped his eyes and nose. He just asked if we were ever going to get married. Then he went on about how he could tell that you wanted to dance with me at Connie and Sasha's wedding and dash. Wait, what? What? The brunette finally looked up. I mean, what was that last part? He could tell that I wanted to dance with you. That's what he said. He could also tell that Annie wanted to dance with our main. How in the hell does a kid who can't even read yet pick up on stuff like that? How is he so perceptive? Berthold was at a loss for words. I don't know, he finally managed to say. I mean, yeah, he's Eren's kid, but he's also Levi's kid, so maybe he inherited his intelligence along with his hair and height. Unless Eren and Levi are really lover-dovey at home and that's how the kid knows about love. What? Honey, I'm home. Welcome home, sweetheart. Levi rushes out of the kitchen while wiping his hands on his adorably patterned apron to greet his beloved husband. Eren bends down and Levi stands on his tiptoes so they can share a kiss. Did you have a good day? The shoulder asks. Eren just grins. It's perfect now that I'm home with you. He kisses Levi again and they both giggle. Dinner will be ready in a few minutes. I'm making your favorite, the shoulder says as he pulls away and skips back into the kitchen, Eren following closely behind. Their son rushes to Eren as soon as he spots him, and the tallest picks the little boy up and cuddles him. Were you a good boy for Papa today? Eren asks. Levi nods. He was. We just both missed you so much. Or I missed both of you, too. Eren kisses his husband again, and the child in his arms giggles sweetly as Levi wraps his arms around Eren's waist, determined not to let his dear husband go. He pouts and looks up at him with longing eyes, and Eren can't help himself. He kisses him again. So needy, he teases, but he loves the attention and affection. Don't worry, I love you so much. You're my one and only. Levi smiles and flashes a cute shade of pink. I love you, too. I love you more. No, I do. I love you the most. No, I love you the most. Rayner and Berthold stared at one another in silence for what seemed like an eternity. Finally, Rayner spoke. Okay, I'm gonna be sick, and that's gonna be haunting me in my sleep tonight. Berthold nodded vigorously, sweat rolling down his body and accumulating in little puddles on the floor. Let's just say that the kid inherited Levi's brain and leave it at that for now. Agreed. Now let's make like Levi and clean out our minds like we've never cleaned them before. Yes, please. The great mystery of the kid's intelligence could wait. Chapter 16. Announcement story. Warm. Soft. Cozy. It's dark, but I don't mind. I don't want to move. I don't want to leave wherever I am right now. I wonder, was this what it was like before I was born? Before I was, oh yeah, that's 80. Today is K up by. It's January 30th. It's good morning. Eyes open. Light. Daddy and Papa. Happy birthday, baby. The little boy grinned sleepily and giggled into his pillow, hoisting the sheets up over his head just as Eren's fingers began tickling under his chin. He let go of the sheets and tried to wiggle away from his daddy, clutching his favorite stuffed toy in attempted defense. No, no, he squealed, his laughter's volume steadily increasing. No. Papa, the tickle titan came back. Oh God, no, Levi deadpanned, rolling his eyes and shaking his head as he swatted Eren's hands away. That's enough. Start that charade up again, and I will put on my uniform just to slay you. The little boy giggled again, relieved that the surprise tickle attack was over. He finally pushed the sheets off himself and held his arms up, a big smile on his face. It's my birthday, he sang, bouncing in his spot. Levi let a smirk tug at his lips. Yes, it is. Happy birthday, baby, he said as he picked the boy up in his arms and gave him a hug. You can open your presents after breakfast, and I'll make your favorite dinner tonight. And there's even dessert waiting for you after dinner. The child happily squirmed in anticipation. Yay. Thank you, Papa. Eren ruffled his hair. And we'll play whatever you want. Levi coughed. Except Survey Corps Expedition. Right, except Survey Corps Expedition. The Shorters set their son down. Go clean yourself up and get dressed so we can have fun today. The little boy did as he was told in record time. When he appeared fully dressed in the kitchen downstairs, Levi had to wonder if he had properly washed his face and hands, but he kept his mouth shut. It was his son's birthday, and what better day to bend the rules a little than on a birthday? Sighing in defeat, he kept cooking the family's breakfast while Ian set the table in the dining room. Knock, 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 knock. Eren set the last plate down and headed towards the front door. Who could that be this early in the morning, he muttered as he turned the doorknob. And don't they know dash? Eren. Connie slammed the door all the way open the moment Eren began to pull it back. The short man's face was bright pink, and he seemed out of breath, but his eyes were sparkling, and a seemingly permanent, big, stupid smile adorned his face. He jumped up and grabbed Eren by the collar momentarily, not so much out of malice or need but more because he was just so flustered that he didn't know what else to do. Eren raised a brow at his behavior, as it almost looked like he was doing his best impression of Hanji learning something new about Titans. "Ein," the short man repeated, voice giddy and loud. "Connie, what the? Sasha's pregnant." Everything went silent for a second, and then Eren and Connie both jumped up and cheered out of pure joy. Connie continued bouncing in his spot, his excited grin showing no signs of disappearing anytime soon. Eren's hands flailed a bit before he grasped Connie's shoulders and yelled, "Congratulations. I'm gonna be a dad. I'm gonna be a dad." Connie continued, still bouncing despite Eren's hold on him. "Some adorable kid is gonna call me daddy soon. Oh my god, I can't believe it, I just can't." Eren's own son joined them at the front door to see what all the fuss was. "What?" Connie quickly bent down to his level. "Aunt Sasha is pregnant. She has a baby growing in her belly. You're gonna have a new friend to play with." The little boy's face immediately brightened, and he jumped up to give the man a big hug. "Wow, that's great, Uncle Connie. I'm so excited. You're gonna be a daddy, too." "Yes, I am, little buddy," he agreed, ruffling the child's hair. Levi overheard all the commotion and joined them, sporting an unreadable expression. "Congratulations. When is she due?" "In July, close to her birthday actually," Connie replied as he stood up straight. "We've actually known for a while, but we can finally tell people because it's the end of the 3rd month. I've been dying to tell you guys this whole time, seriously. That's why we've kinda stayed at home for the past few weeks. We knew that, if we ran into you guys, we'd end up telling you too soon." Eren laughed. "We all just assumed you were having an extended honeymoon." Connie laughed, too. "Kinda felt like it." "Oh, it's your birthday, too, right?" he asked as he knelt back down to the little boy's level. Sorry to burst in on your celebration, little buddy, but this is pretty great news, huh?" The child nodded. "Yeah. I'm gonna have a new friend. That's a great present." "I'm glad you're just as excited as I am," Connie said as he stood back up again. "Happy birthday, little buddy, have a great day." "Thank you. Do you need anything?" Eren asked. "How's Sasha? Has she been sick?" Connie shrugged. "She was a little sick during the 1st month, but it wasn't horrible. Her nausea calmed down towards the end of the 2nd month, and it disappeared by the middle of the 3rd. She's been feeling really good for the past 2 weeks. It was absolutely nothing compared to what you went through, Levi." The Raven sighed. "Yeah, well, not like it wasn't all worth it in the end." Connie's grin widened. "Hell yeah. We are getting an adorable little baby out of this. This is the best. Oh man, I gotta go tell everyone else. I just wanna scream this news to all of humanity. I'll see you guys around. You should come over sometime, CYA." And he ran off into town to find the rest of their friends. Levi sighed again. "He's gonna go door to door telling everyone, isn't he?" Eren laughed, but then a thought struck in. "Hey, when did Connie and Sasha get married again?" "At the end of October. And he said this was the end of her 3rd month." "Yeah." Silence. "Damn," Eren finally said, "sure didn't waste any time, did they?" Levi snorted, closed the front door, and walked back into the kitchen. "Whatever, it seems like they wanted to have kids right away." Eren nodded as he joined his husband. Sasha's from a tight-knit village full of kids, and Connie, well, he probably wanted to create a new family for himself as soon as possible. I can't blame him. Levi bit his lip as he stirred the hot mixture of grains and fruits cooking on the stove. That was a loaded statement if there had ever been one. Here they were, both having lost most of their families and friends at young ages, living together with their son. He was their family now, although Levi knew deep in his heart that the child existing was against the laws of nature. He still had so many questions and no answers. How had he gotten pregnant in the first place? He figured it had had something to do with Eren's Titan powers, but that was a taboo subject in the Ager household. And, Levi thought, even if it wasn't, he probably wouldn't dwell on it too much. He didn't want to question his happiness. Good thing their son had a different question as soon as he joined them. Daddy? Papa? Did you guys react like that when you found out you were gonna have me? TCH, Levi muttered, if Daddy had gone door-to-door shouting the news like Uncle Connie, I would have beaten the crap out of him. And then gotten sick all over him. Their son giggled. So what did you do? Well, Levi sighed, looking up towards the ceiling with a thoughtful expression. The whole thing was interesting. Levi wanted to go home. He wanted to go home right now. He wanted to be back in the safety of his own house, curled up in his own bed, sleeping so as to get some momentary relief from whatever had been plaguing him for the past several weeks. Alas, he couldn't go home, at least not until Eren was satisfied with whatever the doctor had to say about his condition. Levi kept his eyes on the ceiling as he lay on the examination table, feeling both aggravating irritation and the sick feeling of nausea bubble up in his stomach. He had been feeling like this for about 6 weeks now and had finally agreed to Anne's request, begging to see a doctor about it. He could understand why his dear husband was so worried there. After all, Levi was such a clean person that he was hardly ever sick, so the fact that he was so violently ill made Anne more than a little nervous. Of course, Levi was also stubborn, which was why he had taken so long to consult a doctor in the first place, as he had hoped that whatever he had would pass. No such luck. He quickly glanced at Eren, who was sitting on the opposite side of the examination room, eyes wide with worry and tense fingers folded over one another as he leaned forward and rested his elbows on his thighs. The brunette stared at him, silently telling him things like, "I love you, and I'll take care of you, and I'll stay with you no matter what." Levi found it rather touching that Eren placed his health above everything, but he also hoped that Eren wouldn't have to tell him all those things. Basically, he hoped he wasn't dying. Jaeger, the doctor finally murmured, looking up from his paperwork and turning towards Anne. Grisha Jaeger's son, I presume. Eren nodded. I thought so, the doctor said, turning back to the papers. I gotta be honest, I wish your father was still around. I think he'd be very interested in this case. Eren bit his lip. Why, he asked, feeling a weight drop into his stomach. No one had mentioned his father in years, so the fact that somebody, especially another doctor, wanted him around was more than a little worrying. The doctor sighed and shook his head. I'm baffled, to be honest. Levi sat up straight with every intention of giving the man a piece of his mind, but a sudden wave of nausea overtook him and he immediately rushed into the nearby washroom. Eren went to follow after him, but the doctor stopped him. You don't need a doctor like me who treats illnesses, Mr. Jaeger, because your husband isn't sick. If you want, I can give you the names of a few trusted midwives who are friends of mine. Eren's eyes burst open as wide as they could go. He tried to form coherent sentences, a million thoughts and questions running rapid throughout his mind all at once, but the only thing that came out of his mouth was, "What?" I'm saying that I think your husband is pregnant. What the hell? Levi grabbed Eren's arm and shoved him backwards, glaring at him with both rage and fear as they stood in front of a new building. Eren looked like he was about to cry, but he kept himself together as he watched his beloved husband fall apart. Levi wasn't an idiot. He knew what kind of doctors practiced in this building. Why are we here? He said. It was more of a demand than a question. Eren bit his lip to keep it from trembling. Please just humor me, Levi. I'm not a woman, Eren. And I'm not your average human. Levi stopped at that, his resolve beginning to crumble. Damn it, he whispered, wrapping his arms around his midsection. What the hell did you do to me? Levi dash. We don't even have to go in. I know, damn it. Eren's eyes widened. What? You heard me, stupid brat, the shoulder snapped, eyes beginning to water and voice starting to crack. All the symptoms are there. Nausea, increased appetite, sensitivity to smell and taste, mood swings, and my muscles are starting to soften. Damn it, He smacked his forehead against his palms and let out a shuddering sigh. I didn't want to believe it. I wanted it to be an illness so badly, so I kept telling myself that it would pass and that I would get better, but... Eren rushed to his husband and wrapped his arms around him, clutching him and cradling him and giving him all the warmth and love he could handle. Maybe more. Levi grabbed onto him and hid his face in the tallest neck, fighting with the last of his control to keep his composure. Humanity's strongest didn't sob into his husband's shoulder in front of the midwife's workplace, damn it. Let's at least get a confirmation, Eren murmured, his voice gentle and comforting. He sighed when Levi began to relax in his arms, and he felt the shoulder nod against his neck. He let Levi pull away first, and when they were upright, Levi rubbed his eyes, took Eren's hand, and led them into the building. Dead silence. Levi sat at his desk in his office, and Eren stood by his side. Their friends stood in front of them, mouths agape and eyes impossibly wide. Levi's eyes were shut tightly, as he didn't want to see their stunned reactions, and he fought his nausea down. There was no way he was getting sick in front of all those little brats. Eren held his breath and waited for a reaction. Honestly, he hadn't known what to expect. After all, how did one react to hearing that humanity's strongest was pregnant with the hope of humanity's child? Hanji was the first to speak. Woo. Shorty got some. Eren smacked his face into his palm. Damn it, Four Eyes, Levi groaned, his nausea starting to get worse, really. Just how? Armin cried out, voice panicked yet somewhat congratulatory. It was a weird mix, but this was a weird situation. Soon the rest of the group joined in with their own questions and confused well-wishes. Levi sighed. We don't know. Oh my gosh, then I just have to study you. Hanji squealed, rushing up to the desk and smacking her hands on it, staring straight down at Levi with excited eyes. I want to come to all your doctor appointments, and I want to do my own checkups on you, and I want to be there when the kid is born. Oh my gosh, can I have some samples? You know, all those good bodily fluids and dash. Damn it. Levi shouted as he clamped a hand over his mouth and made for the connecting washroom. Save it, save it. Don't throw it away. Hanji cried, running after him. You have no idea how many tests I want to run. For God's sake, let the man be sick in peace. Jean moaned, annoyed and perplexed and sort of happy. It was only after he said this that he realized how stupid it sounded. Everyone kept talking and questioning the situation until Mikasa walked in front of Levi's desk and said, "That's enough. Stop all this ridiculousness right now." The room suddenly went quiet, so she continued, Eren and Levi told us this because they trust us and because they want our support, and that's exactly what we are going to give them. Yes, Levi should be studied carefully, but this is a wonderful event. We should be celebrating and congratulating them on the new life that will be arriving soon. Save your questions and criticism for another time. Levi re-emerged from the washroom just in time to hear the end of her speech. His stomach was still doing flip-flops, and he had the sinking feeling like he'd get sick again soon, but he was happy for the first time in weeks. At least one of those little brats understood why he had called and told them the news specifically. And, just like that, the tension and panic started to disappear. One by one, the rest of his and Eren's friends calmed down and offered both supportive smiles and their congratulations. Connie made some stupid comment about how weird it still was, but it fell on deaf ears, and Jean slapped his hand over the shoulder's mouth to keep him from speaking again. Sasha mentioned that she knew about some hodes that could help with nausea. Armin made a mental note to start researching everything he could about babies, and he offered to tell Rainer, Berthold, and Annie later, as they were still serving their sentences after returning to humanity's side. Historia just giggled so she didn't see Wimmy smirk. Wonder when the baby showers. I got one hell of a present in mind. Levi didn't hear any of this. He went to lean against the nearby wall and found himself leaning against Anne's chest instead. He looked up at his husband and smiled weakly as his tired eyes gently closed. He was a little too short to reach it, but he could faintly hear Anne's steady heartbeat, and it was more than comforting. He wasn't alone. Even though this situation was strange and very messy and downright unheard of, he had support. He had his dear friends and he had his beloved husband. Eren would protect and support him, yes, he would. Be a bump, be a bump. Two of those were inside him. One was his and the other was... Oh boy. The little boy looked up at his papa with curious eyes. So you were happy? Levi smiled slightly. Overall, yes. We were just, well, surprised at first. Babies normally grow inside mummy's tummies before being born, so the fact that you were growing inside mine was unusual. It's okay though, Eren added as the three of them sat at the dining table, because you're special. But enough of that for now. We'll tell you more when you're older. All you need to know is that we love you very much and that we are very happy you are here. Now let's eat. The child smiled and nodded. Okay. But, Daddy. Yes? After breakfast, could you take my drawings in the kitchen down, please? Why? I have to draw a baby in Uncle Connie and Aunt Sasha's picture so all three of them can find the forests where it rains all the time. At last the boy was asleep. Eren sat in the master bed, waiting for his husband to finish up in the washroom. He heard the last of the water drain and smiled as Levi emerged in the room and climbed in the bed next to him. Eren then wrapped his arms around him and kissed his temple. Your cake was delicious, he murmured, giving him another kiss. Levi smiled slightly, feeling a sense of pride as he snuggled closer. You have nothing to compare it to. Eren laughed. Doesn't matter, you're a great cook, so I doubt any other cake I could eat would ever be as good. Another kiss. I think we did well as far as presents go, too. He's gonna be reading in no time with those children's books. And we never stopped playing with those new toy soldiers. At least now he has enough to represent all of us. The shorter cupped Eren's face in his hands and began kissing his lips. Enough of that though. I'm way more interested in you right now. He kept kissing Eren over and over again and then ran his hands down the tallest broad chest, annoyed at the thick pajama top covering it. He released a groan into Eren's mouth as he slipped his hands underneath the fabric and trailed them upwards. Eren was enjoying all the attention, but he gently gripped his husband's wrists, signaling for him to stop. Levi immediately did so and pulled away, confusion and impatience in his eyes. Eren noticed this and said, Sorry, something's just bugging me. It's been bugging me since this morning when Connie showed up. You seem sad. Levi raised a brow. The hell? I'm serious. It's not like you usually a bundle of energy or anything, but you didn't look like you were happy. You looked like you were trying to hide something. Levi flinched at Eren's words. What? I'm supposed to be happy that those two idiots are reproducing. Levi. What? Are you jealous? Do you want another baby? Levi stopped breathing for a second and he tried his best to hide his shock from Eren, but it was no use. Eren sighed, wrapped his arms around Levi again, brought the man close, and kissed his forehead. Ah, bullseye, he sighed pleasantly, you're getting easier to read. Forget it, stupid brat, why would I want to be constantly ill and disgusting for months again? Levi growled as he attempted to wiggle his way out of Eren's grasp. It didn't work. Eren gave him a soft smile. Because this morning you said so yourself that it was all worth it in the end. Levi went to swear but couldn't find the words. Eren was right and there was no way he was going to convince him otherwise. He clutched that heavy pajama top with both hands and buried his face into Eren's chest, horribly embarrassed, which was weird. Levi didn't get embarrassed, or so he thought. Yet another power Eren held over Levi. The brat was dangerous. Levi. The raven looked up only to receive a kiss. Eren smiled sweetly. I do, too. Let's try to have another baby. Chapter 17. Lullaby Story. The little boy sitting in Eren's lap wiggled impatiently as he rested his head against his daddy's chest. When's Papa going to be finished with his meeting? He groaned. Eren sighed and kissed the top of the child's head. I know, he's taking much longer than he said he would. Sorry, baby, but we gotta wait. He then leaned back against the wall and glanced at the doorway next to them. They had been sitting on the couch outside the meeting room for a good hour now, and Eren was beginning to worry. The plan had been to meet Levi after his meeting and go out to dinner before heading home. The sun had already gone down though, and both Eren's and his son's stomachs were growling. At this rate, they wouldn't get home until way past their son's bedtime. But there was nothing he could do. The meeting was only for high-ranking officials in the Survey Corps, and while Eren certainly had advanced in the rankings over the years, he was still below Levi. Not only that, but the meeting, supposedly, didn't involve a discussion about his Titan form, so he hadn't been invited to attend it. He wasn't particularly worried about the meeting's topic since he was sure that Levi would tell him all about it later, but the fact that it was causing his beloved husband to be so late was more than a little worrying. "Daddy," the boy in Eren's lap whined, "I'm hungry." Eren sighed heavily through his nose. "Maybe we can ask for a piece of bread somewhere." At that moment, the door to the meeting room slammed open, and Levi walked into the hallway with narrowed eyes, a flushed face, and a tense body. Eren and their son jumped at his sudden appearance, and they jumped again when he slammed the door shut behind him. After a moment of silence, Levi, who was dressed in his uniform, turned his head and visibly deflated, exhaling a long breath and leaning back against the doors. "I'm sorry I'm late," he said, sounding exhausted. "What happened in there?" Eren asked as he stood, setting their son on the floor. Levi shook his head. "I'll tell you about it later. For now, I just want to get out of here and go to dinner." Eren's fears were recognized as soon as the trio left the restaurant. Not only was it dark out, but it was also freezing cold, a little too cold for mid-February, and the streets were packed on that Saturday night. The restaurant had been crowded as well, so their dinner had been slow, and they didn't even really know what time it was anymore. Levi rolled his eyes and massaged the side of his head, feeling a headache come on. He had been through too much already to be dealing with all this, too. Eren noticed his husband's annoyance and took their son's hand. "Come on, let's go home," he said gently. "It's getting close to bedtime." "I bet Papa wants to go to bed, too." The little boy barely heard his words. He was too absorbed in staring at the packed streets, eyes wide and fearful. He had never been out at night in such a busy place, and all the unfamiliar faces made him uncomfortable. He already had enough trouble ordering food in a restaurant since the waiter was a stranger, "Thank you very much," so he didn't need all these other strangers around him on top of that. "Baby." The child gasped and looked up, finally snapped out of his daze. "Yeah, I'm getting sleepy," he admitted, clutching his daddy's hand tightly. "I want to go home." Eren nodded and the three of them walked into the crowd. People crisscrossed in all different directions, trying to make their ways to the various shops, restaurants, and bars in the area, so the flow of traffic wasn't even organized. Levi walked to the front of their little pack, hoping that maybe his reputation would be enough to get people out of the way, but it hardly made a difference, as it was too dark to see his face. Even Eren, who stuck out due to his height, wasn't recognized. So, of course, nobody even saw their son at all. "Blood, watch where you're going." A large, drunken man seemed to appear out of nowhere and slammed into the family. Eren only had a fraction of a second to react when he felt the little hand slip from his arm. He turned. Levi followed suit, and they saw nothing but a crowd. Large, faceless figures passing by. Large, faceless strangers. Everywhere. "Daddy Eri." "Papa," the little boy tried to scream above the hustle and chatter in the streets. He tried to run forward, but people stood in his path. Instead, he fell backwards and yelped when someone stepped on his hand. Frantic, he scrambled to his unstable feet and rushed past the crowds, only to fall again, landing right into the dirt. His legs shook as he tried to stand up again, only to fall again. Finally, he gave up and crawled into a nearby, narrow alleyway. Scared, cold, and alone. The little boy sat against the alleyway wall with his knees clutched to his chest, eyes impossibly wide as he watched the crowds pass by him. His breath was quiet and shallow, and his skin was starting to sweat, not unlike how Bertholds often did. He felt his stomach churn slightly, and he feared for his recently eaten dinner. The whole scene was just so intimidating. Dozens of people walked by him without so much as a glance. Did they know he was there? Could they see him? Or did they just assume he was a poor, abandoned kid who had ventured out from the slums? He tried to speak, but the words wouldn't form, and he suddenly found himself hoping that nobody would notice him. Just wait for Daddy and Papa, he barely breathed to himself as he began to tremble. They'll find me. Yeah, they'll find me. His voice was weak and shaky, and the words he did manage to form convinced no one, including himself. Daddy, Papa, come find me, come save me. I'm all alone. Tez pricked the corners of his eyes as he stared into the crowds of faceless people. An image flashed through his mind of someone, no, all of them, suddenly turning towards him and grabbing him, taking him away never to see his daddy or papa ever again, to somewhere dark from which he could never escape. They were all so much bigger than he was, they would easily be able to attack him. He'd never stand a chance. He suddenly knew why he was so afraid of strangers. He realized what they were to him. Titans. And he dropped his head and burst into tears. A few seconds later, he heard a voice. Ah, I thought I smelled tears. Told you. The child looked up. Two men in military uniforms were crouched down next to him, one in the Survey Corps and the other in the garrison. Surprisingly enough, the boy wasn't scared. Yes, they were strangers, but they were soldiers. Better yet, one of them was in the same branch of the military as his daddy and papa, so maybe they knew him. The other one seemed to be his friend, or at least know him. They smiled sweetly at him and spoke gently. It's awfully cold and late for you to be sitting here all by yourself, isn't it? The garrison soldier asked. The boy sniffed and wiped his eyes. I can't find my daddy and papa. The man sighed sympathetically. You poor thing. The boy's eyes suddenly brightened with hope, and he pointed to the other soldier. Wait, maybe you know my daddy and papa. They are in the Survey Corps, too. The man nodded and smiled. I know your daddy and papa quite well actually, and I can tell that you're their son. You have your papa's black hair, don't you? And I'd know those big, green eyes anywhere. I can even see them here in the dark, the garrison soldier added. No doubt about it, you're a Jaeger. In fact, aside from your hair, you look exactly like your daddy. He smiled and sat down next to the boy. Don't worry, we'll find them for you. Just be brave for a little while longer. The Survey Corps soldier stood and turned. The child followed his gaze and gasped. 4 other Survey Corps soldiers stood nearby, 3 men and a woman. They all had determined grins on their faces, and they all saluted the tall man in front of them. Sir. The man nodded. You know what to do. Yes, sir. And they ran into the crowd. The child looked up at the man. They all know my daddy and papa, too. The man nodded again but didn't say another word. He just inhaled deeply through his nose and smiled. The garrison soldier rolled his eyes. Don't mind him. It's just a habit. Baby Uy. Call him by his name, idiot. Eren turned with every intention of glaring at his husband, but he lost the will to do so once he saw the pitiful expression on Levi's face. The man looked broken. His eyes were wide, yet his pupils were tiny, and he stared at the ground as he began to tremble. Eren gently placed his hand on the shorter's shoulder and leaned down to place a kiss on his temple. Levi didn't react, he only continued to stare dumbly at the dirty road. Eren swallowed hard. Levi dash. Why the hell am I a parent? The question made Eren reel back. I'm the last person in all of humanity who should be a parent. That's not true. Eren shouted, grasping Levi by the shoulders and forcing him to look at him. At least now Levi had a readable expression on his face, one of surprise. Eren narrowed his eyes and continued, none of this is your fault, Levi, and saying dumb crap like that isn't going to help us find him. Pull yourself together. Levi didn't reply. Damn it, Eren ground out, bringing his hand towards his mouth. That's it, I'm clearing out this area and dash. Don't, you idiot. Levi pulled Eren's hand away from his mouth before he could bite it. He clutched it in his own two smaller hands and said, "Look, I want to find him, too, but your Titan form would cause more harm than good. Think about it, stupid, do you really want to cause a scene here?" He narrowed his eyes, finally looking like his usual self. Eren just smiled. "That's better." Levi's eyes widened again, suddenly realizing his husband's trick. "Did you jest?" That was when a powerful gust of wind blew down the street. Many people cried out in surprise, and some ran into nearby buildings to escape it, so the crowd quickly thinned out. Eren and Levi remained in their spots, holding their arms up to protect their faces, but Levi suddenly gasped and turned in the direction the wind was blowing. Eyes wide again. He dropped his arms and took a few steps forward, face now expressing utter shock. "Where's this weird wind coming from?" Eren asked, lowering his arms. "And why is it so warm?" Levi began to tremble again. This wind, he thought, it's the same as back then, the night of Connie's bachelor party, when Jean talked about. He started running forward at full speed, Eren confused yet following close behind. When the child looked back up, the tall man from the Survey Corps was gone. He blinked a few times and looked into the thinning crowd, but he couldn't see him anywhere. Tez pricked the corners of his eyes again as he thought about the possibility of being all alone again. Hey, no more crying," the garrison soldier said, ruffling his hair. "Don't worry, your daddy and papa are on their way." The boy sniffed and said, "How do you know?" The man smiled and stood, prompting the child to stand, too. As soon as they did, they heard quick footsteps running towards them, and the man gently pushed the boy out onto the streets. "Do me a favor tomorrow morning after you've had a good night's sleep, would you?" he said. "That freckled kid gets all the good drinks. I swear, that horse-faced kid spoils him. Tell your daddy to buy Hans a drink once in a while, okay?" When the boy turned around, the garrison soldier was gone. But it didn't matter. In a fraction of a second, Levi's arms were around him, holding him and protecting him and loving him more than they ever had before. Levi didn't care that they were kneeling in mud, and in another second, Eren's large arms were encircled around both of them. Eren carried their son the rest of the way home. After a warm bath, Eren dressed him in his most comfortable pajamas and placed an extra quilt on top of his bed. Eren's plush Titan look-alike sat patiently on the little pillar, waiting for its best friend. It would have to wait a little while longer. Levi picked the boy up, hugged him close, and sat in the rocking chair. He gently began rocking back and forth, rubbing his silent son's back and placing kisses on his forehead every once in a while. The only sound came from the creaking of the chair until Levi did something that surprised even himself. He began to sing. Lullaby and good night. Go to sleep, little baby. Now we love you more each day. While you sleep and while you play. The day is done, so take a break. We'll be here when you wake. And, just like that, their son was fast asleep. Levi kept rocking for a few more minutes, basking in the warm weight against his chest that was his little boy, his baby. He gently tightened his grip around the little body and pressed a long kiss to the top of his head. He didn't look up when he began to speak. "We lost him today." Eren, who sat on the child's bed across from Levi, looked up and frowned. "It was an accident, and we eventually found him. Besides, it was mostly my fault. I should have kept a better grip on his hand. Or better yet, I should have carried him. How the hell could we manage two if we can't even keep track of one?" Eren bit his lip. He had no good answer, so he changed the subject. "I haven't heard you sing in years. I think the last time you did was the night we swapped out his crib for a bed." Levi was a little annoyed that his husband hadn't answered his question, but he didn't bother fighting him. He had been through more than enough drama for one day, so he just sighed and said, "I can sing to him if I want." Eren smiled. "You said the same thing that time I caught you singing to him while you were pregnant." "Shut up." The smile on Eren's face widened. He'd definitely tell that story someday. But it could wait. Tonight wasn't a bedtime story kind of night, it was definitely a lullaby kind of night. Chapter 18. Fight Story. Armin's vision was bleary at best as he forced his eyes open, awoken by the loud knocking sound at his front door. He tried to ignore it, hoping it would go away, but whoever was outside his home was persistent. Groaning into his pillow, he forced himself up, rubbed his tired eyes, and put on a shirt and a pair of pants he had haphazardly thrown on the floor the night before. Yawning, he trudged to the front door and began to open it. "I swear, Eren, if that's he dash. Uncle Armin." Armin felt a weight slam into his legs, and when he looked down, he saw Eren and Levi's son Huntington. His eyes instantly widened as the boy was sobbing hysterically. Also, he was alone. Well, Armin was certainly awake now. "What's the matter, sweetheart?" he asked, getting on his knees and bringing the crying child into a hug. "Sweetie, what's wrong? Where are your daddy and papa?" The boy calmed his sobs just long enough to shout, "Fighting." And then he released another loud wail. Armin was about to say something when he heard a third voice, this one very tired and very annoyed, coming from the hallway leading to his bedroom. "Armin, what the?" The little boy hiccuped and looked up. "Hi, Aunt Annie." The woman froze once she took in the scene, now very much awake herself. After a moment of silence, she finally spoke again. "I'm gonna go put on some pants so we can figure this out." Once Annie was appropriately dressed, the trio sat down at the kitchen table with their breakfast. Tears were still falling from the child's eyes, but his heavy sobbing had ceased for the most part. Still, he only picked at the chunk of bread Armin had ripped off for him as he, understandably enough, didn't have much of an appetite. Armin and Annie ate slowly and quietly, watching him to be sure he didn't have another breakdown. "Sweetheart," Armin said gently, "can you tell us why you came here?" The little boy sniffed pathetically and rubbed his eyes. "Daddy and Papa are fighting." Was it just an argument, or was it a real fight? The child's lip trembled. A real fight. Daddy and Papa don't agree sometimes, but they never scream at each other. Armin got up, pulled a handkerchief from a nearby drawer, and handed it to the boy. "Here, dry your eyes." He waited for him to do so before continuing. "Can you tell us what they were fighting about?" "They weren't fighting in front of you, were they?" The boy shook his head. "I was sleeping and they woke me up, so I didn't hear how the fight started." Armin bit his lip. "Well, do you remember anything about it?" The child nodded. "Papa had a meeting with a bunch of Survey Corps people yesterday. He was taking a long time, and when he finally left, he looked angry and tired." The blonde reeled back slightly. "I didn't know we had a meeting yesterday." "But wait, he said that only Levi was there, so Eren must not have been invited either." "Why in the world?" "We are all veteran Survey Corps soldiers." What is the commander thinking?" We didn't talk about it last night," the little boy continued. "Last night I got lost. And I didn't want to talk after Daddy and Papa found me, so they just tucked me into bed. I don't know, they might have talked about it last night, but the first thing I heard was..." The tears starting welling up in his eyes again. "Papa screaming." "No, it's not happening." The sound of Papa's angry voice suddenly woke me. I was hugging my plush toy, but I was still scared. I had never heard Papa sound angry before. I mean, I've seen him angry. One time I broke the memorial for his soldier friends, and he got very angry at me. But his voice this time was more than just angry. He sounded like he was about to cry, too. Daddy started shouting, too, as I got out of bed, still hugging my toy, and quietly walked to the top of the staircase. It was weird to hear them so loud so early in the morning. It was still before I normally wake up, but there was no way I could fall back asleep after this. All I could do was sit at the top of the stairs and listen. It got worse. "Why the hell are you agreeing with this?" Papa shouted. "No, this is stupid. This is a suicide mission. I don't care what that idiot commander says, there is no way in hell we are going through with this expedition. But we need to know just how good our winning streak is." Daddy shouted back. "Just because we haven't seen any Titans close to the walls in the past few years doesn't mean it's safe for humanity to make permanent settlements outside the walls yet. We need to go on this expedition so we can see just how much land we've recovered. My eyes widened. I had played Survey Corps Expedition plenty of times before, but this was the real thing. Daddy and Papa and the rest of the Survey Corps were going outside the walls. Again. I hate it. I hate expeditions. I hate being without Daddy and Papa. I play Survey Corps Expedition at home so that everything can be good and happy. My soldier toys always win against the bad Titan dolls and no one ever gets hurt. Why can't expeditions be like that for real? Why don't the Titans just leave us alone? We never did anything to them. We are just supposed to keep going until we find one, Papa shouted. I heard him kick something. Do you have any idea of how long we could be out there? Days? Weeks? I'm not staying out that long, not when we only have so many supply stations set up. What if we have to continue past our furthest supply station? Then what? Then we'll set up a new one. It's not that easy, you damn idiot. I cringed. Papa did call Daddy names sometimes, but he never meant anything mean. This time it sounded like he was trying to be mean. I heard Daddy snort. So I'm a damn idiot, huh? He asked. I may be an idiot, but I'm still at least a soldier, not some coward. When I salute, I mean it. What the hell? Papa's voice sent a shiver down my spine. You heard me, Daddy spat. I'm willing to do whatever it takes to eradicate the Titans to help humanity win. I'm willing to do whatever it takes to give our son a life without Titans, a truly free life. I didn't know that humanity's strongest didn't give a crap about his son's future. And then the screaming started. Papa and Daddy screamed so loud and so much that I thought they were going to lose their voices. I heard stuff being knocked over, too, and I heard something break on the floor. I was already crying by then, and it only got worse when I heard stomping towards the front door. Papa screamed some terrible words at Daddy, words I don't want to repeat. And then, I'm leaving. I don't have to put up with this. I watched Papa slam the front door behind him, and I heard Daddy scream the terrible words, too. He then walked out the back door and slammed it behind him. I didn't know what else to do. I was crying and shaking and felt like I was gonna be sick. I left my toy on the stairs and ran down to the front door. The child rubbed his teary eyes. I'm sorry I came so early in the morning, Uncle Armain, but I didn't know where else to go. I know where your house is, so I came here. Armin's heart broke at the sight and the story. Yes, Eren was hot-tempered and had a tendency to shout when it was completely uncalled for, but his fight with Levi sounded so real and so intense. He worried for their relationship and for their son's mind. He was about to speak when Annie cleared her throat. You know, she said gently, even the closest people fight sometimes. The little boy turned to her with curious, watery eyes. People who love each other fight. It's normal. Even if two people love each other very much, they are still individuals who could have different opinions. It's also normal for a disagreement to turn into a fight if the two people are very passionate about the reason for the disagreement. Both your daddy and Papa are very passionate about their jobs. They fight to get rid of Titans and make the world safe for humans, but they do it in different ways because they have different personalities. Your Papa is smart and keeps a level head no matter what. He likes to plan what he's going to do and then act instinctively when he needs to. Your daddy is wild and determined, so he usually rushes in and acts purely on instinct, doing whatever it takes to achieve his goal. Your parents are two very different people, but they love each other very much and they work well together. She paused to take a sip of tea. The two males kept their wide eyes on her, silently waiting in anticipation for her to continue. Even people who are very similar fight sometimes, she said as she set her teacup down. Aunt Sasha and Uncle Connie are both fun, caring people, but I'm sure they have their arguments, too. I know for a fact that Aunt Wimia and Aunt Historia disagree a lot, but they are always looking out for each other. And it's not limited to married couples. Uncle Berthold always tries to avoid fights, but that in itself sometimes causes them with Uncle Rainer. And you know, Uncle Armin and I don't agree on everything. But it's not limited to couples either. Friends and family fight, too. Aunt Hanji and your papa are very good friends, but they fight all the time. Aunt Mikasa and your daddy are close family, and they disagree nearly every time they speak to each other. Sometimes the fights can get bad, like what you saw, but what's important is that the people apologize to each other and make up. Making up is actually a symbol of how close two people are. It says that, no matter how much two people fight, they still want to be together. After another long pause, Annie spoke again. Tell me, little man, did you hear or see your daddy or papa hit the other person? No, the child cried, tearing up at just the thought. No. I heard stuff fall over, but daddy and papa didn't sound like they were in pain. Annie and Armin both exhaled sighs of relief. Thank goodness. The little boy fidgeted with his fingers for a few seconds, contemplating Annie's words. They made sense to him, although he was still quite shaken. Even if arguing was something that everyone did, he still didn't like it. Specifically, he didn't like the thought of his daddy and papa fighting so much that they felt they had to be apart. Maybe that was the best way for them to calm down, but he still didn't like it. Hey, Uncle Armin. I also came here because I wanted to ask you something. What? I'm still learning how to read, so I don't know how to write yet. Could you help me write something, please? Eren sat at the kitchen table and stared into his teacup. The liquid inside was still warm despite how long ago he had made it, but it didn't appeal to him at all. It was the wrong color, had the wrong aroma, and the wrong taste. Eren grimaced as he swallowed the drink and set the cup down, heaving a great sigh. Just as I thought, he murmured, I can only drink it when Levi makes it. He stood and put the cup in the kitchen sink, a solemn expression on his face as he made his way to the stairs. Levi had been gone for only about an hour, but Eren was already feeling lust without him. He had surprised himself with how quickly he had calmed down, instantly regretting everything he had said the moment Levi had slammed the front door. His frown deepened when he passed that very door and started climbing the stairs, wondering when his beloved husband would come back and fearing that perhaps he never would. When Eren reached the top of the stairs, his plush Titan look-alike greeted him with its usual happy smile and widespread arms, inviting the man into a hug. Eren couldn't help the small smile that crept onto his face. Not many people had the chance to give themselves hugs. But then a thought struck him. Hey, BA-. He went to knock on his son's bedroom door, but it was open. When he looked inside, the room was quiet. He touched the sheets on the unmade bed, and his eyes widened. They were cold. He threw the toy on the bed and ran into the bathroom, but it was empty, too. Not knowing what else to do, he rushed down the stairs and checked every room in the house, calling for his son. Nothing. Oh God, Eren croaked, fear and panic bubbling in his stomach and making his entire body tremble. Oh my God, no, not again, not after last night. He ran from the dining room back into the living room, and the moment he crossed to the closet to retrieve his coat, the front door opened. There stood Levi, face remorseful. Eren, he said quietly as he shut the door behind him, wait, what's wrong? His tone changed when he noticed his husband's distressed expression. Eren swallowed hard and panted quietly. He's missing. What? Our son. Our son is missing. Levi's eyes burst open, and he rushed forward, grabbing Eren by the collar. I leave for less than an hour and you go and lose our kid, he shouted into the younger's face, voice filled with rage, his remorse forgotten. You stupid ass piece of dash. Knock knock. Levi practically threw Eren to the side and slammed the front door open, relief flooding his entire being. There stood Armin and his son. Good morning, Levi, I believe this belongs to you, Armin chirped, smiling cheerfully and gently pushing the little boy inside. Levi could barely believe his eyes. He knocked down and pulled his son into a hug. Where did you find him, he breathed, looking up at the blonde. Armin laughed quietly. He found me. He decided to pay me a visit this morning, so we had breakfast and a little writing lesson together. It was rather nice, but I told him that he should bring you an urn next time so we can all have fun together. Right, sweetheart? The little boy glanced upwards and nodded. Almin nodded back. Well then, I should be going. See you all later. He waved once and turned, closing the door behind him. He then turned to the side and smiled gently. You know, the more you show up doing good things, the more Levi will trust you. Annie shrugged. This wasn't about me. Well, what you said earlier was pretty amazing. I was just telling the truth. Almin reached one hand out. No. But it was a truth we all needed to hear. For the first time all day, Annie let a little smile play on her face. She took Almin's hand and the two headed back to his home. Why in the world did you leave the house without telling us? Eren and Levi knelt down in front of their son, who sat on the living room couch fiddling with a folded-up piece of paper in his hands. The boy's bottom lip trembled as he looked away from his parents, both out of shame and fear. Eren and Levi watched him carefully, looking more united in that moment than they had all day so far. You. The boy mumbled, tears building up in his eyes. You guys fought this morning. That's why I went to Uncle Armin's house. Levi paled and Eren's eyes widened. I thought he slept through that, the latter said. The child shook his head. I heard some of it, and I watched Papa leave. A brick of guilt dropped into Levi's stomach, and he felt like he was going to be sick. I went to Uncle Armin's house because I know where it is and because I thought he could help me, the boy continued, looking down and unfolding the paper in his hands. He eventually revealed a drawing of what was obviously his parents wearing suits, but they were special suits. Eren was wearing a black one with a white shirt, and Levi was wearing a white one with a black shirt. On their heads were flower crowns complete with short veils. They were holding hands and smiling, but it was what was written over their heads that made the two grown men openly cry. Until the stars fall. That's what's written inside your wedding rings, right? The little boy asked shakily, fresh tears beginning to run down his cheeks. Well, the stars haven't fallen yet, so dash. He was cut off when both of his parents wrapped their arms around him, and all three of them cried together. The Jaeger household was quiet for the rest of the day. Eren and Levi spent nearly all of it together, just sitting together and enjoying each other's company. The topic of the upcoming expedition beyond the walls could wait just a little longer. Their son had apologized for leaving the house on his own without telling them, and they had forgiven him, but he still spent the rest of the day in his room as a fair punishment. This didn't bother the child, as he was just happy to have a peaceful house again, knowing that his daddy and papa were still in love and were going to stay together. And also because another masterpiece had been added to his little art gallery in the kitchen. E&D. Oh, make. Hi, everyone. Since I'm stuck in my room for the rest of the day, I thought I'd take the chance to answer a few questions. Don't tell my daddy and papa, okay? I know I did a bad thing by leaving the house without telling them, but you guys understand why I had to do it, right? Anyway, let's move on to the questions. Did you have an awesome birthday? Yes, I did. Uncle Connie told me that I'm gonna have a new friend soon. And then Papa made all my favorite foods for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. And then I got to open my presents. I have enough toy soldiers for everyone now. And I also got books made just for kids like me who are learning how to read. Daddy and Papa also played with me all day. And Papa even made a cake, which was so sweet and yummy. What do you like best about your daddy and Papa? Oh, I like a lot of things about my daddy and Papa. I like my daddy because he's big and warm and gives really good hugs and plays with me all the time. I like my Papa because he's smart and strong and brave and teaches me lots of really important stuff. I mean, I don't really like cleaning days, but chores have to be done, right? What I like best about Daddy, though, is his smile. If I'm sad but Daddy is smiling, it makes me happy. And what I like best about Papa is his heartbeat. That's why I love whenever he gives me hugs or lets me sit on his lap. That's when I can hear it. And that's all for now. Bye-bye. Chapter 19. Heaven Story. When the little boy woke up the next morning, he was reluctant to get out of bed. He rubbed his eyes and sat up so he could watch the door, but nothing happened. Even after a few minutes, nothing. He bit his lip and thought back to what he had been told the night before. When we come wake you up tomorrow morning, your punishment will be over. The child sighed and hugged his knees to his chest. This usually around the time Daddy or Papa wakes me up. Where are they? After a few more minutes, the little boy grew impatient and bold. He hopped out of bed, slowly opened the door, and looked into the hallway, but he still saw nothing. As quietly as he could, he tiptoed across the hall, opened his parents' bedroom door just a crack, and peeked inside. His daddy and Papa were still sleeping, wrapped in the heavy winter blankets that came up to their chins and snuggled up against one another. The bed faced the door, and normally Levi slept on the right side while Eren slept on the left, but they lay tangled up in the middle that morning. Eren's arms completely encircled Levi, who used one of them as a pillow while he rested his hands against Eren's broad chest. The room was silent save for their light, synchronized breathing. The little boy giggled quietly. Papa's so tiny, he thought. He looks like Daddy's stuffed animal. He gently shut the door and headed back into his own room, realizing that neither one of his parents was going to be awake for a while. One of Levi's eyes cracked open, and he smirked. "You're lucky you're cute." He heard Eren let out a low groan. "Levi." The shoulder hushed him, pressing a kiss to his collarbone. "Go back to sleep, we are all sleeping in today." I'm sorry, Levi, I love you." Levi's smirk turned into a soft smile, and he snuggled impossibly closer. "I know you must have said it 50 times last night, and the same goes for me. I'm sorry, too, and I love you, too." But Eren was already back asleep. Levi rolled his eyes and then shut them, relaxing against his husband and feeling himself fall back into a peaceful sleep. "You're lucky you're cute, too." The next few days passed quietly and a bit too quickly for Levi's liking. Life returned to normal for the most part. Games were played, meals were eaten, and peaceful night sleeps were had. If nothing else, the Jaeger household was free from fights, but the littlest member of the family still knew that something was wrong. The tense, contemplative glances his parents sent each other and the oddly pensive mood at the dining table didn't go unnoticed. And then, even though the news had already made its rounds, the official announcement about the expedition came. Levi stood with the other high-ranking officials as they explained the mission to the Survey Corps with Eren, the rest of the veteran soldiers, and the newbie standing at attention in the crowd. Eren kept his firm yet uneasy gaze on Levi the whole time, and while Levi couldn't wholeheartedly return it, he occasionally glanced his husband's way. Their son waited with Sasha inside the base, far enough away that neither of them could hear. Even Eren had to admit that the whole thing was starting to sound suspicious. The Survey Corps was to go outside the walls and go as far as they possibly could, keeping detailed records of Titan sightings. None had been seen close to the walls in quite some time, so the purpose of the expedition was to see how far out humans could settle. It sounded simple enough, but even the newbies whispered amongst themselves about how strange it also sounded. As soon as the soldiers were dismissed, Eren rushed towards the stage and met Levi there once he jumped down. Neither one said anything. They just linked hands and walked into the base. Their son's face brightened as soon as they saw him. "Daddy, Papa," he cheered, jumping off a couch and running to them. They put on small smiles for him, and they entangled their hands so Eren could wrap his around their sons. Connie was right behind them, and Sasha greeted him once he was in sight. "Thank you for looking after him," Levi said. Sasha nodded. "It's no trouble at all. He was perfectly behaved." Her smile widened a bit when she saw the look of pride on the little boy's face, and she continued, "Do you need a babysitter during the expedition?" "I'll look after him." "You sure?" Eren asked. "All by yourself?" "I just said that he's perfectly behaved. And, hey, I could use the practice." She grinned and pat her growing baby belly. The corners of Levi's mouth twitched, almost like he was about to frown, but he stopped himself and managed to keep a faintly happy expression. He already knew that Eren had noticed it. "How are you feeling?" Sasha didn't seem to notice his mood change. Great. I haven't been ill at all. Connie snorted. Too bad you're craving the weirdest crap ever. Hey, don't tell them. Eren laughed and Levi let an amused sigh escape his lips. Why are we not surprised? Another few days passed until only 2 days were left until the expedition. The bleak mood in the Ager household only worsened to the point that the little boy living there barely left his room that morning. Levi had to call him for breakfast twice before Eren went upstairs and ushered him to the dining room table, desperately wanting to ask what was wrong but already knowing the answer. Levi, however kind and caring he was as a parent, never sugarcoated anything. Baby, Daddy and I are go dash. I already know where you're going. Levi's eyes narrowed. Don't you dare talk back to me, young man. Levi. Eren interrupted, staring down his husband with understanding yet begging eyes. He basked in the momentary silence before saying, let's not add any extra stress to all of this. We are all scared. We are all dreading this, even if it is our job. Let's cut each other some slack. He glanced at their son. That goes for you, too. Papa and I don't want to leave, but we have to. No, you don't have to, the little boy suddenly sobbed, throwing his spoon into his bowl and slamming his fists down on the table. Tears were rolling down his cheeks in an instant. Get someone else to go. There are other people in the Survey Corps, make them go. I want Papa and Daddy to stay home. Stay home and play with Emmy. Levi wanted to yell, but the crushed look of despondence on his son's face made his heart shudder and his resolve crumble. He immediately picked the child up and hugged him as he settled the boy in his lap, not caring that tears were staining his shirt. Eren watched them and wiped his own eyes, hoping that perhaps Levi hadn't noticed that he was starting to tear up. The shoulder exhaled a long breath and started rubbing the little boy's back. We have to go, baby, he said gently and calmly, his voice actually soothing the boy despite the harshly true words he was speaking. Yes, there are a lot of people in the Survey Corps, and when it's time for an expedition, all of us have to go, especially the two of us. If we don't go, it'll be bad for morale. Basically, the other soldiers won't want to fight. You know that people call Daddy humanity's hope, right? And Papa is humanity's strongest, Eren added quietly, still sitting across from Levi. Baby, if you were going on an expedition and knew that the two strongest soldiers weren't coming with you, you'd be even more scared than you were originally, right? Both parents waited for the sobs to die down into hiccups, and eventually the boy nodded. He kept his arms wrapped around Levi's neck and kept resting his head on the man's shoulder though, not ready to let go just yet. Levi didn't mind, as he was just happy that they had been able to get through to him. He kissed the boy's forehead and said, we should have been more honest with you from the beginning, and for that, we are sorry. We know you're not a little baby anymore, even though you'll always be our baby. The child sniffed pathetically. I'm not stupid, Papa, I know what you've been talking about since your fight. You're right, you're not stupid, and we are very sorry that we treated you like you were. But you gotta understand, baby, Eren sighed, even though you're growing up, you're still a little kid, and there are some things that only adults should know about. If we had a choice between you knowing all the details of a dangerous expedition or you playing happily with your toys in your room, would rather you play with your toys. Do you understand? After a moment of contemplation, the boy nodded. Just come home safe please, he murmured as he visibly relaxed in his papa's arms. And play with me before you go. For the first time in days, Levi and Eren both genuinely smiled. I think we can handle that. That night, after a long day of fun play, the child dreamed. The little boy stood in a field of what looked like white, fluffy clouds. They were oddly solid enough to support him but also light and airy enough to gently float around his feet. He sat on his knees and pulled at the cotton-like clouds, tossing them into the air and giggling as they danced around him before falling back into place. White flower petals soon mixed with the clouds, creating a sort of garden against the bright, blue sky up above. The child eventually rolled off his knees and laid down on the soft clouds, discovering that they were actually quite warm, the perfect place to take a nap. Mind if I join you? The little boy sat back up and looked into the eyes of a beautiful woman. She smiled kindly at him and sat down next to him, her long skirt fanning up gracefully around her. Surprisingly enough, the child wasn't afraid. Yes, the woman was a stranger, but she seemed oddly familiar, and she was definitely nice. He smiled back at her, as he had a feeling that he could trust her. "I like this place," he said. "It's fun and pretty." "Isn't it?" she sighed, tucking some of her chocolate brown hair behind her ears. "I wish I could bring my son here." The boy frowned. "Why can't you?" "He's very far away right now," the woman explained, still smiling. "He won't be able to come here for a long time, but that's all right. That's the way it's supposed to be. He's very happy where he is right now, and I have no right to take him away from what makes him happy. All any good parent wants is to see their child happy." The boy was silent for a few seconds, contemplating this, and then said, "That means your son hasn't seen you in a long time, too, right? If I didn't see my daddy and papa for a very long time, I'd be very sad. I don't think I could be happy without them." The woman giggled. "My son has been very lucky. He found new friends to keep him company until we can see each other again." The boy suddenly smiled. "I can tell him that you're waiting for him if you want," he offered, taking the woman's hand. "Where does he live?" "I'll have my papa and daddy take me there after they get home from their expedition." "Yeah, that." The woman giggled again. "That's very nice of you, but you don't have to." "Thank you there. How about you tell your daddy and papa that I hope they come back from their expedition safely?" "Okay, I will. What's your name?" The child's eyes burst open only to see a well-lit bedroom. Morning had arrived and it looked like it was going to be a beautiful day. There was only one day left of February, so the last of the winter weather was starting to turn into spring, obvious in the bright sun and newly melted snow outside. For the first time in months, the little bedroom actually felt warm without the heat from the pipes connected to the fireplace downstairs. The child threw the blankets off himself and ran out of his room, across the hallway and into his parents' room. He stopped for just a moment to admire their sleeping position. Eren was on his back on his side of the bed, and Levi was snuggled up next to him, his head cradled in the crook of En's neck and one arm slung over the tallest chest. Underneath the blankets, one of En's arms was protectively nestled against Levi's side. The scene made the child grin as he ran to En's side and tugged on his free arm. "Daddy, Daddy." Eren let out a big yawn and used that free hand to rub his eyes open. His movements caused Levi to stir, and soon enough, both of them were awake. Eren looked to his side to see his son grinning up at him, and he couldn't help but smile back. "Good morning, baby. You're up awfully early. You sleep okay?" The child nodded. "I had a dream about a really beautiful woman last night." Eren let out a little laugh. "Really now? Other? And she kinda looked like you." Now Eren was fully awake. He froze for a moment and his eyes widened. Levi saw his sudden mood change and sat up, running his hand through his hair, which never seemed to suffer from bedhead, and keeping his eyes on their son. Eren was quick to follow, although his hair often and currently suffered from bedhead, sitting up straight in bed, picking their son up and settling him in his lap. "Is that so?" The child nodded again. She had long, shiny hair and big, pretty eyes. She had a really sweet smile and was really nice to me. She said that she hadn't seen her son in a really long time, but that it was okay because he's really happy where he is, and that makes her happy. She's gonna keep waiting for him there. Oh, and she hopes you and Papa come back safely from your expedition, yeah, that's it. She hopes you come back safely from your expedition. She wanted me to tell you." Eren smiled weakly and quickly wiped his eyes. Levi glanced at him and knew that he'd lose control over his emotions if he spoke, so the shorter smiled and said, "That was very kind of her. It sounds like maybe a guardian angel visited you last night." The little boy suddenly let out a surprised yelp and said, "Ah, that's right, I forgot to tell you about them." "Huh? The people who helped me on the night I got lost?" Now it was Levi's turn to feel overwhelmed. There were 6 of them, the boy explained. 5 in the Survey Corps and 1 in the garrison. Let's see, this one guy in the Survey Corps was really tall and had blonde hair and said that he could smell me crying. I dunno, sounds weird. And then he had 4 friends from the Survey Corps. One guy had dark skin and dark hair, another guy had blonde hair that was tied back, another guy kinda dressed like you, Papa, with that thing you wear around your neck, and there was a really cute lady there, too. They all said that they knew you really well. Do you know who I'm talking about? Eren stared wide-eyed at his husband, mouth agape and utterly speechless. Levi paid him no mind. The shorter just nodded, smiled gently, and said, I know exactly who they are. Next time I see them, I'll thank them. Oh. And there was the one from the garrison, too. He said he knew you really well, Daddy. He even knew our last name. Let's see, he was kinda tall, I guess, and he had blonde hair and a mustache. And, he said something about a freckled kid getting all the good drinks and that he wanted you to buy Hans a drink sometime, Daddy. I dunno, is Hans a friend of yours? Eren swallowed hard and managed a nod. Here, don't worry about that, baby. I know who he is, and I'll be sure to thank him and buy him a drink next time we go out. The child giggled, a triumphant grin lighting up his face. Too bad all this happiness had to end, as the day ended all too quickly. Wimmy clutched Historia close to her as if trying to shield her from the world with a body. The little blonde hugged back as they stood in the kitchen, the last of the dishes from their late dinner drying in the sink. Why me dash? You're my first priority, you know. The brunette pulled away so she could cup Historia's delicate face. Always. I don't give a crap about anyone else. Tomorrow and the entire time we're gone, I'll be focusing entirely on protecting you. And Historia knew there was no way she could change her mind. Berthold sat on the bed he and Rainer shared with his knees clutched to his chest as he waited for his lover to change into pajamas. The brunette stared down at the soft, white sheets beneath his bare feet and said, It's weird, I'm not nervous. The stupidest crap makes me nervous. I can go outside the walls and fight and deceive people without batting an eye. But somehow holding your hand in public makes me feel like I'm going to faint. Rainer sighed as he tugged a loose-fitting shirt over his head. He then hopped onto the bed, wrapped his arms around Berthold, and placed a light kiss on the other man's tan neck. Don't think about that right now, he murmured as he planted more kisses. All that matters right now is that we go out there tomorrow and show everyone just how much we are on humanity's side. Once we come back home, we can practice holding hands in public if you want. Berthold reached out and placed his hand over Rainer's, giving the blonde a little smile. Only if we can hold them here throughout the night. Rainer grinned into the neck. Deal. Knock knock. After a few seconds, Armin opened his front door and let out a little gasp. Annie. I haven't seen you since. Since the little guy came running here 2 weeks ago. I know, sorry, I've been busy. Armin smiled. Too bad we don't have much time, the Survey Corps is leaving tomorrow. But Annie scoffed, pushing the blonde back into the house and throwing the backpack she had brought with her on the floor. Plenty of time. Mikasa placed the last of her essentials into her supply bag and tied the fastener into a knot to keep them all secure. She left the bag by her front door for easy access the next morning and then headed into the kitchen for a bedtime glass of water. Once she was satisfied, she headed into her bedroom, changed into her pajamas, blew out her candle, and immediately went to sleep. She was the kind of person who slept soundly through the night, mostly because she never felt alone. She had plenty of pictures of her family and friends in her room to keep her company. It won't be the same without you. Sasha snuggled up next to her husband in bed and wiped a tear away before it could roll down the side of her face. She rested her head on Connie's chest and said, Just come home safely, okay? Oh man, I'm going to be worried sick about you the entire time. I hope my little house guest doesn't notice. Connie kissed the top of her head. Don't worry, I'll be fine. There's no way in hell I'm dying before I get to see our baby's face. Sasha clutched at the fabric of his nightshirt and hoped he was right. Jean poured a strong-smelling, dark amber liquid into a cup in the center of his kitchen table. I don't know when I'll be back, so don't drink it all at once. He somehow resisted the urge to chug what remained in the large bottle. Eren poured a little bit of a clear, sweet-smelling liquid into a considerably smaller cup, a smile spreading across his face as he did so. He set the cup in the center of the dining table and said, "That's all you get for now, you drunken good-for-nothing." Who would have thought that a loser like he would actually be helpful for once? He paused for a few seconds and then said, "Thanks. I mean it, Hans, thank you. If you see my mom, tell her I say thanks to her, too. You guys are turning out to be great guardian angels." Eren then put the liquor away, picked up his candle, and made his way upstairs to the master bedroom, where Levi was observing himself in the mirror. It was well into the evening, so their son was asleep. Eren only hoped that the boy would stay asleep throughout the night as he wrapped his big arms around Levi from behind and kissed the top of his head. "How have you been feeling?" Levi shrugged. "Normal. Everything looks normal, too." Eren sighed. "La dash." "I know, okay," the shoulder interrupted, letting out a long groan. "Don't lecture me, you stupid brat. I know how pathetic I am for being jealous of your idiot friends. I'm just frustrated. We've been trying every night for the past month and still." Eren kissed the top of his head again. "When we get back from this expedition, we'll ask the midwife or maybe even Hanji about it." Levi leaned back into Eren's embrace. "I just want another baby so bad." Eren smiled. "Trust me, you're not alone." He planted a few more kisses on Levi's head before moving down to his neck and shoulders. After a few minutes of planting sweet kisses there, Eren kneeled down and picked his husband up, grinning victoriously. "Want to try one more time before we go?" Levi couldn't help the smile that spread across his face as he let Eren carry him to their bed. "See me, you." Chapter 20. Expedition Story, Part 1. My daddy and papa have a very important job. Sometimes they need to leave me behind for a little while so they can do that job. They never let me stand outside with the rest of the townspeople when they leave to go on expeditions, and they never let me wave to them as they rush beyond the walls on their horses. Every time they have to go, they leave me with a babysitter and make me promise not to look out the window when they leave and when they return. My sitter always knows this, too, so I can't even sneak a peek. I know that they do this to protect me, but I wish I could see them for as long as possible before they leave, since they are often gone for a long time. Now that I'm a little older, I know how hard it is for Survey Corps soldiers to have families. The loved ones they leave behind are always waiting for them to return, and I know that some of them won't. No matter how much Daddy and Papa try to shield me from the truth, I know that Titans roam outside the walls, and I know that Daddy and Papa have seen them eat people. I know there's always a chance that one or both of them won't come back alive. The walk to Connie and Sasha's house on that early morning was tensely silent. Eren carried his little boy in his big, warm arms the entire way, and the child never once let go or even remotely moved his arms from around his daddy's neck. His head rested on Eren's shoulder the entire way so he could look down at his papa, who carried a big box full of toys and clothes with him. Sitting at the top of the box was the child's favorite toy, but he hated it on that morning. He hated how it looked at him with big, bright eyes and how it smiled that same stupid smile it always had on its ridiculously happy face. Stupid toy. There was nothing to smile about. A pause in motion and the sound of a knock on a door made the child gasp, shut his eyes to the point that he nearly gave himself a headache, and tightened his grip on his daddy's neck. Eren immediately brought his free hand to the boy's back, but there wasn't much time, as Sasha opened the door only a few seconds later. "Good morning," she said quietly. "Good morning," Eren said back, but he made no move to let go of the boy in his arms. "Where's Connie?" "He left already." "Oh." That conversation was going nowhere, so Levi took over. "There are enough clothes in here to last him a week." He lifted the box in his arms for emphasis. "His favorite toys are in here, too. In general, he takes a bath and goes to bed around 8. He's typically a good eater, but he's a little picky with green vegetables. Remember that he's shy with strangers, so he might not want to go out and play right away. And dash. Levi, Eren interrupted, biting his lip. We already told Sasha this after she offered to babysit a week ago. Levi shook his head lightly, eyes slightly wider than usual. Oh right, sorry, he murmured. Where should I put this? He lifted the box again. Oh, the living room is fine for now, Sasha replied. Don't worry, I'll take his clothes into the guest room later. Levi nodded and did as instructed as Eren got to his knees. The boy in his arms instinctively clutched his neck even tighter and wrapped his legs around his torso. Eren couldn't help his own hands gripping his son's little body in a desperate attempt to stay close to him for as long as possible. Every second counted. He took a deep breath. Baby dash. No. Eren could feel his heart shatter. Levi returned to them and got on his knees as well, not caring about the dirt from their boots tracked on the floor. It could wait, he had more pressing matters. Listen to us, he murmured softly, rubbing the child's back. We won't be gone forever. The moment we come back to the walls, we'll come pick you up, we promise. We have to go, baby. Come on, you're wearing your own Survey Corps outfit, so you need to do your part, too. It was true. The child was wearing the costume Levi had made for him before their battle with the Tickle Titan. He had put it on at Levi's suggestion that morning in an attempt to make him feel a little braver about letting his parents go. Those kinds of things were always easier said than done, but the child did loosen his grip around Eren's neck and put his feet on the ground. Eren still held him, but his grip loosened a bit as well. Sasha watched the whole scene with teary eyes, and she instinctively put a hand over her belly. Suddenly Eren smiled. Don't worry, baby, we are gonna be okay. We'll come home soon, but I get the feeling you won't want to go home. You'll be having too much fun with Aunt Sasha. Aunt Sasha is a really fun person, right? I bet she knows all sorts of games, and I'm sure she'd love it if you shared your toys with her. Why don't you make up a scene with your new toy soldiers and your blocks and tell her a story with them? Sasha's face immediately brightened, and she nodded excitedly. Oh yes, I'd love to hear one of your stories, sweetie. We could even write a story together. And there's no doubt in my mind that you'll eat lots of really yummy food while you're here, Eren added. Aunt Sasha will probably spoil you rotten and cook meat for dinner every night. Oh darn. Sasha said in mock disappointment as she snapped her fingers. You figured out my plans, Eren. Guilty as charged. Even Levi had to smirk at that one before saying, and you know what else? If you're really lucky, the baby might kick, and Aunt Sasha might let you feel her tummy. That did it. The little boy finally lifted his head up from Eren's shoulder and glanced at Levi. His eyes still weren't the vibrant shade of green they usually were, as they were still tinged with sadness, but they also had a sort of hopeful look. After a few seconds of staring at his papa, the boy finally nodded. Okay. Eren sighed heavily out of relief. That's our boy, he said. All right, we need a big hug and lots of kisses to last the time we are gone, okay? He gave his son a final long squeeze of the hug and planted several long kisses on the boy's forehead. I love you, baby, we both do, he said right before giving him one last kiss. The child then immediately turned and clung to Levi. The raven wrapped his arms around the boy and just held him close for a few seconds before giving him a few light kisses. The child whimpered and snuggled as close as he could, but he didn't rest his head on Levi's shoulder the way he had done with Eren. Instead, he dropped his head and listened to his papa's steady heartbeat, dreading the moment when Levi pulled away to give him a long kiss on the forehead. Be good, he whispered, lips still pressed against the child's head. Daddy, and I love you more than anyone or anything else in the entire world. Remember that. He gave the boy one more kiss and then stood, still hanging onto the child's little hand. See you soon. Bye-bye. Levi's hand slipped from his, the door closed, and the child and Sasha were left alone. Aunt Sasha. What is it, sweetie? I'm sleepy. Sasha managed to smile. That's to be expected, it's still early in the morning after all. Come on, let me show you your room. She took the boy's hand and led him into a small room next to the master bedroom, furnished with a medium-sized bed and a dresser. It was a little empty, but the boy knew why. This is gonna be the baby's room, right? Sasha nodded. Yep, in about 5 more months. She lifted the blankets so the child could climb in. Once he was settled, she went to give him a kiss when they both heard the bells toll outside, their only indication that the gate had risen and that the soldiers were off. Sasha paused, bit her lip, and then tried to kiss him, but the boy turned away from her and lifted the blankets high above his head. Around noon, Sasha knocked on the bedroom door, carrying a tray with a roll and a bowl of soup on it. She frowned when she heard no response. "Sweetie, are you hungry?" she asked. "I made you some turnip and leek soup. Oh, I guess I should have asked if you like them." There's plenty of bread. And I have some carrots if you want those. Or you could just have bread if you want, I guess." Sweetie. Are you listening to me?" She pressed her ear against the door. A whimper. "It'll be out here if you want it." When she returned to the door after her and lunch about an hour later, the tray was still there. Untouched. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Sasha was getting restless. Not only had her little houseguest not come out of his room all day, but she also hated being cooped up in the house with nothing to do. The thought of actually wanting to go out on the expedition with the rest of the Survey Corps seemed quite ironic to her as she sat in the living room knitting that afternoon. Her mind wandered to what all of her friends were doing so much that she didn't even know what she was making anymore. What had started out as a hat was now some odd napkin with a few stitches coming loose and an off-center pompon. With a frustrated snort, she threw her project on the floor. "I'll have to get Mikasa or Historia to teach me how to sew and knit properly," she sighed, leaning back in her chair. She couldn't help but think of her husband and all their friends. What was Connie doing right now? Hopefully still going straight forward and not encountering any titans, she thought as she lightly shut her eyes. She couldn't rest though. She hated to admit it, but she honestly missed being part of the Survey Corps and going out on expeditions. She actually missed the thrill of the hunt and the adrenaline that would pump through her veins every time she encountered prey. She missed thinking up strategies on the spot and going for the kill at the opportune moment. There was no greater feeling in the world to a hunter than returning home with a great bounty, and while she certainly had an important job now, she couldn't help the sad feeling of nostalgia slowly taking over her thoughts. Weird, when I was a kid, I was dead set against joining the Survey Corps, she thought, letting out a long sigh. I was terrified, especially after Maka died. I didn't want to face those monsters again. And I had the nerve to call myself a hunter, when I was nothing more than the scared prey hiding from the real hunters. Of course, I finally get to call myself a hunter for real, only to have to stay at home while everyone else hunts. This sucks. Hey, baby, when you're born, you're gonna be a hunting carnivore, you understand? And whatever you do, don't eat a potato in front of your aunts and uncles. A creak coming from the other side of the house snapped Sasha out of her daydream. Her eyes shot open, and she immediately got up just in time to see her little houseguest peeking out from the hallway. Relief flooded her senses. At least the kid was up and walking around. "Hi, sweetie," she greeted, genuinely happy to see him. "What's up?" The little boy looked down at the floor before murmuring, "I'm hungry." "That's no problem," Sasha declared as she walked into the nearby kitchen. "I don't mind having an early dinner. Do you want some bread to hold you over until I finish cooking?" She smiled when the boy nodded and walked towards her. Luckily, even though the soup from lunch had gone cold, she had eaten it anyway, might as well not waste it. The roll was still good, so she passed it to him, and her smile widened when he broke off little pieces and ate them. Oh, he was just too cute. "So what do you want for dinner?" "Potatoes." Sasha flinched. "Of course." "Okay, we'll have potato stew," she said with her best smile. "And, hey, I might as well throw some meat in there." The boy's eyes widened. "Really? Why not? I did say it was my plan to spoil you rotten the whole time you were here, didn't I?" And, for the first time that day, the boy actually smiled. He kept smiling the entire time he and Sasha prepped their dinner as well. They actually split the tasks and made a game out of it. Who could wash more potatoes? Sasha originally had every intention of letting him win, but she soon found herself struggling to catch up with how quickly and efficiently the little boy was scrubbing. "Geez, Levi, how well do you have this kid trained to clean?" she thought. They ended up having close to equal piles, so they called it a tie. The child then watched as Sasha cut and boiled the potatoes while heating up the meat in another pot. She then added the vegetables, potatoes, and broth to the pot, and, soon enough, the whole house smelled delicious. Sasha helped the child stand on a chair so he could lean over and watch her stir the almost finished stew a few more times before taking it off the heat. She smiled as she set the pot on the counter and got the serving bowls out. For what had started out as a rough day was turning into quite a bit of fun. In the back of her mind, she hoped that she'd be able to make memories like this with her own child one day. Just as she was about to take the bowls to the table, a sound rang throughout the air. She tensed and nearly dropped the bowls, staring ahead at nothing with wide eyes. The little boy froze in his seat as soon as he heard it, and the happy atmosphere disappeared. Bells. The bells signaling the opening of the gate were ringing. "No," Sasha gasped as she placed the bowls on the table. No, it's too early. No, it's impossible. Aunt Sasha." Suddenly they heard the horses' loud, frantic charging, the carts moving, and the soldiers shouting outside. Sasha held her breath and kept staring at the front door on the other end of the room even as she bent down to hug the child whose appetite disappeared. The front door slammed open. "Sasha! Connie!" Sasha cried, running to her husband. They embraced and kissed, and Sasha finally started breathing again. "Oh God, Connie, what dash?" Connie panted heavily and turned to see a pair of big, green, terrified eyes staring at him. He swallowed hard, turned back to his wife, and said, We found a Titan right away. The mission was to keep going until we found one so we could see how far out humanity could build a settlement, right? Well, we gotta stay inside the walls for a little while longer. Turns out there are still a few of those bastards running around outside. What am I smelling? Oh man, it smells great. What did you cook?" Sasha was speechless for a few seconds, but she quickly caught on to her husband's lie. "Potato stew," she replied cheerily, managing a fake smile. "With meat. Come on, you must be hungry, sit with us." Uncle Connie, the child at the table, called as he got to his knees, his lips beginning to quiver. Where are my papa and daddy?" Connie swallowed hard. "Reporting our findings to headquarters. They'll come pick you up soon." The little boy rubbed his eyes and sat back down normally. He didn't believe that for a second. Knock knock. Only 2 hours had passed since the Survey Corps' unexpected early return home, but it felt like an eternity to everyone in the Brow-Springer household. They had eaten dinner together, but even Sasha didn't have much of an appetite. Afterwards, she had given her little houseguest a bath and was all set to put him to bed when the knocks came. The child bolted upright in the bed, and Connie ran for the door as Sasha rushed out towards the main room just in time to see her and walk into the house. Connie's breathing was shallow. "Eren." "Daddy," the boy screamed, jumping out of bed and rushing towards the door with widespread arms. Eren quickly knelt down and hugged his little boy with all the love and affection he had in him, squeezing tighter when the child began to hiccup and whimper. Yes, Daddy's here," Eren murmured, kissing the boy's forehead. "Baby, you're gonna come back home with me tonight, okay? But then I have to bring you back here tomorrow." "Daddy, where's Papa?" "I'll explain once we get home." Sasha immediately ran to the box of toys and clothes and came back with Eren's plush Titan look-alike. "Here, this is your favorite, right? Take him with you," she said as she nestled the toy in the child's arms. "He'd be so lonely here without his best friend." "Eren," Connie gasped, "how is?" "I don't know," the brunette exhaled shakily. "I don't know about Jean either. He's spending the night, too. I swear to God, Connie, he still wasn't calm when I left." "Daddy." "Look, I'm sorry," Eren gasped, "I have to go." "Connie, please tell Sasha what happened. I'll see you both tomorrow." With that, Eren turned and slammed the front door behind him without another word. The walk back home was silent. Eren clutched his son in his arms and placed the occasional kiss on his head. The child gripped his uniform jacket, feeling the unpleasant swell of mixed emotions bubbling within him. He was more than happy to have his daddy home, that was for sure, but he wasn't an idiot. He knew there was a reason why his papa wasn't there, too. When they arrived at home, Eren immediately took his son straight upstairs to his room. It looked exactly how they had left it that morning, but it felt just a little bit colder than usual. Eren lit a candle, placed it on the dresser, and sat with his little boy on the bed. "Baby," he whispered, "I need you to listen to me very carefully. Can you do that?" The boy nodded. Eren placed a kiss on his forehead. "Good. Now, I don't know what Uncle Connie told you, but Papa is at the doctor's office right now, and he has to stay overnight. I want to make it very clear that Papa is alive and that lots of good doctors are taking very good care of him, but Papa was hurt out on the expedition. Badly." The child tensed in his arms. "We thought that there weren't any Titans that close to the wall, but we were wrong. A bunch of them came out of nowhere and ambushed us. That means that they surprised us with an attack. And, they are all dead now, but Papa was hurt in the attack. So was Uncle Jane, sort of, so both of them are with doctors right now, and the doctors are going to do everything they can to make them all better. Do you understand?" Silence. "Baby." "Yeah. B.A. I want to go to bed, Daddy." Eren hesitated but didn't have much of a choice. "All right, it's past your bedtime anyway." He stood, pulled the sheets back, and tapped his little boy in, settling his favorite toy in his arms and giving him a kiss. "Good night. If you need me for anything, come get me, okay?" No response. With a deep frown on his face, Eren picked the candle up and took it across the hall into the master bedroom. Not in much a mood to be tidy, he stripped himself of his uniform, threw the clothes on the floor, and put on his pajamas. He then pulled the covers back on his own bed and climbed in, but it felt horribly empty and cold. Just last night, he had been hugging and kissing and snuggling with and making love with his beloved husband, the two warm and comfortable within each other's embrace, and now he was alone. Now he was expected to make it through the night with no one to hold, no one to cuddle, and no one to greet him in the morning. It sucked. It truly, royally sucked. It was the worst feeling ever. His sleep that night was restless, and he wasn't sure if he ever actually fell asleep at all. This was wrong, all of it was wrong, he hadn't slept alone in years. Maybe he truly was a stupid, spoiled brat, as Levi always called him. He tried to push that out of his mind, as just the mere thought of his husband was enough to bring the tears on. Suddenly, in the middle of the night, he heard his bedroom door creak open and little footsteps make their way to his bed. Eren was about to get up when he heard his son drag Levi's pillow off the bed, across the hall, and into his own bedroom. Confused, Eren sat up in bed, tiptoed over to his son's bedroom, and peeked inside. What he saw broke his heart beyond repair. Lullaby and go good night, sniff, go to sleep, little baby. His son was curled up on the rocking chair, clutching Levi's pillow against his tear-soaked face and attempting to sing a lullaby to himself. Eren opened the door all the way. "Baby." The child sat up, still clutching the pillow, and screamed out, "Papa, I want Papa." Eren was on him in an instant, scooping the child up in his arms and hugging him tight against him. The child sobbed and screamed for Levi even as Eren sat down in the rocking chair and gently moved back and forth. "I want Papa, I want Papa," the boy cried so hard he started drooling all over himself. "Papa!" Eren didn't know what to do. The son had never cried like this before, ever, even as an infant, even when he had been teething, ever. This was far beyond anything he felt he could handle, even as he tried to get the boy resting against his chest. The child just screamed about how his heartbeat wasn't the same as Levi's. And Eren knew he was right. The son had listened to Levi's heartbeat for months even before he had been born, so of course he knew it well, and of course it was special. Eren knew he couldn't replace Levi, not on this one. The only thing he could do was hold his son as he cried, attempt to hold back his own tears, and pray that his beloved husband would be okay. because Levi just had to be okay. In the dark of the cold and lonely hospital room, Levi's eyes barely fluttered open. Where is my son? Chapter 21. Expedition Story, Part 2. Sasha opened the front door to see Eren standing on her doorstep late in the morning the next day. He carried his son close to his chest and managed a tiny smile for her, but the dark circles under his eyes and his pale, blotchy skin gave his reality away. "Good morning," he said tiredly. Sasha bit her lip. "Good morning." Connie came up behind her. "You all right?" "Rough night." Eren nodded. "We were up for most of it, so I let him sleep as late as he wanted. Sorry, I originally planned to be here earlier. I want to be there when Levi wakes up." His smile disappeared when he felt his son tug at his shirt, and he knew that the boy still hadn't calmed down. Any mere mention of Levi was enough to make the tears start again. Eren looked like he wanted to cry, too, but not in the same way he had the day before. Yesterday he had been confused and sad and trying to be strong for his son. Now he looked utterly defeated, like he was guilty of some horrible crime and hating himself as he fell apart at the seams. His persona concerned Sasha and Connie, but they didn't say anything out of fear that even the slightest step into how Eren was feeling would cause him to break down. The tall man suddenly knelt on the ground and settled his son there. "Be good for Aunt Sasha and Uncle Connie, okay? I'll come get you later today. If we are lucky, we'll be able to visit Papa. But, for now, try to have a little fun, okay?" He smoothed the boy's and really black hair back and waited for a response, but none came. He just looked away even as Eren kissed his temple and said, "I love you. Bye-bye." When the front door closed, the boy just stood there in front of it, shoulders slumped and eyes downcast. Sasha glanced at Connie, but the man just shrugged and shook his head as if to say that he didn't have any idea of what to do either. They had also had a long night between Connie recounting the details of the disastrous expedition and Sasha crying into his chest for hours. She had tried to blame it on her hormones, but both of them knew that was a lie. And, really, there was no point in trying to cover their emotions up. It wasn't like they were the only ones coping with the situation. Not knowing what else to do, Sasha cleared her throat and said, "You didn't bring your Titan plush friend. Isn't he lonely at home without you?" The boy shot her a poisonous look, green eyes narrowing dangerously. "I hate that stupid toy," he growled. "There's no such thing as a good Titan. It deserves to be lonely forever." Sasha's eyes widened. "I thought your daddy said that it was your favorite." The boy snorted and looked at Sasha as if she truly were an idiot. "Daddy and Papa always told me that that toy would protect me. So why was it with me yesterday? If it protects people, why didn't it go with Papa? Papa was the one who needed protection, not me." He crossed his arms. "So it's horrible and bad and evil just like all the other Titans out there. Daddy tried to make me bring it this morning, but I didn't want to because it didn't do its job. It didn't protect Papa." Connie's and Sasha's mouths dropped open, and they finally realized the reason for Eren's change in mood overnight. That toy was supposed to be a happy, friendly version of his Titan form. Of course he and Levi would tell their son that it would always protect him, because his daddy would always protect him. Eren, it seemed, unfortunately had taken that idea a bit too literally, so now the poor man was beating himself up for not protecting his husband and for giving their son the best reason ever to hate him. Suddenly the child whimpered. "And why didn't Daddy protect Papa?" "I have an idea." Sasha's hand shot straight up into the air, catching the child's and Connie's attention. After a moment, she genuinely smiled and said, "Why don't we make a care package for your Papa?" The boy's eyes widened. "A care package?" "Yeah. You make one for somebody who's hurt or sick or going through a tough time. Basically, you fill a box up with all sorts of goodies that are supposed to make the other person feel better. So we can make a really yummy soup full of medicinal herbs and healthy foods and put it in there. We could put a bouquet of flowers in there. And maybe you'd like to make him a get well soon card. Stuff like that. We'll fill it up with all sorts of treats and presents that'll put a big smile on your Papa's face." Connie rolled his eyes. Like anyone could put a smile on Levi's dash. Sasha stepped on his toe with the heel of her boot. There must have been some magic in Sasha's words because the boy's face visibly brightened as he lifted his head to look at her. His green eyes transitioned from venomous to shining in a matter of seconds, and his entire body relaxed as the stiffness of Ender melted away. Finally, a little smile appeared, and Sasha nearly jumped for joy at her victory. "Okay. It's settled then," she announced. "Come on, sweetie, let's make our own lunch and then we'll start putting together your papa's care package." And they did just that. Nearly all the pots and pans were dirtied in the process, but Sasha didn't dread doing the dishes for once. Connie did, but he didn't want another attack on his poor foot. At one point, after all the vegetables had been washed, Sasha suggested that her little houseguest try cutting them. "Are you sure that's a good idea?" Connie asked as he set the last potato aside. Sasha eyed him. "What are you talking about? Kids in my village were already out hunting at his age. I think he can handle cutting a carrot as long as I'm nearby." The boy looked up at her with wide eyes. "Can I really try, Aunt Sasha?" She smiled at him. "Of course." With a quick lesson and Sasha hanging onto both of his hands, the child slowly cut the carrots into bite-sized pieces. He giggled as he did so and commented about how his papa never let anybody help him in the kitchen. When Sasha asked why, since Eren was a decent cook, the boy just shrugged. "I don't know, Papa just says that he likes cooking for us." As soon as the boy finished the sentence, he froze and his lip trembled slightly. Luckily, he had finished cutting the carrots, so he didn't hurt himself when he reached up to wipe his eyes. Sasha noticed his action and frowned, placing her hand on his shoulder. "What is it, sweetie?" "Papa," the child mumbled, voice cracking, "I'm just sad." Sasha sighed and smiled sympathetically. "You know, sweetie, it's really okay to cry. Something bad happened to someone you really love, so it makes sense that you would cry. It's not a sign of weakness, even if you're a man," Connie added. "It means you care." The boy nodded. No. I'm sad about Papa, but I'm sad about Daddy, too. I said some really mean things to him this morning. I wasn't good at all." He rubbed his eyes again. "I wanna say I'm sorry later. I hope Daddy isn't angry at me, because I wanna give Papa a big smile when I get to visit him." Sasha grinned. "I don't think your daddy is angry at you. I think he understands why you were so upset because he's upset, too. Think about it. Your papa might be your papa, but he's also your daddy's husband. Your papa and daddy love each other so much, and I'm sure it was hard for your daddy to sleep without his favorite cuddle buddy last night. He probably wanted to cry and scream, too, but he didn't because he wanted to take care of you. So you should apologize and also give your daddy a big smile when he picks you up later." The two embraced and Connie smiled. Moments like that made him realize why he had fallen in love with Sasha. She was so much smarter than most people gave her credit for. And now she was developing a sort of motherly wisdom about her, and that made him fall in love all over again. He couldn't help but tear up, too, thinking about how much his own mother would love her if she were around. Losing his mother still hurt, but knowing that he was creating a new family to love made the sting in his heart a little less prominent. Once the soup was on the stove, complete with small pieces of meat, Connie took the boy outside to see if any flowers were growing nearby. The last of winter's snow had melted, and the weather was starting to warm up, but it wasn't exactly spring yet. Regardless, they managed to find a few stray dandelions and daisies, which were good enough. "Papa's favorite color is white anyway," the little boy had said, to which Connie had just rolled his eyes. Of course. When they returned home, Sasha put the flowers into a small vase and pulled paper and a pen from a nearby drawer. "Here you go," she said, handing them to her little houseguest. "Make a really happy get-well card for your papa. I'm sure that'll make him smile." And, with the biggest smile he had shown all day, the boy agreed and settled himself on the living room floor to draw. Sasha giggled and was about to go to wash the dishes when Connie stopped her, insisting that he do it. Sasha smiled, gave her husband a light kiss on the cheek, and sat down in a comfortable chair in the living room. About an hour later, the house smelled delicious from the soup. Sasha had suggested that they cook it for a long time so that the meat and vegetables would be easier to eat, but also so that all the healthy herbs in it could release their flavors and medicinal effects. Just as Sasha stood to check on it, she let out a little yelp, and her hands flew to her stomach. She smiled wide and said, "Sweetie, come here." The boy did just that, and Sasha placed one of his hands on her belly. The boy's eyes immediately lit up, and his jaw dropped in excited surprise. "I can feel it kicking," he squealed. "Uncle Connie, the baby's kicking." Connie grinned. "Pretty cool, huh? Other. So cool." The boy's excitement turned soft as he pressed both of his hands against Sasha's belly. "Wow, I was like that once, too." Sasha's smile turned soft, too. "We all were," she said. "Every single person in all of humanity was once like this." The boy giggled and pressed his cheek against her belly. "Hi, little baby, I can't wait to play with you." The baby calmed down a few seconds later, and the afternoon went on without any other little interruptions. The soup finished cooking, so Sasha poured it in a travel-safe container and placed it in a spare box Connie had brought in from the backyard. She then wrapped up the flowers nicely and placed them next to the pot. Finally, the little boy placed his "Get Well" card on top and smiled. It was perfect. That was when the knock on the door came. Connie rushed to open it, and there stood Eren with a big grin on his face. Connie copied that grin and said, "Oh man, don't tell me dash." "Levi's awake," Eren breathed, "and he can take visitors." "Daddy," the little boy called, rushing towards the front door with widespread arms. Eren knocked down, scooped him up in his arms, and gave him a big kiss on the forehead. "Looks like you're feeling better," he commented. The child nodded. "We made a care package for Papa, Aunt Sasha, and I made him a really healthy soup, and I picked flowers for him with Uncle Connie, and I even made him a Get Well Soon card." "That was so thoughtful of you guys." Eren laughed, looking up at his friends. "Really? You guys put all that together for Levi?" "Thank you, oh man, I don't know how to thank you." "Between that and babysitting." Sasha shook her head. "It was our pleasure." Suddenly the boy frowned. "Hey, Daddy." I'm sorry I screamed and cried so much last night, and I'm sorry I said all those mean things this morning. I was just really sad, so I didn't even think that you might be sad, too, and..." Eren hugged him again. "Oh, baby, don't you worry about that. I understand entirely." Sasha grinned. "Well then, what are you two waiting for? Get out of here and visit Papa already," she said as Connie shoved the care package into Eren's arms. Eren laughed and stood. "All right, thanks again. I'll find a way to repay you guys, I promise. Let's go, baby, let's go visit Papa." When the father-son duo arrived at the hospital, they had to wait regardless of the fact that Levi had been cleared for visitors. This didn't bother Eren at all, as he still wanted to talk to his son about the whole situation. "Baby," he said when they sat down in the waiting room, "I need to tell you a few things about Papa, so I need you to listen to me very carefully, okay?" He let out a small sigh of relief when his son nodded and showed no signs of being upset. "Okay, listen, Papa is okay. I want to make that very clear. Papa is okay. He is alive and breathing and can talk and can move all his body parts, but he still doesn't look good. This is where he was hurt." He drew a line on his right half from his shoulder down to just above his hip in a crescent shape. "This is where it tightened bit him. Now, the good news is that it didn't bite through him, even though it broke the skin. Papa was still hurt badly enough that we needed to get back to the walls right away though. So, when you see him, he will be covered in bandages, and you might see some weird paste on his skin. That's medicine to speed healing and lessen the pain. Papa's entire right side hurts very much, so you have to be careful if he says you can hug him. He can only use his left arm without being in pain, so he won't be able to give you hugs like he normally does. Also, his voice is very quiet and very raspy, so he might be a little hard to understand. He might seem sleepy, too, because the medicine he took last night made him sleep for a long time. But it's important to remember that he's still Papa, okay? He just might not look and sound like him right now. The little boy stared at Eren, taking all this information in with wide, curious, understanding eyes. He then nodded and said, "You know, if Papa did lose an arm or a leg or couldn't talk anymore or maybe couldn't see or hear anymore or if he could never hug me again, he'd still be Papa and I'd still love him." Eren gave him a soft smile. "That's right, he'd still be Papa. But I'm very happy that none of those things happened to him." "Me too. Mr. Yeager." Eren immediately stood. "Yes?" A female nurse beckoned for them to follow. "This way, please, Levi wants to see you." She led them down a hallway and opened the door for them. "Here you go, we just ask that you keep your voices down for the rest of our patients." "Sure, thank you." The moment the nurse closed the door, the boy rushed to Levi's bedside. "Papa." Levi turned his head slightly and smiled. "Hey, there's my baby." To say that Levi had seen better days was an understatement. On top of everything Eren had described, his face was sickeningly pale and his eyelids were dark and heavy. He looked in desperate need of a good meal and more sleep. Still, the smile he wore was enough to bring hope into both Eren's and their sons' hearts, as it was the kind that made him look better than he actually was. His injured right side faced the wall, so he reached out with his left hand and gently cupped his son's cheek. The child flinched slightly at his dry, dirty skin, but the touch itself had not changed. That was definitely his Papa who was alive and would get better. Eren leaned over, gently stroked his husband's cheek. Levi turned back to look up at him and smiled as Eren kissed him lovingly. His lips were chapped, but Eren didn't mind. "I love you," Eren whispered between kisses. "I love you, I love you." "Don't blame yourself, stupid brat," Levi murmured. "This wasn't your fault." Eren laughed quietly. "If you can still insult me, then I guess you're fine. You know it. And I love you, too." Another kiss. "Papa," the little boy interrupted, and Sasha, Uncle Connie, and I made a care package for you." Levi's eyes widened slightly, and he turned back to his son. "Really?" The boy nodded. "We made you a really healthy suit and picked you flowers, and I made you a get-well-soon card." He reached into the box and showed his Papa his masterpiece. The three of them were standing together in a big field of flowers, holding hands and smiling with Levi in the middle. The words "get well soon, Papa" were written at the top a bit sloppily but still legibly. Levi's smile widened at it. "I love it, thank you, baby." He ruffled the boy's hair with his good hand, earning a triumphant giggle. Eren grinned. "Hey, baby, why don't you go ask the nurse to put the flowers in a vase?" The boy nodded. "Okay." He grabbed the bouquet and ran out into the hallway. Eren looked back at his husband, still stroking his face. He couldn't help the solemn expression on his own. "I really am sorry that this happened to you. I can't imagine how painful it must have been." Levi shrugged with his good shoulder. "Labor was worse." Eren burst out laughing. When the nurse returned with a vase for the flowers, and stood back up straight and excused himself. "I'm gonna go visit Jane." "Baby, why don't you tell Papa all about your days with Uncle Connie and Aunt Sasha?" He gave them a little wave and left, smirking at his son's excited chatter. As soon as Eren appeared back in the waiting room to ask where Jane's room was, he spotted a familiar face. "Armin. What are you doing here?" "Visiting Jane." "How's Levi?" "Awake and talking." "It looks like he'll be okay." "Oh, that's great news," Armin sighed, relieved. "You visiting Jane, too?" Eren nodded and the two followed another nurse down a different hallway. When they reached Jane's room, the nurse turned to them with a frown. "Mr. Coachstein seems okay now, but please refrain from talking about anything that could trigger him. We had to sedate him pretty heavily last night, as that was the only way we could get him to calm down." His physical injuries were minor on the bright side, just a dislocated shoulder and some bruising on his right side. His shoulder is fine now and the bruises will clear up in a few days. Still, keep his mental health in mind. The two men nodded. Jean looked up from where he sat on his bed when the nurse opened the door. He smiled a bit when he saw Eren and Hermione, and the two sat down in nearby chairs when the nurse closed the door. "How are you feeling?" Eren asked. Jean shrugged. "Fine now." I must have looked really stupid yesterday, huh?" Hermione frowned. "You had a major panic attack, Jane. You lost control of your gear and would have fallen on your head if Wimmy hadn't grabbed you. She couldn't stop you from falling, but she probably saved your life. That's nothing to joke about." Jean's face dropped and he looked down in shame. "Sorry," he muttered, "it's just when I saw Levi get bitten." "Don't talk about it if it makes you uncomfortable." "What about Annie?" Hermione's breath etched. "She's currently being held in a prison cell in Warsina at the military police headquarters. It's not a maximum security one like she had been in, but she did break her probation and leak information, so I don't know when she'll be released or if she'll even be released at all. Rayna and Berthold were arrested and taken in for questioning, but I'm positive that Annie was working alone this time, so I hope they'll be released." Eren groaned and held his face in his hands. What a mess. Jean had a panic attack, Levi's bedridden, and the person who was once humanity's enemy, responsible for hundreds of deaths, saved all our lives. Chapter 22. Expedition Story, Part 3. "Could you get the door for me, baby?" "I got it." The little boy rushed to the front door of the Ager family home and opened it wide, stepping out of the way when his daddy walked inside. Of course, Eren would normally open the door for himself, but he was carrying quite a bit of precious cargo on that early afternoon. "All right, up we go," he said as he climbed the stairs to the master bedroom. His son closed the front door behind him and ran to the kitchen while he settled Levi in bed. The shoulder immediately relaxed into the fluffy pillows and soft sheets, so thankful to be home. He had only spent 2 nights in the hospital, but they had been 2 of the most uncomfortable nights of his life, and that was coming from a person who had slept on the ground outside the walls for weeks on end and had once carried a baby who would often decide that the middle of the night was playtime. Levi made a satisfied grunting sound as Eren pulled the sheets up over his chest and kissed his forehead. "Thanks," he murmured, turning his head towards his husband. Eren leaned down and kissed his lips. "Anything for you," the taller murmured back, kissing him again. "Can I get you anything?" "Papa," their son called as he appeared in the bedroom with a plate and cup. "I brought you some bread and water in case you were hungry." Levi smiled. "That was so thoughtful of you, baby, thank you. Bring it here." With his good hand, he took the plate from his cheerful son and slowly began eating. Levi's condition, while still serious, had improved significantly overnight. He had eaten every last bite of Sasha's stew for dinner, and all of the healthy ingredients in it must have worked because he felt much better afterwards. Between that, having his spirits lifted from his family's visit, and the long, yet still uncomfortable, sleep he had had that night, he had been cleared to go home when he woke up the next morning. Levi still needs plenty of medication, rest, and care, but he should be fine, the doctor said to Anne. "I'll have a nurse come by every morning for the next 2 weeks or so to make sure he's healing properly. I must say though, I've never had a patient respond this well to medication this quickly." Eren frowned. "What do you mean?" The doctor fixed his glasses and looked over the notes spread out on his desk. "I've seen all sorts of Titan injuries over the years. Granted, most of them have been much more serious than this. Levi is very lucky that, who was it, Mikasa Ackerman, killed the Titan before it could bite him all the way through. Had she not, he'd be dead right now. That being said, the injury is still serious and it's going to take a while for him to recover. Still, I received word from Ms. Hanji Zoe that you were able to stop all the bleeding relatively quickly, is that right?" "Hanji was here?" Eren asked. The doctor nodded. "Yes, early yesterday morning before you got here. Levi was still unconscious, but she wasn't interested in visiting him. She wanted to talk to me about what the Survey Corps medical team was able to do before you returned to the walls. Eren narrowed his eyes out of confusion. Yes, they were able to stop the worst of the bleeding before we returned. The bleeding stopped entirely by the time we were back inside the walls, right? The doctor nodded again. I was just a little surprised is all. But it's also true that Levi is very healthy and in great shape, so his body is probably more resilient than the average soldier's. Oh well, I don't want to dwell on it too much, especially when there's so much good news to tell. I'm sure he'd love to go home as soon as possible, and I'm sure you'd love to have him home. Eren grinned. Our son will be so happy. He misses his papa so much. Oh, that was the other thing Miss Hanji Zoe wanted to talk about, the doctor said as he pulled another sheet of paper from his desk. Yes, here we go. She requested that we take a few blood samples from Levi while she was here yesterday morning. They were quite small, nothing to worry about. She took most of them back to a lab, but we kept one here for a certain test. I don't know if this counts as good news or not, but, in case you were wondering, Levi was not pregnant. Owen flushed slightly as he looked away. Leave it to Hanji to ask the doctor to perform such a test, but this was the same man who had suggested Levi's pregnancy the first time around, so Owen wasn't as embarrassed. Still, mixed emotions bubbled inside him. As happy as he was that they hadn't lost a baby, he was a bit confused as to why Levi was having such a hard time getting pregnant again. Maybe it was time he talked to the midwives about it. Still, that wasn't what was important. Well, thanks for confirming that, he said, a smile returning to his face. So we can take him home this afternoon. Levi finished the last of his snack and leaned back against his pillow. I needed that, thank you, baby. His son grinned. You're welcome. Since you're gonna be in bed for a while, Daddy asked me to be his little helper. So Daddy and I are gonna take care of you. Levi smiled slightly. Well, that's nice of you, but dash. No buts, Eren said, leaning over as cupping his husband's face. Your only job right now is to get better. You're always working so hard for us. You make all the meals, do almost all the shopping, do all the cleaning dash. All three of us clean. But you do the most. So just relax for a while, okay? Let us take care of you for a change. Levi went to speak but stopped. He knew he couldn't win. He could barely stand on his own without feeling pain, so he wasn't going to be much help with anything. Hell, Eren had just carried him from the cart they borrowed from the hospital up to their room, as he had been unable to sit up straight without help. So he just sighed and gently closed his eyes. Fine, you win. But the moment I get better is when I'm back in charge, you hear me? I can't let you have free reign over this house for too long, the damn place will go to hell. Eren laughed. Deal. And he kissed his husband once more. Come on, baby, let's let Papa sleep for a while. No, he can stay, Levi murmured, eyes still closed. As long as he stays on my uninjured side, he'll be fine. It's getting close to his nap time anyway. Without a moment's hesitation, the little boy jumped into the bed and curled up on his papa's side, only to jump down a moment later and run into his room. He quickly returned with his Titan plush and jumped back into the master bed. We made up, he explained as he snuggled up with his papa, the toy gently clutched in his arms. It wasn't his fault Papa got hurt, and it wasn't yours either, Daddy, I'm sorry. Eren smiled. Thank you, I'm glad to hear that, he said. Have a nice nap. He kissed both the loves of his life again and headed downstairs to see what was available for dinner. Knock knock. Eren looked up from scrubbing vegetables over the sink when he heard the knock at the front door about 2 hours later. He quickly dried his hands and opened the door, only for his eyes to widen. Standing on his front step were Amin, Mikasa, Hanji, and a few other high-ranking soldiers from the Survey Corps. His voice was unsure when he spoke. Guys. We heard that Levi is back home, Amin said, smiling. That's great. Are you all here to visit him? Sort of, Hanji replied, pushing her glasses up on her nose. Sorry to come over unannounced so soon and all, but we really need to discuss what happened on the expedition with both of you. Is Levi awake? Can he talk? At that moment, the littlest member of the Yeager family came down the stairs, rubbing his eyes and yawning, "Daddy." "Who's at the door?" "Oh. Baby, is Papa awake?" His son nodded. "Yeah, why? Why is everyone here?" Eren bit his lip. "Can you play downstairs for a while?" "Huh?" Now the child was wide awake. "Wait, no, are they here to take Papa back?" "Papa can't go out yet." "No, go away, Papa has to stay at home." "No, they're not here to take Papa away, don't worry," Eren said as he bent down to the child's level. "We just need to talk about what happened on the expedition. I promise that Papa won't leave his bed, okay? Please, I don't want you getting scared. It's been a rough few days and I don't want you to be sad anymore, so could you stay down here while we talk?" He looked back up at the group. "It won't take too long, will it?" Hanji sighed. "That depends, but I don't think it'll take too long." The child flinched at Hanji's words but reluctantly nodded anyway. Eren kissed his forehead. "Good boy, go grab some of your toys and come back down here." After another moment of hesitation, the child ran back upstairs. He stopped momentarily to tell Levi about the visitors and then headed downstairs with his Titan plush, a rag doll, and a few toy soldiers. He didn't say a word as the real soldiers climbed the stairs, but he did smile back when Armin, who carried a backpack with him, and Mikasa smiled and waved at him. Eren helped Levi sit up as straight as he could as the crowd gathered around him. It felt strange to have so many people in his bedroom, especially while Levi was in bed, but there was no way round it, as he didn't want to move Levi again so soon after bringing him home. So Eren sat at the end of the bed while everyone else was content to stand. Hanji was the first to speak. "How are you feeling?" "How the hell do you think, Four Eyes?" "Yep, you're fine." Eren almost laughed. Hanji cleared her throat and sighed, pulling a notebook from her jacket pocket and flipping through the pages. "I don't know how much you remember or what you know now, but we have quite a situation on our hands. You're expected to appear in court once you're better. Twice. Once for the suspects from the military police and another for Annie Lenhart." "What?" The room suddenly became very quiet, a dark, tense atmosphere hanging in the air. Hanji narrowed her eyes as she studied the look of confused shock on Levi's face. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw Eren's hands ball into fists, but the man remained silent, as did everyone else. Armin kept his gaze on the ground while Mikasa looked like she was about to murder someone. Hanji cleared her throat again and said, "While the expedition itself was legitimate, spies were hidden amongst our troops. Leftovers from when the military police was corrupt, not that it isn't nowadays, but whatever. There were 3 of them, and we've been questioning them since we got back. Can't believe how quick they were to spill the beans, but hey, the military police has never been known for bravery." "The hell are you talking about?" "There are people in this world who want to take your son away from you. Levi, their target was you. Coming up to a Titan forest on the left, keep an eye out." The expedition itself was going okay so far. A few hours into it with the horses galloping at top speed and not a single Titan had been spotted. Eren was beginning to wonder just how far they could go. Perhaps the Survey Corps truly had killed enough Titans to create its first permanent settlement. He glanced at Levi on his left side and smiled slightly at the thought of living outside the walls with him and their son. What a wonderful life that would be. Levi didn't share his optimism. As they came closer towards the forest, he heard a few horses behind him start galloping faster, as if the riders wanted to stay close to him. Rookies were supposed to be situated near him in this formation, but he was too focused on going forward to check. After all, it wasn't unusual for even seasoned veterans to want to stick around him. Suddenly, a scream. "Titans!" 2 14-meter class jumped out from behind the trees and swiped at the soldiers, the horses frantically dodging and, unfortunately, bumping into each other. "Crap!" Eren hissed. "Just when I thought this would be a nice place to live." Damn, we've still got a long way to go, Levi muttered, unsheathing one of his blades as a 7-meter class waddled out from behind the two 14-meter class. In the midst of confusion and terror, most of the soldiers scattered while Levi and Mikasa jumped off their horses and flew around the Titans so they could see their backs. Jean, Connie, Reina, and Wimia were right behind them while Armain and Hanji screamed out, "Incoming," just as a 4-meter class reached out for the nearby Historia. Berthold jumped up and quickly spun around, slashing its neck before it could touch her. He caught Wimia's gaze and nodded at her as if to say that he had the situation under control. Eren, as usual, had to stay back in case his Titan powers were needed, but that didn't stop him from rushing forward when he spotted another 7-meter class just as Reina killed the first one. Despite how big the Titan was, it moved rather quickly, trying to grab at Levi's gear wires. The man quickly changed his trajectory and spun around, dragging his blade all the way up the Titan's spine to the nape of its neck, where he promptly slashed both blades. Just as the monster started to fall, a 15-meter class appeared behind it. In the midst of the battle, between Jean killing the second 7-meter class and the horses charging away from the fight, Levi only heard it when it was close enough to grab at him. Just when it was about to get a grip on him, he hooked his wires onto a nearby tree branch and jumped up. Someone crashed into him. The last thing Levi felt before losing consciousness was the pain of powerful, flat teeth chewing at his right side, and the last thing he heard was the roar of Eren's Titan form. Hanji sighed heavily and turned a page in her notebook. Mikasa killed the other 14-meter class right before you were bitten, and she was close enough to you that she could kill the 15-meter class before it could bite through you. Then, everything just fell into chaos. You fell out of the dead Titan's mouth, and another military police spy tried to grab you, but Connie got to him first, throwing him to the ground. Mikasa then grabbed you and safely brought you to one of the supply carts. You were bleeding badly, but we couldn't administer first aid right away since even more Titans appeared from the forest. Eren ran into the forest as a Titan to fight, and he ended up going berserk and killing every single one of them in the area, but that wasn't before Jane caught a glimpse of you. The moment he saw your bitten right half, he just lost it. He screamed and lost control of his gear, causing him to fall while still flying forward. Wimmy grabbed him before he could land and handled him just enough so that his head, neck, and spine were spared. He landed roughly on his right side and suffered from a dislocated shoulder and some bad bruising. What was worse though was how badly he was shaking and sweating, and he screamed so loud and hard that he made himself sick. He didn't stop even as we turned around and returned to the walls, and we had to restrain him to keep him from hurting himself further. It wasn't pretty, especially after Eren exhausted himself and crawled out of his Titan form. He couldn't fight anymore, but he was all hysterical looking for you. We had to restrain him too, but he calmed down as soon as we put you two in the same cart together. By this time, we were applying first aid. Levi stared at Hanji with wide, disbelieving eyes, and his bread snack from earlier threatened to make a return. Slowly but surely, the memories started returning to his mind. Not the details, of course, but he could vaguely remember Mikasa grabbing onto him and placing him in a cart. He momentarily stared at his husband, wondering how he had managed to keep himself together over the past 48 hours between going berserk in Titan form and staying up all night with their son. Normally, he needed several hours of rest to compose himself after taking on his Titan form, so the poor man had to still be exhausted. And now Eren was going to run the household while Levi just sat in bed. The thought left a horrid taste in his mouth. I'm still confused as to why there were so many Titans hiding in the forest, Eren interrupted, crossing his arms. And they all jumped out at once. Why was that? Titans have the ability to learn, Armin replied, looking up. They might not be intelligent, but if they see a human in one of those overgrown trees, they'll try to climb it. This seems a little too intelligent though, plotting an ambush against us like that. Or maybe they just really have become more intelligent over time. Basically, those 3 military police spies were waiting for the perfect opportunity to kill or at least injure you, Levi, Hanji continued. They were also willing to die to make sure that happened. But these weren't ordinary military police soldiers. They were associated with the religious conservatives. The guys who worship the walls. Eren shot back, voice stunned and eyes wide. Wait, Historia said Dash. Hanji shook her head. Not them. Another group. One devoted entirely to killing your family. My son is innocent, Levi suddenly shouted, startling everyone. His face was pale and his eyes were dark, casting a murderous glance across the room. Innocent, he repeated a bit quieter but no less firmly. They tried to kill me so they could take my son away. What about En? Hanji bit her lip. They were hoping he'd be imprisoned for going berserk in Titan form and be deemed unsuitable to raise En. Since you both Survey Corps members, your son would probably be put under military police custody. Why in the hell Dash? Think about it, Levi. You gave birth to your son. You... a man. You were impregnated by a Titan shifter and gave birth to a child. The religious conservatives ultimately want your son dead. They believe that, with your strength in Eren's Titan form, he could become the most powerful Titan humanity has ever seen and Dash. Shut your goddamn mouth. Hanji digested and glanced at Eren, who was shaking with anger, eyes furious and a poisonous shade of grain. She then glanced in the opposite direction at Mikasa, who refused to look up as she wrapped her arms around her own waist and bit her lip so hard it bled. Hanji sighed and looked back down at her notes. She hated sharing this information, but everyone had to know. In fact, she was thankful that the military police spies had told her so much. If nothing else, she said cautiously, now you know, so you can protect him better. I'll kill anyone who touches so much as a single hair on his head, Eren growled, voice deep and rough and sounding quite similar to his Titan roar. He shook his head and continued, no, anyone who even so much as thinks about touching a single hair on his head. Anyone. Everyone. I'll kill them all. No one had to hear him speak to know that Levi was thinking the exact same thing. Hanji flicked another page in her notebook. If I may continue, there is some good news. We know of several other military police members associated with these religious conservatives. I mean. The blonde opened the backpack in his arms and pulled out several sheets of paper. Here are the ones we know about, complete with physical descriptions. Where did you get those? Eren asked, voice still angry but now more curious. Armin frowned. From Annie. Remember when your son ran to my place during your argument? She was there too and heard about the expedition. I didn't see her again until the night before the expedition when she came to my house, stayed the night, and didn't take this backpack with her when she left early the next morning, before I got up. I only looked through it because I wanted to be sure she hadn't left anything valuable behind, but I found it was full of these papers. Guys, do you understand what this means? Annie spied on as many military police members as she could before we left because she thought the whole expedition was suspicious, and she left these papers with me to be sure we'd know who to watch out for. That was why Connie grabbed the second guy before he could grab you, Levi. Connie was at the gate early, so I only had time to share it with him. Eren's jaw dropped. Annie did that. Armin nodded. But she also leaked military police information to the Survey Corps, so she was arrested, and she's still being held in a prison at the military police headquarters under suspicion that SHE plotted all this. Rainer, Berthold, and I were questioned, too, and Dash. Wait, you were questioned, too? Eren asked. When? Why? Armin's cheeks flushed pink, and he shuffled a bit in his spot. Before I visited Jean in the hospital yesterday, and because I'm dating her. I was suspected of conspiring with her, along with Rainer and Berthold, but we were all released. Annie worked alone this time. And that's why you need to come to her hearing, too, Levi, Hanji finished. She committed a crime, but she saved us and helped you and Eren protect your son. The Supreme Commander has decided that whether or not she'll be released depends entirely on you. Go home, Levi suddenly hissed, glaring at Hanji with deadly eyes. Go home. All of you. Now. Surprisingly enough, they all did. Hanji closed her notebook and led the group out of the room, her subordinated right behind her. Armin placed the papers in the backpack, closed it, and followed them. Mikasa was the last one to leave, only pausing for a moment to look at Eren with teary eyes that said so much. He looked back at her and felt his anger dissipate, only to be replaced with sadness. As soon as they were all gone, Levi buried his face in his palms and slumped over, ignoring the pain aching throughout his injured side. "All I ever wanted," he whispered, "was for my son to be normal. That's all. I wanted him to have a normal childhood. I wanted him to be happy, smiling and laughing and playing like normal children do. Was that really so much to ask? Papa? Daddy?" The little angel himself appeared in the doorway, a concerned look on his face. "Is your meeting over? Can I come back in?" Levi nodded and outstretched his good arm. "Yes, it's over, baby, see me. All three of us will spend the rest of the day together, and you can even sleep in our bed tonight if you want." Jean was surprised to hear a knock on his door that afternoon. He, too, had been released from the hospital that day, but he wasn't expecting visitors. He got up from his couch and opened the front door only to blush and lose the ability to form coherent sentences for a moment. Mikasa was standing on his front step. "Am I? How are you feeling?" the woman asked quietly. Jean stumbled over his words at first but then managed to say, "Fine now." "Yep, I'm good." "That's good. I was worried." "Oh, thanks." There was a pause before Mikasa spoke again. "I heard that when you found Maka, the right half of his head and torso had been bitten off, am I right?" Jean flinched and reluctantly nodded. "So seeing Levi get bitten in the exact same place must have triggered your panic attack." "I'm so sorry." Jean went to speak but stopped. "Jean." He looked straight at her. "If you ever need someone to talk to, please come to me." "Am I nearly lost my family for the third time 2 days ago," she said, "but we all merely lost you, too. I suppose I should be thanking Wimia right now, but I wanted to see you, and dash." Whoa, Jean stopped her, waving his hands in front of himself. "What about Eren?" "Eren has Levi. He has his own family now. You and we don't have anybody." She didn't have to say the rest. Jean knew what she was trying to tell him, and it made his heart throb in the most achingly pleasant way possible. "So maybe we could have each other." Chapter 23. Scar's story. Eren was washing the breakfast dishes when he heard a knock on the door the next morning. He quickly slipped his gloves off and jogged towards it, opening it to reveal a woman dressed in white. "Good morning," she said cheerily. "I'm here to see Mr. Levi Yeager." "Oh yeah, he's upstairs," Eren replied, stepping out of the way so she could step inside. "He already ate breakfast, I hope that's okay." "He's eating normally and keeping it all down." "Yes." "That's great. I may not need to come as often as we thought. I'll let the doctor know when I get back to the hospital." Eren smiled at this and then led her up the stairs to the master bedroom. Not that the nurse and her positive demeanor weren't welcomed, but he was thrilled to hear that his husband was recovering at what seemed like a rapid pace. The sooner he was better, the sooner life could go back to normal. Levi's checkup went well, only adding to Eren's joy. Even he could tell that the man was feeling better, as the color had returned to his cheeks and the gleam had returned to his eyes. The nurse checked his vital signs and deemed them all normal. She then peeled the bandages off his body, and Eren's smile flattened. The wounds on Levi's right side still looked nasty even though new layers of skin had started to grow. Eren crinkled his nose at the perfectly even, bruise-rimmed bite marks and how they created a crescent shape down both Levi's front and back. Eren, despite how many times he had been bitten, cut, and fused to his Titan form, had no such scars. Such was a poke of his Titan form's regenerative abilities, but seeing all those scars, both old and new, on his beloved husband only served as a reminder of just how human Levi was. He was humanity's strongest soldier, not humanity's invincible soldier. "Honestly, I was expecting worse," the nurse said, snapping Eren out of his thoughts. "You really are healing rather nicely, Mr. Yeager." Levi let the slightest smile grace his features. "Good to know." I wanted to know if he could take a bath or something," Eren said. "Or is his skin still too tender?" The nurse shook her head. I don't see any problem with that. Just don't scrub. Oh, and gently pat dry. Oh, thank God, Levi muttered. I feel disgusting. Eren's smile returned. Great, thank you. After that I'll rewrap his bandages. The nurse nodded and reached into her supplies bag. Here, put this on his injuries before you rewrap the bandages. It's a balm meant to help with the pain and speed healing. Eren took the jar and put it in his apron pocket. Thank you. And, I know you were only supposed to see Levi, but could you, take a look at someone else? The nurse nodded. Of course, who else? Eren led her out of the master bedroom, across the hall, and into his son's room. The little boy in question was snuggled in his bed, the covers yanked high above his head. The nurse was about to ask what the problem was when she heard it. Achoo! She shook her head and smiled sympathetically. Poor thing. Eren sighed. He actually slept in our bed last night but woke up sneezing and complaining about how he couldn't breathe, so I moved him back in here. I don't want Levi getting sick in his weakened condition. The nurse nodded. Good idea. Let's have a look. She knocked down next to the child and gently moved the covers back so she could see his face. His nose was pink and his eyes were glassy, but he didn't seem horribly ill. The nurse pressed her palm against his forehead and said, no fever. I'd say it's just a case of the spring sniffles. It's common this time of year. She reached into her supplies bag and pulled out another jar. Here, rub this on his chest. It'll help break up the mucus and make it easier for him to breathe. Eren took it from her with a smile and put it in his apron pocket. Thank you so much, sorry about this. It's no trouble at all, the nurse replied as she stood. I always carry that stuff around with me. You never know when you're going to run into someone who needs it. Do you need anything else? Eren shook his head. No, thank you, you've done more than enough. My pleasure, the nurse happily replied. I'll get going then. I'll see myself out. Have a nice day. She walked out of the room and headed down the stairs, the opening and closing of the front door sounding throughout the house a few seconds later. Eren knocked down next to his son, who had yanked the covers back over his head. I'm sorry you don't feel well, baby, but at least now we have something that can make you feel better. He heard a whimper come from underneath the covers. I'm sorry, Daddy, I wanted to be your little helper. Eren smiled and brought the covers down enough so that he could see the boy's face. It's not your fault, baby, don't worry. Right now you can be my little helper by staying in bed and getting better. Don't worry, I can take care of both you and Papa. After I help Papa take a bath, I'll give you one, too, okay? That'll make you feel better. He kissed the child's forehead and headed into the bathroom to start filling the tub. When it was about halfway full, he went back into the master bedroom and maneuvered himself so he could pick Levi up. I can walk short distances, you know, the smaller side, though he secretly loved all the attention. Eren ignored him and carried him into the bathroom. Nope, you're gonna let me take care of you in every way, he said when he sat his husband on the edge of the tub and started stripping him of the rest of his clothes. Think of it as a vacation. Like I said yesterday, you work so hard for us, for all of us. You deserve a break, so I'm gonna spoil you rotten until you're better. In we go. He gently situated Levi in the full tub and shut the water off, smiling when the shoulder immediately relaxed. Oh God, this feels amazing, Levi nearly moaned. I swear to God, I haven't bathed properly in forever. It's been 4 days. Forever. Eren laughed and leaned over to kiss Levi's temple. Okay, if you say so. Take your time. I'll be back in a little bit. He kissed Levi's temple again and went back into the master bedroom. Immediately he stripped the bed and threw the sheets into a pile. He then opened the closet, pulled out a set of spare sheets, and remade the bed so Levi could sleep on clean sheets without the risk of catching any of his son's germs. When he was done, he carried the old sheets downstairs and quickly washed them. The weather was finally nice enough that he could do so outside, so he crouched down next to the large tub outside and scrubbed each sheet against the washboard. He was so focused on his task that he didn't see the person walking by. "Playing housewife today?" Eren looked up and sighed. "Yes, as a matter of fact." "What do you want, Wimir?" The brunette grinned. "Not much. I was just heading home and happened to see you." "Where's the kid?" Eren ran up one of the sheets and hung it up on a nearby clothesline to dry. "Sick in bed with a cold. That's why I'm washing everything, so that Levi doesn't get sick, too." "Oh man, you really are a housewife. Shorty's got you trained real good." Eren eyed her as he hung up the last sheet, took the jars out of his pocket, and quickly washed his apron. "You just don't do anything. You leave it all up to Historia. Guilty as charged. I don't know how she puts up with you. You ever hear loud moaning in the middle of the night?" "Yeah, that's her." Eren visibly shuddered as he hung his apron up next to the sheets. "Okay, I didn't need to hear that, and I'm going inside now, goodbye." He made a beeline for the door and forcefully shut it once he was inside. Seriously, how did anybody put up with Wimir? But he couldn't be bothered with her for too long. He headed back up the stairs, set the 2 jars down on a nightstand in the master bedroom, and knocked on the bathroom door. "Come in," came Levi's voice, and Eren opened the door to see Levi running his good hand through his sudsy hair. "Here, let me help you," Eren said as he crouched down next to his husband and started massaging his scalp. He smiled when Levi leaned into his touch and let out a pleased sigh. After Levi was rinsed clean, Eren pulled the plug and carefully maneuvered his husband so he was sitting on the edge of the tub again. There, he gently pat Levi's tender skin dry and then towel-dried his hair. When Levi was completely dry, Eren carried him back into their room and helped him slip on a pair of pajama pants. "I was thinking," he said as unfolded the matching top. Levi mock tensed. "Oh crap." Eren rolled his eyes. "I was thinking that maybe you should keep the bandages off for a little while now that your wounds are clean. I dunno, it might help to let them breathe or something." Levi shrugged with his good shoulder. "Actually, that's not a bad idea. Besides, the kid needs a bath, too. Go wash him up and then we'll put the bandages on." He slowly laid down on his stomach on the soft, clean sheets. Eren nodded in agreement and walked across the hall to knock on their son's room door. "Baby, you awake? It's bath time." "Achoo." Eren had to stifle a chuckle as he entered. "Oh, you poor thing." He pulled the covers back and picked up his little boy, who clung to him desperately, whimpering quietly. "Don't worry, I'll give you your medicine after your bath." He smiled when he felt his son nod into his shoulder. His son's bath was significantly quicker, as the child was in no mood to play or talk. He just rubbed his nose as his daddy washed and rinsed everything from his hair to his little toes. Of course, he couldn't help giggling a little when Eren tickled his toes, prompting Eren to softly poke his nose and say, "Made you smile." When the boy was washed and dried, Eren dressed him in pajamas with a button-down top, leaving the first 2 buttons undone. He quietly tiptoed into the master bedroom, picked up one of the medicine jars, and brought it back to his son. Taking small dollop in his hand, he gently massaged it into the skin on the boy's chest beneath his nose. The child groaned softly and sniffed pathetically. "You'll feel better soon," Eren murmured, kissing the boy's forehead. "Try to sleep for a little while. I'll wake you up later for lunch." He settled the Titan plush next to his son and headed out of the room, closing the door behind him. He immediately headed back into the master bedroom and opened the other jar. "Your turn." Levi smirked. "Do your worst." Eren smirked back, warmed the balm in his hands, and started massaging the medicine into Levi's wounds. The smaller let sweet, pleasured sounds escaped his lips, and he relaxed deep into the mattress. Perhaps allowing Eren to spoil him rotten throughout his recovery wouldn't be so bad, especially if he got this kind of treatment. Eren's large, warm hands felt like heaven against his tender skin, and he couldn't help squirming slightly whenever Eren hit a sensitive spot. Eren leaned over and kissed the back of Levi's ear. "This reminds me of when we were newlyweds. How could Levi ever forget that time? After their wedding, he actually hadn't been looking forward to the wedding night as much as he had the rest of their days following the celebration. Specifically, he had been looking forward to the domestically blissful early days of their marriage, the days when they couldn't get enough of one another and wanted to spend every moment together, regardless of whether or not they had sex. Yes, they had often made love, as most newlyweds do, but Levi's favorite thing about being newlyweds was knowing that Eren was all his. They had been clingy with one another, absorbing and processing the fact that, yes, they were married and, yes, there was a bond between them that could never be broken. He had also loved the fact that they stayed home often during their newlywed days. Less time outside the walls meant more time alive and together, and that was what Levi had always wanted the most. Eren leaned back and gently traced his fingers down Levi's back, examining all the scars crisscrossed over his skin. He frowned at the thought of these new injuries fading into scars, but, somehow, he couldn't help but appreciate their beauty. His husband was a soldier, and a great soldier at that, and he couldn't be more proud. And, really, for soldiers, scars were a symbol that they had survived. Underground days, Levi murmured as Eren ran a finger down a particularly long scar on Levi's left side. Got slammed into a house with broken wooden nails sticking out. Not pretty. Eren grimaced. He honestly hated hearing about his husband's third days, to know that Levi hadn't always had a place to sleep, decent clothes to wear, and clean food and water to eat and drink. Biting his lip, he moved his hand up to Levi's left shoulder. And this one. Also from the underground. Got into a knife fight with a guy who tried to steal the food I had stolen. And most of these from your underground days? Levi nodded. Only a few from Titans. The bite marks of the biggest and worst I've ever had there. Eren paused for a moment and then said, "Your back is done. Let me get your front." Slowly and carefully, he helped move Levi into a sitting position facing towards him. He took another dollop from the jar and started massaging the medicine into the wounds there, starting from the top and making his way down to the bottom. The two of them were quiet until Eren's fingers skated over a scar that stretched over Levi's lower abdomen. Levi smiled. "That one's my favorite." Eren finally smiled back at him. "Mine, too." In fact, that scar had been one of Eren's favorite things about Levi's body for a while now. Levi stood shirtless in front of the mirror in the master bedroom for what seemed like the 100th time. Behind him, Eren sat on the bed holding their infant son, who was sleeping peacefully. The taller man sighed when Levi turned to the side. "You'll be able to go back to your usual training regiment, son. Don't worry, you'll get your abs back." Levi rolled his eyes. "I already know that, brat, and I didn't even gain that much weight." "No, I was looking at the scar for your information." Eren smirked. "I think it's sexy." "Shut up. I'm serious. It's a beautiful thing. You see this adorable little bundle of sweetness I have here? This came from there." "Shut up or you're gonna wake him," Levi groaned as he slipped his shirt on, secretly smiling. Yeah, when Eren put things that way, the scar stretching across his lower abdomen was kinda sexy, although he honestly couldn't wait until he had his soldier body back again. But then Levi's smile flattened and his eyes lost their shine. He sighed heavily and said, "You know, I already knew about everything Hanji said yesterday about our son. I know that there are people who want to take him away from us, but I didn't want to believe it." Eren frowned sadly. "I knew that there were people who didn't approve of our family, but I didn't think that a whole organization bent on destroying us would form. I mean, I know that it's not the entire military police. Hell, the military police has really cleaned up its act over the years, even though it's still the most corrupt out of the three branches, but it's hard to believe that the religious conservatives within the military police still hold any kind of power these days. Most of the public has a higher approval rating of the Survey Corps. Hey, by the way, how were you able to avoid being arrested even though you went berserk in Titan form? There were enough witnesses there to say that I did so in reaction to you getting hurt, not that I just lost control. I was conscious of what I was doing the whole time." "Oh, good. When are you going to see Annie?" Levi shook his head. "Not for a while. I don't want to see her yet. Eren nodded and rubbed the last of the medicine into Levi's skin. Fair enough. All right, all done, let's get these bandages on you. He pulled a clean set from the nightstand drawer and carefully wrapped them around Levi's torso, tight enough so they'd stay on but loose enough so they were comfortable. Once Levi was patched up, Eren helped him slip a pajama top on. Thanks, Levi said, laying back down in bed. Eren smiled and kissed him. No problem. All right, now I'm gonna go put my apron back on and clean until it's time for lunch. If you need anything, let me know. And he headed downstairs. Levi was feeling quite relaxed by now, between the bath and the massage and the quality time with his husband, so he tried to sleep until an odd smell hit his nose. He used his good arm to sit himself up and sniff the air, only to realize that the smell was coming from him. He unwrapped a few of the bandages near his shoulder and sniffed, only to feel his sinuses open up. And then it hit him. Eren Yeager, he shouted. Goddammit, Wimir. Eren shouted as he ran up the stairs. He burst into the master bedroom and held up a small, pink, frilly apron. Look at what that S did. She took my plain white apron from the drying laundry and replaced it with this crap. This is the apron I bet she makes Historia wear. Goddammit, Eren Yeager, this isn't my medicine. What? Eren exclaimed, suddenly forgetting about the apron. What the hell is it then? Daddy, came a stuffy voice from the hallway. My chest feels all numb and tingly. Oh my god, you stupid brat, you got our damn medicines mixed, you pay. You put nasal decongestant on my wounds. What? Achoo. How the hell have you made it this far in life, you idiot? You can't do a damn thing without someone holding your hand. I'm sorry, they were in similar jars. Please get well soon, Papa, the house is falling apart without you. When the hell did you get so sassy? I'll try, baby, don't worry, Papa will save you from the idiot. Levi couldn't recover fast enough. Chapter 24. Letter story. Levi sat up in bed as soon as he woke up, gently stretching his right shoulder to relieve the stiffness that had settled in overnight. A week into his recovery, the wounds had healed rather nicely. Fresh, pink skin covered the massive teeth marks, and the bruises around the marks had mostly faded. He still winced at the slight pain around his torso, as the wounds that were closer to his internal organs, but that was nothing the, now properly labeled, medical balm the nurse had given him wouldn't soothe. With feeling better came the need to get out of bed and go back to his usual routine. He looked to his right and saw his dear husband sleeping soundly, face buried in the fluffy pillows and entire body relaxed. Levi wanted to roll his eyes, but he didn't. He couldn't when he thought about how exhausted Eren must be after everything that had gone down over the past 2 weeks. Sighing, Levi got out of bed, gently stretching the rest of his body as he headed to the bathroom to freshen up. He could walk normally now, even though his steps were still a little slower than usual due to the injury on his hip. Still, he was thrilled at the prospect of life going back to normal. He wanted to run the house again. When he was done washing his face and brushing his teeth, Levi turned to go back to the master bedroom to get dressed, but a certain someone stopped him along the way. Oh God, I'm sorry I woke up late, Eren said, sounding genuinely remorseful. Are you okay? Do you need help with anything? Levi shook his head. I'm fine, Eren, really, thank you. I can manage on my own. But Eren. Levi's voice became firmer but still maintained its grateful tone. Eren, really, I swear, I can handle it. I'm fine. I feel so much better. Look, I'm walking and moving my arm without a problem, okay? Eren frowned slightly out of rejection. Okay, he said reluctantly, if you're sure. Levi nodded. I am, thank you. But what about you? You must be exhausted, you haven't had a proper night's sleep in, what, 2 weeks? And especially after going berserk in Titan form. You usually sleep for hours after doing that. Eren shrugged. I dunno, I guess I do. As if to prove Levi's point, the younger let out a long yawn. Now Levi did roll his eyes. All right, back to bed with you, he said, shooing Eren back towards the master bedroom. Come on, little brats need their sleep, especially little shifter brats. But, Ladash, as your husband and the bearer or your child, I declared that I'm back in charge of this household, and I say that you are to go back to bed and sleep for as long as you need to. If you want, I can order you to do so as your superior officer. Eren let out a defeated sigh. All right, you win. He crawled back into bed, allowing Levi to wrap the soft sheets around him, and immediately felt drowsiness start to take over. But if you don't feel well, come get me. Yeah, Levi muttered, snugly tucking Eren in and kissing his forehead, whatever you say. I'm serious, Ladash. And I'm serious, too. Look, Eren, I appreciate everything you've done, I really do. I know it hasn't been easy. Really, truly, thank you. From the bottom of my heart, thank you. I'm not gonna lie, it was fun being spoiled, but I can't sit still for long. Now that I'm feeling better, I want life to go back to normal. I want to run the house again. You understand? Light snoring. Levi resisted the urge to slap his stupid husband and walked out of the room muttering, next time you get hurt, I'm rubbing nasal decongestant on your wounds, regenerative powers be damned. But his mood instantly lightened when he met up with a little friend in the hallway. His son yawned and rubbed his eyes, mumbling a sleeping, good morning. The child pulled his hands away and blinked up at the taller figure, only for his eyes to widen and a big smile to spread across his face. Papa, he squealed, wrapping his arms around Levi's leg. You feel all better? Levi nodded. Mostly. You? Ada. So are you in charge of the house again? Yep. Yay. The boy's grip tightened. Levi smirked slightly. But we have to keep our voices down, okay? We are gonna let Daddy sleep all day since he hasn't had much rest over the past 2 weeks. He worked really hard to take care of us, so he doesn't have to do any chores today. The child nodded and pulled away. I felt kinda bad because I couldn't help Daddy take care of you and the house. I was gonna be his little helper. Levi's smirk softened into a smile. Well, you can be my little helper today. I'll make you breakfast and then we're going to clean whatever Daddy missed. I can count on you for that, right? Yes, sir. Hair at ease, Sol Diego, but thank you for your enthusiasm regarding this mission. Now go wash your face and get dressed so we can have breakfast. Okay. The boy ran into the nearby bathroom and shut the door but then opened it again and said the medicine switch last week was actually kind of funny looking back on it. It was, wasn't it? But I wouldn't have mixed them up. Just saying it, Dot. And he shut the bathroom door again. Levi's smirk returned and he headed down the stairs shaking his head. When had the little guy gotten so sassy? Levi made a mental note to watch his language even more than he did around him. While he was okay with his son coming up with a good comeback, he didn't want him swearing. The boy was actually good for cleaning up Levi's dirty mouth. Just as he passed by the front door to make his way to the kitchen, Levi heard a knock. He opened the door and was met with a very stunned nurse. Oh, good morning, Mr. Yeager. I wasn't expecting you to answer. Eren's sleeping in today. He hasn't gotten a good night's sleep in 2 weeks. The nurse smiled. I guess you're feeling better then, am I right? Levi nodded. Much. That's great. This might be the last checkup then. Levi moved out of the way. Here, come in. My son's upstairs getting dressed, so doing it in the living room is fine. He closed the door behind her, unbuttoned his pajama top, set it on the nearby couch, and unwound the old bandages surrounding his torso. As soon as his injury came into view, the nurse's eyes widened. She took a few steps forward and stared at the bite marks, her mouth hanging open as she observed each one. Eventually, she gently pressed her fingers against a mark. Does that hurt? Levi shook his head. The nurse stepped back and made a turning motion with her fingers. Levi obeyed her instructions so she could see his back, which was exactly the same as his front. The nurse quickly took a notebook from her supplied bag and started writing furiously. Levi's eyes narrowed in question at the sound of her pen scribbling, but he didn't say anything, assuming that perhaps this nurse was as obsessive with details as Hanji. After a few minutes of writing, the nurse closed her notebook and put it back in her bag. "Sorry about that, I just wanted to take some notes to bring to the doctor. I brought you some more balm, too, in case you needed it. Even though you're healing remarkably well, I want you to put it on your injuries at least for another day or so. Here, I brought fresh bandages, too. Let me help you out." She took open the jar and rubbed its contents into Levi's skin. He welcomed her help, as he knew that he wouldn't be able to apply it to his back on his own, and he turned again so she could get his front side, too. She then wrapped the bandages around his torso, nodding at her good work once it was done. "There you go, that should last you for the rest of the day." Levi put his pajama top back on. "Thank you." "My pleasure," the nurse replied, her cheerful persona returning. "Have a nice day." She waved sweetly at him and headed out the front door just as the littlest Jaeger was coming down the stairs. "Who was that, Papa?" "Just the nurse," Levi replied as he walked into the kitchen. "She said that I'm healing really well, so today might be the last checkup." "Really? That's great." The two then fell into a comfortable quiet. Levi pulled a pot from the cabinet and started on breakfast while his son set the table in the dining room. Once that task was done, the boy walked back into the kitchen and watched his papa work. At one point, Levi needed an ingredient from the top shelf of the cabinet. "Hey, Eren, can you dash?" he said before he remembered that his tall husband was sleeping upstairs. Upon realizing this, Levi became very quiet, walked into the dining room, came back with a chair, and stood on it so he could reach the shelf. Once he got what he needed, he climbed down, brought the chair back into the dining room, and returned to his work. He didn't have to look at his son to know that a wide, stupid grin was adorning his amused face. "You tell anybody about this and you're grounded." Once breakfast was eaten, Levi cleaned the dishes, changed into his day clothes, and then laid out the strategy for cleaning the house. "Daddy actually did a decent job keeping the place tidy," he explained as he handed his son a broom with a short handle, the perfect size for a child. "Still, it's not perfect, so we are going to get it up to par today. I'm going to start upstairs and you're going to start down here. I need you to sweep, okay? And you need to get behind and under the chairs and tables, too. Remember that Daddy is sleeping, so we need to be quiet." The boy nodded as Levi bent down to tie a bandana on his head. "Okay, I can do that." Levi nodded back. "Good boy. If you finish, take the rags out of the closet and start dusting. I'll come back down in a little while to check on you." The boy saluted him. "Yes, sir." Levi took his own broom and rags upstairs and began in his son's room. Because the boy had been sick, he hadn't played much, so his toys went spread out all over the place. Levi actually finished his room relatively quickly, making a mental note to wash and replace the sheets later. He then moved into the hallway, tilting the broom upwards so he could clean the corners of the ceiling. Once that was done, he skipped the bathroom for the time being to tackle the master bedroom. Sure enough, Eren was still asleep, curled up underneath the soft blankets, half of his face squished into a pillow. Levi smirked at how comedic his husband looked and then went to work, quietly sweeping the floors and dusting the nightstands and dressers. At one point, Eren groaned in his sleep. Levi glanced at him to see if he had woken the under, but Eren just twitched and gripped his pillow a little harder. Levi was actually standing close to Eren when this happened, so he leaned over to make sure his husband wasn't having a nightmare. Eren let out another groan. "No, Wimia, give me back my apron." HNNG, stop laughing, horse face. Levi looked up with unimpressed eyes and held a hand out as if showing his husband off to an invisible audience. Humanity's hope, ladies and gentlemen. The good news was that Eren's apron had been returned to him the same day it had been stolen. Historia had marched Wimmy over to the Jaeger house, grabbed the brunette's head, and forced her to bow to Eren, saying, "Please excuse my idiot wife." After the apron trade had been made, the two had marched back to their own home, and Emmon had overheard the little blonde shouting about how the apron was going to be Sasha's baby shower gift. Once Levi was done cleaning the upstairs rooms, he headed back downstairs only to find his son sitting in the middle of the living room floor with an open box. "What are you doing?" he asked as he looked over the boy's shoulder. "Did you finish cleaning?" "I found this while I was dusting the tables," the child explained, holding up several sheets of paper. "I'm sorry, Papa, I was curious, but I can't read anything written here." "What do these words mean?" Levi knelt down next to him and smiled fondly at the full box, the slightest hint of a blush forming on his cheeks. "Here, those words are in another language, baby. It's called French. I should know, since I wrote them." The child's eyes widened. "Really? You wrote all of these? What are they?" Levi suddenly kissed the boy's head. "Letters. Another kiss. Letters I wrote to you. One more kiss. While I was pregnant with you." The boy was quiet for a few seconds, contemplating this new discovery, and then his eyes narrowed out of confusion. "Wait, huh? But I was inside your tummy, right? How could you write them to me? And I'm just learning how to read now, so." Levi almost chuckled at his questions. "I wasn't expecting you to find them. I was going to give them to you when you were older, but it's okay. I wrote them in French so that only I could read them. Daddy doesn't understand French, so this was my little secret, something just for you and me." This answer caused the child's face to soften, and he smiled sweetly. "Will you read them to me?" he asked. Levi smirked. "I have a better idea. Why don't I teach you how to speak French? Then you could read them on your own someday." The boy's face suddenly lit up with an excitement that Levi hadn't seen in weeks. It felt great to see his adorable son so enthusiastic again. The Jaeger household had been sad for far too long. "You really will, Papa?" "Yes. Teach me, teach me." "Here, all right, this'll be our little secret, okay?" Levi replied, sitting on the floor and pulling his son into his lap. Cleaning the rest of the house could wait. "Bonjour, je m'appelle Levi." "Hello, my name is Levi." "Bonjour, Levi," the child immediately said back, giggling excitedly. This is funny, calling Papa by his real name. His cheer was infectious. "Good, now you know how to greet someone," Levi explained. "Now here's a really important sentence. Actually, it's written right here on this letter." He pointed at the last sentence on the sheet his son was holding. "See this? Je t'aime. I love you." And he sealed this statement with another kiss on the boy's head. His son immediately looked up at him and smiled calmly, but the utter joy was still apparent all over his face. "Je t'aime, Papa." Another kiss. "Je t'aime." What neither one of them knew was that someone was listening in on their little lesson. "Ein Geheimnis," Eren whispered. "Iljink. January 29th. Dear baby. You due to arrive any day now." I'm both relieved and terrified. Relieved because I won't be sick or in pain anymore. My back hurts so badly, and it's hard to walk on my swollen feet, which I can't even say. You also have a bad habit of deciding that the middle of the night is playtime, so I haven't gotten much sleep lately. And of course you had to kick me in the side right after I wrote that. But I'm also truly terrified. Daddy knows how terrified I am, but he hasn't brought it up, not since my meltdown. He's scared, too, but has been trying to stay strong for me. You really won the parent jackpot getting him as your daddy. I know I'm not going to be much of a papa. I know you'll probably hate me. I'm mean and aloof and a clean freak and no fun whatsoever. I won't blame you if you end up loving Daddy more. He's the fun one. He's the one who's always smiling, the one who gets along with everyone and has no problem making friends. I hope you'll look and act more like him, because you deserve to be happy. Even if you don't love me, I'll keep loving you no matter who or what you are. I admit it, I'm scared that you might not be human. I had a horrible nightmare once that I gave birth to a titan. It was truly one of the scariest, worst dreams I've ever had. But the more I think about it, the more I don't care. So what if you were a titan? I'll still love you. I'll still protect you no matter what. I'll never let those idiots in the military police or anyone else hurt you, and I'll never let Hanji experiment on you. You'll still be my baby, even if you're a titan. Despite all of my fears, I can't wait to meet you. Please go easy on me there. I'm a little worried about the delivery, too, but, whatever. Any pain will be a small price to pay to be able to hold you in my arms. Please come soon. I love you. Papa. Chapter 25. Photo story. Daddy. Daddy, Daddy, D-A-D-D-Y-Y-Y-Y-Y-Y-Y-Y-Y-Y. The child ran down the stairs as fast as his little legs could carry him, making a sharp turn once he landed at the bottom and rushing towards the kitchen. At last, he spotted his daddy, who was standing over the stove stirring the breakfast in a large pot. Eren turned at the sound of the excited voice, and he grinned as he knelt down to swipe the child up into a big hug, complete with plenty of kisses. "Good morning, baby," he greeted between those kisses. The boy giggled and squealed, wrapping his arms around Eren's neck. "Good morning, Daddy." "Happy birthday." Eren couldn't help the laugh that escaped his lips, but he quickly went back to showering his son with kisses and the occasional little nip at one of his chubby cheeks. The boy just hugged tighter, now kicking his legs on both Eren's sides. Soon Eren stopped his onslaught of affection, and the child calmed down, resting his head on Eren's shoulder while still hanging onto his neck. Eren turned back to stirring the food, a pleasant smile now gracing his features. "Thank you, baby, what a greeting." The boy giggled quietly as he felt a sense of pride well up within him. "I was looking for Papa so we could greet you together, but I can't find him. Have you tried using the magnifying glass?" "Not funny." The two looked at each other with serious eyes until the boy's offended facade broke and restrained laughter left his lips. "Okay, maybe a little funny." Eren's grin returned. "Papa actually went out early this morning. He said he had an errand to run before the day got started. Even though he's all better now, I can't help but worry a little still. Or maybe I just want him all to myself on my special day. Is he gonna give you a special birthday kiss when he gets back?" "I hope so. And maybe some other special birthday thing later." As if magically summoned, the front door opened and Levi walked into the house, carrying a hefty bundle at his side. "Good morning, Papa," he heard his son say, and he looked up with a smile. "Good morning," he replied, walking into the kitchen and holding out the bundle for Eren. "Happy birthday." Eren grinned and set their son down so he could kiss Levi and get a better look at what the shorter man was holding. His eyes widened when he saw the large bouquet of colorful flowers wrapped in old newspapers. "For me?" "Really?" he asked, disbelief in his voice and on his face. "Oh my gosh, Levi, you didn't have to do that. This must have cost a fortune since the wildflowers aren't blooming yet." Levi shrugged. "You're worth it." A giddy feeling of love burst throughout Eren's chest, and he immediately swooped down to capture his husband's lips again. They both smiled into the kiss when they heard their son giggle, so Eren quickly tipped Levi over backwards as if they had just finished a ballroom dance number and kissed him even more passionately. Their son squealed and hid his blushing face behind his little hands, peeking between his fingers every few seconds. Levi broke away first. "Okay, that's enough, birthday brat," he chided, gently smacking the side of Eren's head and standing up straight. "I gotta put these in water. Sorry I wasn't here to make you breakfast." "Oh no, it's fine." Eren replied as he reached up into the cabinet and brought a vase down for his husband. "I don't mind. I mean, I can cook and all dash." Levi shook his head as he filled the vase. "Nah, that won't do. I'll make you whatever you want for dinner." Eren's face brightened a little. "Beef and vegetable soup. Whatever you want. You're the greatest." "You're damn right, Eren." "Meat for dinner," their son cheered, bouncing in his spot. "Can we play until then, Daddy?" Daddy's going out with Aunt Mikasa for lunch today, Levi called from the dining room as he set the vase on the table. He goes out with her for lunch every year, remember? But we'll play until she comes to pick me up. Eren agreed, taking the pod off the shelf and carrying it into the dining room. After I get back though, we have to take care of something. Then we'll play again until dinner. The boy looked at his parents, confused. What do we have to do? Eren grinned. Take a picture. Around noon there was a knock on the door. Eren got up from playing with his son in the middle of the living room floor to answer it, smiling when he saw his sister. Mikasa threw her arms around him and smiled back as she felt her brother embrace her. Oh, when was the last time I saw you that wasn't work-related? She asked. Connie and Sasha's wedding. Too long, Eren replied, pulling away so he could pull his spring jacket from the closet. Mikasa looked into the living room and smiled slightly. How are you feeling, Levi? Much better, thanks, the older man replied, looking up from his book. Aside from one little switch-up incident, Eren did a good job taking care of me. Mikasa suddenly frowned. Did it leave scars? Levi nodded. That's nothing new there. Oh, and thank you. You saved my life. The woman's smile returned. As long as you're okay, that's all that matters. Eren smiled at seeing the two of them get along. After all, Mikasa's first impression of Levi hadn't exactly led to a rousing endorsement of the captain being put in charge of keeping Eren under control. She had also been the first person Eren told when he realized he had feelings for the older man, and her initial reaction had been an odd mixture of confusion, happiness, and a strong desire to protest. However, she had just wrapped her arms around her brother and said, if he makes you happy, then that makes me happy. And the relationship, Eren guessed, had grown from there. All right, let's go, Eren said, and Mikasa stepped outside. He looked back at his family and added, I'll be back later, around the same time the photographer is supposed to arrive. Levi nodded. Have fun. Bye-bye, Daddy. CYA. Eren waved to his husband and son and then closed the door behind him. After a few minutes of quiet, the boy grew tired of playing alone. He didn't mind it, but he much preferred to play with his daddy since Eren was such a great playmate. The boy sighed and set his toy soldiers aside, turning to Levi to see him fully absorbed in his book. The child hesitated for a moment, not wanting to annoy his papa, but his curiosity was eating away at him. Papa. Why are we taking a picture today? Levi didn't look up from his book. It's Daddy's birthday present. He wants to take a family portrait. Oh. Silence. Papa. When I found your letters that one time, there was another box near them, but I didn't look inside it. What was in that other box? Now Levi looked up, his face slightly paler than usual. He was quiet for a few seconds before saying, You found that box, too. A nod. I'm guessing you want to know what's inside it. Another nod. Levi sighed and stood, setting his book down. All right, I guess there's no point in hiding it. Senior, let me show you. He opened the cabinet underneath the nearby table that held the two boxes. He pulled the mystery box out just as his son came to stand by his side and opened it to reveal a paper-wrapped package. His son watched carefully as he carefully set the paper aside and held up the box's contents. Photographs. These are the photos we've taken over the years, Levi explained. Photos are expensive, so Daddy and I have only had a few taken at major points in our life together. Here's the first one. He passed it to his son, whose eyes immediately lit up. Is this? Levi nodded. Our wedding photo. A huge smile spread across the boy's face as he noticed every little detail the picture held. It was better than what he had imagined. His daddy and papa were standing with their bodies facing one another and their heads tilted towards the camera. Their hands were held up between them, their rings visible and shining. Eren was dressed in his black suit with a white shirt, and Levi was dressed his white suit with a black shirt. Both were wearing their flower crowns, and both looked like they couldn't be happier. But one little thing was bothering the child. "Papa, why didn't you just show me this picture when you and Daddy were telling me about your wedding day?" Levi flushed slightly and hoped the boy wouldn't notice. "Well, we were at Uncle Connie and Aunt Sasha's wedding, remember?" he asked back. "Besides, you were already asleep by the time we made it home, and it was past your bedtime, so we weren't going to wake you up." The boy shrugged slightly, somewhat accepting the answer, and then smiled. "You and Daddy look just like how I imagined you did," he said. "Better even." Levi also wore a gentle smile. "Thank you." He pulled out the next photo, this one more wide than it was long. "This one is from our first anniversary. Your daddy wanted a big party, so we invited all our friends and took one big group photo. Everyone looked so silly," the child giggled as he held the picture up. And it was true. No one in the picture was standing normally, and a few weren't even perfectly clear. Sasha, Connie, and Wimia had all moved, making them appear blurry. Jean was pulling one of his stupid facial expressions while Raina was laughing. Berthold and Annie were on the opposite side, the former looking distressed while the latter looked completely uninterested. Mikasa's look mirrored Annie's. Historia was trying to get Wimia under control. Next to them was Hanji wearing a big grin. Eren and Levi were in the center of it all, the brunette trying to smile for the camera while the raven looked like he was about to kill someone. In short, they all looked exactly how they usually looked. "We wanted a nice, normal picture, but we knew there was no way we'd get all of them to stay still at once," Levi explained. "So this was close enough." The boy giggled again and handed the photo back. "What about that one?" He pointed to the last photo in the pile. The faint flush returned to Levi's cheeks, and he placed the other two photos back on top of the third one. "Ask Daddy when he gets home." "But Dash." "Ask Daddy." And that was that. Levi rewrapped the photos, placed them back in the box, and shut the cabinet. Eren and Mikasa returned from their lunch about an hour and a half later. "We are back," Eren announced. By this time, Levi and his son had eaten their own lunch, and they were both calmly sitting back in the living room as if they hadn't moved the whole time. Levi looked up from his book. "Welcome back. You have a nice lunch?" Eren nodded. "Yeah, it was good." "Oh, Mikasa is gonna join us for the photo, okay? I did say I wanted it to be a family portrait after all." Levi glanced at the woman standing next to his husband, and his eyes narrowed slightly. Mikasa's eyes were slightly pink as if she had been crying, but the smile she wore was genuine. She seemed to be okay overall, but Levi couldn't help but think that her lunch with Eren had been about more than just the man's birthday. Regardless, Levi shrugged and stood. "Fine by me. The photographer isn't here yet, so we have some time. Make yourself comfortable, Mikasa, I'm going upstairs to change." Thank you," the woman replied, shyly bringing her scarf up over her mouth as she sat down in an empty chair. Levi walked past her and up the stairs just as Eren hung up his coat and started making his way towards the kitchen. "Wait, Daddy," the boy called, jumping up and tugging on the end of his shirt. "Papa told me to ask you about something when you came home. There's a picture in the box underneath the cabinet that he wouldn't tell me about." "What's it a picture of?" Eren grinned at the question, piquing both his son's and Mikasa's interests. He walked into the living room, his son tailing close behind, opened the cabinet, took out the box, and unwrapped the photos inside. He set the first two aside and then held up the third one for his son to see. Mikasa angled herself so she could see the photo, too, and oh, was it a sight to see. Levi was sitting in a plush armchair holding their son, who couldn't have been more than a week old. Eren was standing, leaning over him, and the two were caught in a loving kiss. The infant in Levi's arms was staring at the two of them, his eyes wide open in wonder. Eren spoke when the boy did not. "It was actually an accident. Papa wouldn't let me take any photos of him while he was pregnant, so we agreed that we would take a photo after you were born when he had recovered enough. We were supposed to take a normal family portrait, but we ran into a few problems." Eren opened the door to the master bedroom and smiled. Levi was sitting up in bed, lovingly cradling and feeding their infant son. Levi seemed at peace, as if this life was the life he had always wanted. The question of how the little boy had become part of his and Eren's lives remained a mystery, but neither parent really cared by this point. Their son was happy, healthy, and adorable, and that was more than perfect. "Hey," Eren said quietly, not wanting to disturb mealtime. Levi looked up with a tired smile. Neither one had really gotten much sleep over the past week, but, again, neither one really cared. "Hey. The photographer will be here in a few minutes," Eren continued, kneeling down next to his husband. "We should get you downstairs." "Eren, do we really have to do this?" Levi almost whined. The younger nodded. "I heard that babies grow and change really quickly. He looks different than he did a week ago, and he'll probably look different next week. I want to have a permanent reminder of how we all looked at this point in our lives." Levi rolled his eyes. "Like a baby, a brat, and a tired mess." "Oh, come on, you don't look bad." "Eren." "Just the opposite. You look like a papa, and that's the best look you've ever worn." Levi turned his head towards Eren with a grateful smile, and the two gently pressed their noses together. "When did you learn to say such wonderful things?" At that moment, the infant pulled away and started making soft whining noises. Mealtime was officially over, so Levi propped him up against his towel-covered chest and gently rubbed his back, only stopping when he heard a small burping sound. The infant rolled a little, and Eren quickly wiped the mess away. When he was set, Levi brought him back into his embrace, and the baby's eyes began to close. "Oh, I wanted his eyes open for the photo," Eren complained quietly. "I'm just glad he's not crying," Levi sighed. "All right, help me get a bathrobe on or something. I'm not taking a photo in my pajamas." He handed the infant to Eren and eased himself out of bed. He was still sore a week after giving birth, so he needed his husband's help for even the simplest tasks. Eren didn't mind at all, loving that he could spend so much quality time with his little family. With his free hand, Eren helped Levi slick the bathrobe on and gently held his husband close to his side. Slowly but surely, they descended the stairs and walked to the living room. Levi sat in one of the plush armchairs and then took the infant back in his arms. Just then there was a knock on the front door. Eren opened it to reveal the photographer, a sweet-looking young woman with a messy mop of dark hair. She smiled brightly as Eren greeted her, and she stepped inside with her camera. She made some comment about how the living room actually had great lighting, but Levi was barely listening, too wrapped up in gently stroking his son's cheek. Maybe the infant would wake up long enough for the photo. Before Levi knew it, Eren was standing at his side, and the photographer was instructing them on where to move and how to look. Eren took a few more small steps towards Levi, and Levi slightly tilted his head in Eren's direction. Eventually the photographer nodded at their positions and said, "All right, ready. 3, 2, 1. Nothing. Hey." The photographer ducked out from underneath her cover and tapped her camera's side. I'm so sorry, I don't know why it's not working. Give me a sec." She opened the latch and started fiddling with the machinery inside. Levi sighed heavily and turned back to his son, who was still sleeping peacefully in his arms. Eren leaned over to get a better look at the infant and smiled wide. He reached out and tapped the boy's nose, making Levi turn back towards him and smile back. They thought the same thing, "We are so lucky," and they celebrated that fact with a kiss. Flash. The photographer jumped back, and Eren and Levi immediately separated and stared at her. She stared back and quietly laughed, embarrassed. "I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to do that. I'll take another one for you, no charge." "No," Eren insisted, laughing along with her. "Develop that one." A week later, they received the photo. His eyes are open. The child looked up at Eren, a giddy smile on his face. "Maybe that's why I get really happy when I see you and Papa kiss." Eren grinned back at him. "Maybe." But then the child's face fell. "Wait, it's such a nice picture. Why did Papa tell me to ask you about it? And why aren't any of these pictures out?" Eren's grin widened. "I'm going to tell you a secret, okay?" He glanced back at his sister. This is between the three of us." He turned back to his son. "Papa is really shy. I mean really shy. For him, this is something very personal, something he doesn't want to share with the world. So this is a Jaeger family treasure, okay?" The boy pointed to the other two pictures. "But can we put these out? If you want to." The trio looked up to see Levi coming down the stairs. He was dressed in nice clothes and a tiny smirk was tugging at his lips. "If you like them, baby, we'll put them out on the shelf over the fireplace." Just then, there was a knock at the front door. Levi opened it and greeted the photographer, the same woman who had photographed the treasured picture years ago. She smiled the same bright smile and set up her camera in the living room. With the pictures put up behind them, the flowers brought in from the dining room, and the entire Jaeger family instructed on where to move and how to pose, the woman ducked her head underneath the cover. "Ready," she called. 3, 2, 1, "Happy birthday, Mr. Jaeger." And this time, the camera worked properly, capturing the celebration, the family, and the moment just as planned. Flash. Chapter 26. Promise Story. Eren felt lips on his forehead, slowly and sweetly dragging him out of his sleepy bliss. "Come on, time to wake up. Clean up and get dressed. Uniform today," a voice said. He blinked a few times and his husband pulling away came into focus. Levi was half-dressed and had his 3D maneuver gear harness in his hands, the side of which made Eren sit up, yawn, and stretch. "What's going on?" he asked between his yawns. "Meeting today. Don't remember one being scheduled." "Sort of," Levi replied as he slipped the leather bands over his shirt and pants and buckled them up. "We are going into Walsina. The trial is today." Now Eren was awake. He stared at his husband with wide, disbelieving eyes and threw the sheets off his body. "Wait, what?" he gasped. "Since when?" Levi sighed and finished up with the buckles. "Since a week ago when I sent the Supreme Commander a note agreeing to appear in court today. Why didn't you tell me? I didn't want you making a big deal about it. But I think I have the right to know. And that's why I'm telling you. Seriously, go wash up and put your uniform on." "But what about Dash?" "I already asked Sasha to babysit. I told him that we have a very important meeting today, which isn't entirely a lie." Eren let out a long, annoyed sigh and shook his head, knowing he couldn't really protest. Levi had made his decision, and Eren couldn't change his mind. The younger couldn't help but still worry though. Yes, Levi had made a full recovery since the expedition, but Eren was more concerned with his mental state than his physical state. He was still rather angry at Hanji's explanation as to why Levi had been hurt in the first place, but if Levi was feeling the same way, neither one had showed such emotions in the months since the expedition. Eren wasn't so sure if he wanted to face that reality. However, neither one had a choice. After dropping their son off at the Browspringer household, your tummy got bigger, and Sasha, the boy had excitedly said, the woman giggling along with him. Hi, and Sasha's baby, Eren and Levi traveled in silence with Connie to the courthouse. The whole journey to the interior of Walsina took quite some time, so much that it was early afternoon by the time they arrived. Military police guards saluted them as they entered the building, but only Connie saluted back. Levi was too busy staring straight ahead while Eren was preoccupied watching Levi. Inside the building, they met up with the rest of their friends and the other witnesses from the Survey Corps. Armin greeted Eren with a kind smile, and Eren smiled back silently, thankful for the gesture. If Levi noticed it, he didn't make any indicated that he had. The crowds quickly filed into the courtroom, and Eren felt his jaw clench slightly. It was the same courtroom where he had been tried all those years ago after the battle for Trust, where the Survey Corps and military police had fought for control over him, and where his future husband had beaten the stuffing out of him to save his life. Eren still didn't know if Levi had done that just because it had been his duty or if because he had actually had feelings for him at the time, but that was a moment in their past that they didn't discuss. Not only did it bring up bad memories for them as a couple, but it also reminded them of humanity's lowest point in their war against the Titans. Much to Eren's surprise, Levi reached for his hand and gently held it as soon as everyone was settled. The Raven's face remained stoic, staring straight across the room at where the religious conservatives were standing, but Eren felt the warmth of his husband's light grip, and that was enough to settle his nerves at least a little bit. But he didn't have too much time to relax. The courtroom doors opened and the 3 suspects from the expedition entered. Each one was handcuffed and guarded by armed military police, but the sight of them alone made Levi's grip on Eren's hand tighten. Suddenly holding hands was less about settling Eren's nerves and more about making sure Levi didn't lose his temper. Levi glared at them as they were seated in the center of the courtroom, each one facing the Supreme Commander, and then momentarily also fixed his gaze on the imposing man overlooking the case. Zakley just won't die already, he thought diddily. That should be Owen up there. Zakley cleared his throat and ordered for everyone to quiet down. He shuffled through his papers for a few seconds before saying, "We shall now begin the trial. The 3 men sitting before me are accused of sneaking into and spying on the Survey Corps and attempting the murder of Lance Corporal Levi Yeager. Gentlemen, how do you plead?" The man in the middle, a blonde with prominent nose and a crooked mouth, smirked and said, "Not guilty." Zakley's eyes widened momentarily, but then he said, "Very well. We shall hear from Levi himself first." Levi's gaze shifted away from the scene for a brief moment, but then he looked back towards the center of the room and, in his usual calm, detached voice, said, "The only thing I clearly remember from the attack was someone crashing into me from behind just as a titan stretched its neck out towards me. I didn't see the attacker's face. After that, I vaguely remember Mikasa Ackerman lying me down in a cart. Next thing I knew, I was in a hospital." Zakley gave a confirming grunt and said, "According to several eyewitness accounts, including that of Mikasa Ackerman, Eren Yeager transformed into a titan in reaction to you being bitten. He then proceeded to kill every titan in the area before finally crawling out of his titan on his own." "Yes, I was told the same thing." "Eren Yeager, is this true?" Eren nodded. "Yes, sir." Zakley turned back to his papers. "I see. Well, at least you seem to have mastered control over your titan form. That's good news, if nothing else. Now then, I'd like to hear from Armin Arlet next. If I'm not mistaken, another prisoner set to go on trial named Annie Lenhart supplied you with information regarding several military police members." Armin bit his lip before saying, "Yes, that's true. She spied on anyone in the military police she deemed suspicious, compiled everything, and left all the information in a backpack at my house the morning the expedition began." Zakley eyed the blonde. "Anyone she deemed suspicious of what?" "I don't know, sir, but the information she left for us helped us save Lance Corporal Levi and capture the 3 suspects before us. If possible, I'd like for the court to keep that in mind." The Supreme Commander shook his head. "This is not the trial to decide Annie Lenhart's fate. Please do not bring your personal feelings into this, Mr. Arlet." Armin swallowed hard, tiny beads of sweat beginning to form on his brow. "Yes, sir, my apologies." Surprisingly enough, Zakley's face suddenly softened, and he said, "However, there is information relevant to this case in what you are saying. Because Annie Lenhart left those descriptions with you, you are able to confirm that these 3 military police members were out with the Survey Corps on the most recent expedition, yes?" "Yes, sir." Armin said a little too quickly, but he caught himself and then calmly added, "Connie Brausbringer can, too. He arrived at the gate early, so I had time to share the documents with him before the expedition began." "Is Connie Brausbringer present?" "Yes, sir," the small man replied, raising his arm momentarily. "The first suspect, the man on the left there, crashed into Lance Corporal Levi and forced him into the Titan's mouth. After Mikasa killed that Titan, the second suspect, the man in the center, tried to grab Levi, but I flew up and tackled him before he could. That was when Mikasa caught Levi and placed him in the first aid cart. Once Eren had crawled out of his Titan form, we placed him in the cart, too, and headed back towards the walls. We didn't spot the third suspect until we made it back, but there was enough evidence so that all 3 of them could be arrested." Zakley looked at his papers again and nodded as his eyes scanned each line. Eventually he looked up and said, "Thank you." Your story agrees with the reports co-written by the Survey Corps and Garrison. Eren raised a brow at those words and slightly leaned towards Mikasa on his side opposite Levi. The Garrison is involved in this, too. They were the ones who took you, Levi, and Jean to the hospital, his sister whispered back. The military police was preoccupied with arresting the suspects and Annie, so the Garrison helped us get the help you three needed. They greeted us at the walls, so they saw the return firsthand and could co-write the reports. They've been helping us push this case in our direction from behind the scenes for the past month. Eren's eyes widened slightly and he straightened up before anyone could notice them talking. He had been so focused on Levi at the time and since the expedition that he suddenly realized how much he had missed. He glanced down the line of soldiers until his eyes locked with Rico's and the two nodded at each other, a silent "thank you" and "you're welcome." So, gentlemen, Zackley continued, forcing Eren's attention back towards the trial, the case against you is quite strong, but I'd like to hear your story. He set his papers and glasses down and stared at the three men with a look implying that they had already lost. The blond man in the middle just smirked again, his face contorting in a creepy sort of way that made Levi's hand tighten around Eren's even more. The man turned his attention towards Levi as if sensing the action and said, "We don't deny that we snuck into the Survey Corps and attacked the Lance Corporal." Zackley's eyes widened slightly. "So you confess then?" The man turned back to the Supreme Commander and his smirk turned into a full grin. "We cannot confess if we did not commit a crime. Supreme Commander, we were doing humanity a favor." Hushed whispers broke out from every section of the courtroom. Levi's eyes darkened. Zackley looked less than impressed. "Explain yourself." The man sighed as if the answer was obvious. Lance Corporal Levi Yeager and his so-called family are a threat to humanity. He's married to a monster, first of all. How can we be so sure that Yeager hasn't mastered his control over his Titan form so he could use it to betray us? How do we know that the Survey Corps isn't training him to attack the rest of us and take control over our society, over the entire world? How do we know that he won't use that form to lead an army of Titans through all three of our walls and have us eaten if we resist enslavement? Pair him up with the strongest freak alive and, well, I think you can see where I'm going here. We call them inspirational things like humanity's strongest and humanity's hope to comfort ourselves and ignore the truth. Both of them are monsters. Both of them are dangerous. Allowing the two of them to live and work together is what will lead to humanity's extinction. We were doing humanity a favor by going after them. And don't forget about that demon child they bred, someone among the religious conservatives added, pointing at Eren and Levi from across the Rhone. Explain how you, a man, gave birth to a child, Lance Corporal. Oh, how humanity has been cursed by the devil's spawn. Shut the hell up. Eren shouted, jaw trembling and eyes a venomous shade of grain. You have no damn idea what you're talking about. Then explain yourself if you know so much. Why don't you tell all of us what you're hiding? We are not hiding anything. We don't know how our son was conceived. Then you can't prove that he's not some sort of human-titan hybrid monster. You shameful, twisted freaks probably created him as part of your plan to conquer humanity. You're the real criminals in this case. Death would be too easygoing a punishment for you, even though our world would be so much better off without you. You're the ones this world would be better off with a dash. Eren screamed until Levi yanked him backwards so hard he stumbled on his own fate. The taller panted heavily as he stared down at his husband, face red and eyes wide with hatred. Calm down, Levi whispered, keeping a straight face even though his eyes had gone dangerously dark. Trust me, the only thing I want to do is rip their faces off, but we can't let ourselves react to their taunts, and that's all they have against us right now. He gave Eren's hand a reassuring squeeze and glared at the religious conservatives, who glared right back. You truly believe that we are hiding all that? He asked casually. In that case, why have we continued to risk our lives outside the walls all these years, even after our son was born? Why have we so often left him behind to fight? You can't prove that you left him behind, the suspect in the middle suddenly shouted, stirring up several protests from the Survey Corps. Zackley slammed his fist down, silencing the Rhone. Everyone watched him carefully, the atmosphere tensing as he sighed and looked towards the Survey Corps as if he were bored and already fed up with the trial. Just for the sake of hanging on to order in this court, where was your son during the expedition, Eren, Levi? Owen swallowed hard. We left him with Sasha Browspringer. Zackley looked at Connie. Sasha Browspringer is a member of the Survey Corps, too, is she not? Why did she not go on the expedition? The small man tensed slightly. My wife is pregnant, sir. Zackley looked back down at his papers and quickly shuffled through them. A garrison soldier rushed up to his side and handed him another short stack of papers, whispering something the rest of the soldiers couldn't hear. Zackley nodded and shuffled through the new papers until he said, "Ah yes, here it is, Sasha Browspringer is indeed currently on maternity leave." Well then, that takes care of that. The Survey Corps is lying, the suspect in the middle suddenly screamed, face red and sweaty. He frantically whipped his head from side to side, looking for his comrade's support, but the two other men just looked away from him, as if to say that they had lost. He stared back up at the Supreme Commander and desperately sobbed, how can he possibly believe they are not a threat to humanity when they go around parading that little demon of theirs? Humanity has no proof that the kid isn't a Titan or some sort of monster. Born from a man and a Titan, he will be humanity's downfall. Zackley rubbed his eyes with his thumb and index finger, obviously tired. This trial had gone on for far too long. That is hardly what this case is about. That's everything this case is about. That child needs to be experimented on and then killed. This time, Mikasa, Connie, and the rest of their friends had to hold both Eren and Levi back from jumping the bars and beating the life out of the man. At one point Eren brought his hand to his mouth, but Mikasa slammed it down before he could bite it. He stared at her, eyes swimming with tears and a jaw clenched so tightly it ached after a few seconds. Beside him, one of Levi's arms was stretched out, his hand reaching and clawing for the accused man. His eyes were also wide, though the tears were less noticeable. Zackley groaned loudly and rubbed his eyes again. This has all gone on for far too long. Why is no one experimented on the kid? Will somebody gag this man, please? Garrison soldiers immediately swooped in and tied a cloth around the man's mouth, acting as if they had been waiting since the man had started speaking to do so. Rico tied the knot with a satisfied twist of the cloth. Zackley's expression was unreadable as he turned back towards Eren and Levi, who had calmed down somewhat but still held a murderous aura around them. The Supreme Commander didn't question them, understanding their rage. Gentlemen, there is no doubt in my mind that these three suspects are guilty of the crimes of which they are accused, and I'm seeing quite a bit of jail time in the near futures. However, there is one point I would like to touch upon while we are all gathered here, even though we have discussed this before. In general, we have all been very accepting of your family, regardless of how it came to be, chalking it up to another Titan-related mystery that we may never solve. But the reason it hasn't been solved is because we have never tried to solve it. He's just a child, sir. Owen said desperately, voice breathy and unusually high. An innocent child. We just want him to have as much of a normal childhood as he possibly can, despite the circumstances. Levi and I plan to tell him all about Titans and everything we know once he's older. But, for now. What do you mean by older? I don't know, maybe a teenager. HN. Well, I can't blame you for wanting to protect your child. Any decent parent would do the same. Still, the fact remains dash. The fact remains that we are his parents and can raise him how we wish, Levi interrupted, voice firm with a remaining tinge of anger. The fact remains that there are many unsolved mysteries surrounding him, Zackley shot back. Is Hanji Zoe present? Yes, sir, the brunette replied, raising her hand momentarily. She stood a few soldiers down from Eren and Levi, further away from the Supreme Commander. Do you believe that you should experiment on and all with the child? Yes, sir, I do. Levi's head whipped her in direction. Damn 4EY dash. But I refuse to do so until the child can properly consent. Levi's mouth hung open. Zackley raised a brow. That's interesting, I never thought I'd hear that from you. With all due respect, sir, I would never force a human to take part in an experiment. Eren Yeager willingly consented to all experiments I've ever done with him, and that same policy extends to anyone else. And besides, I made a promise. Levi. Hanji squealed, slamming the door to the master bedroom open and marching inside, an excited smile on her face. She leaned over Levi, who was curled up in a bed covered in towels with a bucket at his side, and poked his back. Hey, come on, you little oven, get up, I gotta talk to you about something. Hanji, please don't, Eren begged from behind her. Levi feels really sick today. I never got any samples from when he announced the little bun. It'd be great if he threw up. What? That's horrible. Wait, bun what? He's got a bun in the oven, right? Isn't that what people say? What the hell do you want? Levi's voice boomed out from underneath the covers. Eren instantly shuffled backwards so he was outside the room, fearing his husband's wrath. Hanji wore a satisfied smile. Oh, you are awake. Good. Like I said, I got some stuff to talk to you about. Like, when's your next doctor's appointment? I wanna come. Oh, and I seriously need to be at the delivery, okay? And what about experiments? When can the Kaya dash? Never. Levi sat straight up, turned and glared at Hanji with his most venomous gaze. Despite his disheveled, sickly appearance, Hanji still took a step back, surprised by his sudden outburst. Never, Levi repeated, voice trembling with anger. You will never experiment on my child. You will never touch my child, you won't lay a damn finger on my child. You won't even come near my child, ever. But, Ladash. Ever. At this, Levi began coughing, and Eren rushed to his side with the bucket. Hanji watched with a blank expression as Eren rubbed the older man's back, doing what little he could do to comfort him. Feeling weak, Levi leaned against Eren's broad chest and glared up at Hanji, silently commanding her to leave. But she didn't, and after a moment, Levi added, at least not until he or she can properly consent to whatever the hell you want to try. And I'll be the one to decide if he or she is old enough. Agreed. Zackley nodded. I see. Well, since the boy seems to pose no threat to humanity as of right now, I don't see any reason to expedite any experiments. And now, truly, this has gone on for far too long. The verdict, guilty. Look them up. The rest of you are dismissed. Oh my God, it's a good thing those guys are being put away because, I swear, if I see them again I'll break their faces, Eren rambled as he and Levi were walked out of the building. Can you believe their reasoning? And what about the religious conservatives? Ridiculous. I didn't think people like them existed in this world. Seriously, the world would be so much better off without them. Excuse me, Levi said to the military police guard walking with them, ignoring Eren, could you please take me to the prison cells? I have an appointment with Annie Lenhart. Eren stopped short and stared at his husband, baffled as the guard led him around a corner towards a staircase. Hey, wait, he called, running to catch up with them. Levi, are you sure? After all we've been through today. You don't need to see Annie, no one said you had to attend both trials today. I'm not attending her trial, Levi replied, voice oddly calm. I'm merely going to speak with her. I've already informed Zackley, and I've been granted the authority to decide her fate after this meeting if I so choose. But Dash. Wait, what? Armin gasped, overhearing the conversation and rushing towards them. Rainer and Berthold, who had been walking behind Armin, did the same, their breathing shallow and their eyes frightened. No one else can attend this meeting besides a guard, the military police soldier stated. Eren, if you'd like, you may wait here. The rest of you, especially you three, need to leave the building now. Rainer went to protest, but Armin quickly grabbed his arm and pulled him away from the scene, Berthold following close behind. Eren watched helplessly as they left and then turned to watch his husband and the guard close the door to the prison cells behind them. I can't believe it, Rainer groaned as he sat on the edge of a fountain outside the courthouse. This is so messed up. This whole day has been messed up. Why did the Supreme Commander grant Levi the authority to determine whether or not Annie goes free? It's not fair. Armin shrugged. I don't know. But we can't hate Levi for what he decides. And if he doesn't let her go, he might change his mind later. But it's so dash. There's nothing we can do about it. All we can do is wait. Rainer visibly deflated and slumped over as Berthold sat down next to him. As usual, they didn't touch. Armin continued to stand in front of them, and they waited. They waited for what felt like forever in silence. People around them chatted, but they couldn't hear anything specific. In fact, the world around them didn't exist. The only things that did exist were the fountain and that damn courthouse. Until Berthold spoke. Rainer. Herm. See, can I hold your hand? Rainer's eyes shot open. Please. Armin's eyes widened slightly, too, as he watched the couple. Berthold's cheeks were pink, and he looked quite uncomfortable, but he still held eye contact with Rainer. The blonde stared at him for a few seconds, mouth agape, until his face softened into a sweet smile and understanding eyes. Sure, he said, and he held his hand out for Berthold to take. After a moment of hesitation, the brunette gently took it in his own hand. A second later, the courthouse doors opened, and Eren and Levi exited the building. The trio shot up, the hand-holding instantly forgotten, and they watched with held breaths as the couple walked past them. Levi momentarily glanced back, his eyes locking Armin's, Rainer's, and Berthold's individually before he turned back to his husband and allowed Eren to wrap an arm around him and hold him against his side. Armin's voice was weak. Annie. At the sound of Berthold's shrill cry, Armin and Rainer turned, and the three ran to embrace their loved one. Chapter 27. Levi's story. As a kid, I always thought that Levi was very simple. He slew titans and always came back from expeditions alive with relatively few injuries. I believed that this was all I needed to know about him. But that was because I never thought of him as a person. I never stopped to consider what the rest of his life was like when he wasn't out on expeditions. Did he have a family? Did he have friends? Or a girlfriend? What was his personality like? What did he like and dislike? I never asked myself these or any other questions, all because I was too busy worshipping him as a hero and nothing more. Of course, this was when I was a naive child who didn't know any better. In those days, I even glorified war and thought I would come back from the battlefield as a hero. I didn't know how much of a hell war in any respect was. Survey Corps soldiers were willing to sacrifice their lives for the sake of freeing humanity, but the reality of that fact crashed into me like 1,000 bricks as I rode in the cart next to Mikasa on our way back from our first expedition. I never thought I'd return home and leave piles of bodies behind, tears streaming down my face as I suddenly questioned everything about what I had believed in as a child. Including Levi. Was he as simple as I had thought? Upon meeting him, I mean for real, not that whole courtroom scene business, his personality traits started to become clear, one by one. Often grunty with a constant frown on his face and an unimpressed look in his eye. Down to earth and matter of fact. A blunt, crude way of speaking. Smart and quick thinking. Obsessive cleanliness. Enjoyed his personal space. Hid his emotions and had a hard time letting people in. Didn't really trust anyone except a few people he did let in. Only human. Even nowadays, I feel like he secretly hates that humanity's strongest nickname people have given him. The more I thought about all the soldiers who had died fighting titans, the heavier I realized his burden was. Here he was, humanity's strongest, a man who watched countless comrades die right before his eyes, a man unable to save them. Every lost soldier was another weight dropped onto his shoulders that he was forced to carry with him, another reminder that he couldn't live up to his nickname. Every time I think about this, it breaks my heart, and it's not so difficult to see why Levi hates himself so much. The weight on my shoulders isn't the same. It's nothing compared to the one on his. I'm a humanity's hope. That means that humanity basically waits for me to do something and then reacts. Even if the Survey Corps has high expectations of me, average civilians don't. Hell, there are still a good number of civilians who don't trust me at all, so it's not like they are going to put their faith in me anyway. But Levi, literally everyone in all of humanity has the highest expectations of him. And it kills him inside. As I got older and spent more time with Levi, even before we were romantically involved, I started realizing that he wasn't as simple as I had believed. In fact, I started thinking that he must have been the most complicated person I had ever met. I began questioning every little thing about him, wanting to know every little detail about him. I wanted to know everything about his life before the Survey Corps, about his innermost thoughts and feelings, and about the reasons behind all of his personality traits. And, secretly at least, I wanted to be the person he felt like he could tell all of this to, the person he told all the things he thought and never said. I wanted him to trust me so badly. Maybe this was the first sign that I was falling in love with him, not as a hero but as a person. If nothing else, it was definitely a sign that I was growing up. My childhood ended on that horrible day in year 845, but my childhood innocence lingered on until this point. Perhaps it's when we start trying to understand another person and see the world through their eyes that we really start to grow up. At first we fell in love slowly. We would sit near each other in the mess hall. We would work together to clean a room. Our strategies for battle involved more teamwork directly between us. It was during these moments that I started noticing the little details that made up Levi, like how his brows would knit together when scrubbing a particularly tough stain or how his Adam's apple bobbed ever so slightly when he swallowed. They were such normal things, but the fact that they were a part of Levi was what made them so special. I don't know if he was slowly falling in love with me at the same time though. All I know is that his confession happened so suddenly on another horrible day, a day I was sure I wouldn't survive. A few days after I turned 18, we moved in together. I proposed to him. We were married a few months later. It all happened so fast. It would have been a whirlwind romance, but I like to think that it was several years in the making. But even after we were married, Levi was still an enigma. I knew enough about him, I suppose, but I felt like that wasn't enough. He had opened up to me little by little over time, but I still didn't know exactly who he was. There had to be more to him than just being a soldier or even being my husband. Who the hell was Levi? Our son told me the answer. Watching Levi be sick and in pain for those long months was so hard, but he was hurting worse. I hated knowing I couldn't do anything to make him better. All I could do was clean him up and hold him and tell him how much I loved him. He would desperately cling to me, bury his face into my chest, and sob. I had never seen him in so much distress, and he had never opened up to me so much. His sickness finally calmed down in the final month of his pregnancy, right before his birthday. For those last few weeks, life was good, great even. I bought a rocking chair to complete the nursery. I organized a birthday party for him, and we finally danced together for the first time since our wedding. I got to see him smile for the first time in months. About a week later, I caught him singing a lullaby to our unborn child. Once when he was cooking soup, I heard him taste the broth, pause, and then say, "Yeah, I think it tastes good, too." I'd often see him writing, but I never knew that he was writing letters to our baby. It was incredible to see him like this, to see him so genuinely happy and excited for something, even if his way of showing it was subtle. He's often told me that the delivery was the most painful thing he's ever experienced, worse than any fight in the underground or bite from a titan. He was strapped to our bed, a sheet hanging from the ceiling that blocked our view. I couldn't hear what the midwives and Hanji were saying, only focused on the look of sheer agony on my husband's face and the tears pouring from his eyes. Every so often he would make a strained noise that didn't even sound human. I snuck my hand past the sheet barrier to hold his, which was also strapped to the bed, and I kept my other hand on his forehead, pressing little kisses to his sweaty, feverish temple. I felt so useless, so stupid. He was my husband in the worst pain of his life, and the only thing I could do was hold his hand and tell him how much I loved him. But I don't think he was crying out just because the delivery itself hurt. I felt like there was more to it. I felt like he was finally expressing all those miserable feelings of regret and loss that had been building up over the years. It was a brilliant move actually, using the pain of childbirth to cover the release of decades worth of emotional burden. But when he finally got to hold our son in his arms, he wore the happiest expression I had ever seen on him. He was finally at peace. I can't say I was surprised when he told me that he would do it all over again in a heartbeat, because, in that moment, I knew who Levi was. The thing was that he hadn't even known who he was this whole time. He, just like any other human, had been growing and changing and discovering something about himself every day, and he, and we all, are still growing and changing every day. But sometimes there's some identities that never change. See Mia, baby, come sit in the rocking chair with Papa. Okay. The little boy ran to Levi and jumped up into his lap, Levi settling him in his arms as the boy pressed his cheek against his papa's chest. It was late, a little past the boy's bedtime, but Levi couldn't help wanting to spend some special time with him, especially after all the courtroom drama he had faced during the day. After he and Owen left the courthouse, they rode back through the walls with Connie to pick their son up. They never once spoke about the trial or Annie. The sun had gone down by the time they made it back to Walmaria, so Sasha invited the Yeager family to stay for dinner, insisting that she had made enough. Too tired to argue, Eren and Levi agreed, and the five of them enjoyed a meal together. Levi sat next to his son, keeping the boy close the whole time. Immediately upon returning home, Eren gave the boy a bath, giving Levi a short break to collect his thoughts. Once the child was clean and clothed, Levi walked into his bedroom and invited him to sit, not wanting to waste another moment without his baby. Slowly and gently, the chair rocked back and forth, and the child in Levi's arms began to yawn. He snuggled up against his papa, smiled, and said, "How was your meeting?" Levi shrugged. "Longitude tiring. I don't really want to talk about it." The boy nodded. "Okay. Did you have fun without Sasha?" "Uh-huh. We played lots of games and went to the market and picked flowers. She let me feel her tummy and the baby kicked." Levi squeezed his son a little tighter. "That's exciting. We'll play together tomorrow, okay?" The boy nodded again, growing drowsier by the minute. "I know that your meeting was important, Papa, but I really missed you and Daddy. I miss you both every time you have to go somewhere." Levi kissed the top of the boy's head. "We miss you, too. But at least I get to sit with you for a little while and then tuck you into bed, right?" He smiled when the boy nodded and yawned at the same time, resting his ear right next to Levi's heart. "Good night, Papa, J.T.N." The boy was asleep moments later, but Levi still cradled him and kept the rocking chair moving. He brushed his thumb against the boy's cheek and kissed the top of his head again, his lips lingering there for a few seconds. "I love you, too," he whispered. "That's why I'll never let anybody hurt you. I won't let those religious conservatives have you, and I'll make sure you don't live your entire life inside these damn walls." He gently made a fist and pressed it against his heart, next to his son's face. "I promise." Levi was always meant to be a parent. Of this I'm sure. But I also noticed that the list of things he liked never changed, regardless of how many new things he was introduced to. Specifically, there were 5 things Levi considered to be his favorite things. Comfortable, luxurious furniture. Books. Hearty stews. Strong tea. Cleanliness. At first, I didn't think there were any special reasons behind what he liked. After all, who didn't like nice furniture and filling food? Plenty of people read for fun. And, hey, it's Levi we are talking about, so I didn't think anything about the tea or cleanliness either. But now I know better. Now I don't even have to ask. I don't have to wonder. Comfortable, luxurious furniture, because he hadn't always had a bed to sleep in or even a roof over his head. Books, because he had never been to school. Hearty stews, because he hadn't always had enough to eat. Strong tea, because he wanted to wash the taste of salt water from his mouth. Cleanliness, because the underground had been a world of disease, garbage, and blood-splattered fights, and yet the cities above ground were no better with their walls that suffocated him with the odor of corruption and captivity. After a few more minutes of rocking the child, more out of his own desire to do so than the need for the child to sleep, Levi stood, carried his son to the little bed, and tapped him in. The boy didn't stir, even when Levi settled the Titan plush toy next to him. "Good night, baby, sweet dreams," he said, and he kissed the child's forehead. When Eren finished his own bath and walked into the master bedroom, he was surprised to find Levi curled up underneath the blankets of their bed. He quickly towel-dried his hair and then slipped a lightweight pair of pajamas on, thankful that the nights weren't freezing cold anymore. Once he was set, he slipped into bed next to his husband and gently placed a kiss on the back of Levi's neck. "Hey," he said, "what's wrong?" Levi was quiet. Eren scooted closer to the shorter man and pressed his palms against Levi's back, leaning in to place more little kisses on the nape of his neck. It wasn't Levi's most sensitive spot, but Eren thought that neck kisses were romantic. "You did the right thing," the brunette murmured. "I'm so PR-. I'm not thinking about Annie." Eren's eyes widened slightly as the response was unexpected. "Then what's up?" Levi took a few seconds to answer, and when he did, he hated how uncharacteristically pathetic his voice sounded. "Do we even want to bring another child into this world? Levi, do we want to risk another innocent life out there with those religious conservatives? With these damn walls forcing us to breathe this toxic air? With Dash?" Eren grabbed Levi's shoulder and forced the man to roll on his back. Levi looked up at his husband towering over him, and his face softened at the offended look on Eren's face. "We can't let them dictate our lives," Eren said firmly. "If we want another baby, we should have another baby, end of story." "But..." Levi's bottom lip trembled slightly as the words started to slip out. "But what if we can't?" "What?" The Raven's breathing was a little ragged as he spoke. "I'm serious, Eren, what if we can't have another baby? How long have we been trying for? How many other times have we done it even when we weren't trying? We don't even know how it happened the first time. Your Titan powers must have had something to do with it, right? What if they did something else, too? What if that was a one-time deal? What if Dash..." Eren leaned down and kissed his husband. When he pulled away, Levi's eyes were shining with the beginnings of tears. Eren pretended not to notice and said, "We'll go ask the midwives tomorrow. We'll set up a time to meet with Hanji, too." He kissed Levi again and continued, "And no matter what happens, we still have all the happiness we could ever want. I love you and our son, Levi, and nothing can change that." Levi tugged Eren down on top of him, loving the feel of the man's warm, bronze skin and toned body so close to him. At times like these, he was thankful for their dramatic differences in size. Although he would never say it, he loved how protected and safe he felt whenever Eren held him. Maybe he was more like their son than he thought, as they both believed that Eren gave the best hugs ever. Eren never disputed this whenever their son said so, as he was proud of the comfort he could bring his family. "Levi." He kissed the Raven again. "We can still have fun trying." Levi couldn't argue that. Levi is not simple. Levi is not complicated. Levi is somewhere in between. He's simple in a complicated way and complicated in a simple way. He's so much more than that soldier I saw as a child. Soldier. Thug. Thief. Killer. Hero. Humanity's strongest. Domestic god. Friend. Lover. Husband. Papa. He's all of these, and yet he's just Levi. And I wouldn't have him any other way. Chapter 28. Hope Story. There isn't anything you can suggest. Eren and Levi sat in an examination room with one of the midwives, a plump, elderly woman with a kind face and a gentle demeanor. "I'm sorry, it's just, this is the first time anyone with biologically male anatomy has even been impregnated, so nobody is quite sure of how it happened in the first place. Therefore, I don't know how to make it happen a second time." She looked at the two men with sympathy, genuinely upset that she could not help them. Levi sighed heavily and tilted his head down. He had been afraid of that response. "Well, thank you for your time. Mr. Yeager, I really want to help you dash. I know, and thank you for that. Eren cleared his throat and said, if there was a person with female anatomy having a hard time getting pregnant, what would you suggest doing? The midwife shifted her gaze towards him. Fertility is not a constant, uniform thing. It shifts during the monthly cycle, and some months are better than others. It's a tricky thing, something that needs to be timed just right. Oh, Eren replied, sounding somewhat defeated, so I guess that's what makes it a miracle, huh? The woman nodded, her smile returning. Exactly. Levi sighed again. Well, thank you for your time. Again, I'm so sorry, the midwife said sincerely as she stood and headed towards the door. Now, if you'll excuse me, I need to visit a patient. Eren and Levi stood as well and joined her at the door. Thank you again, the younger said. The midwife's smile widened. Good luck. She opened the door, and the trio was about to leave when another woman, this one much younger, appeared. Excuse me, she said timidly, may I have a word with the Yeagers? Levi shrugged. We have time. How is? Oh, your son is still sitting in the waiting room, she said. He was getting a little bored, so we gave him some paper and a pen so he could draw. I hope that's okay. Yeah, that's fine, he likes to draw. The young woman smiled as if she had just been praised and entered the room with the couple. The old woman waved to them and closed the door. I'm so sorry to bother you with my silly ramblings, the young woman said as she twiddled her fingers. It's just, I had an idea. I'm not sure if this will help you at all, but, Mr. Yeager, when you transform into a Titan, you need to inflict self-harm with a set goal in mind, right? Both Eren's and Levi's eyes widened at her question. How do you know that? The younger asked back. Oh. My father was a member of the Survey Corps. He died during an expedition. The couple's faces immediately fell. Oh, Eren whispered, we are so sorry. Oh no, it's fine, the woman replied, though her face was obviously sad. He was one of the soldiers who helped clean up after the battle for Trust, and he even survived the battle with the female Titan. He died on another expedition, but he was alive for many of the studies concerning you. He was so enthusiastic, and he would sometimes tell me about you, so that's how I know. I don't want to come off as a creepy stalker or anything. Who doesn't know something about this Brett these days? Levi snorted, smirking lightly. The woman shyly smiled back. Yes, so I just thought that maybe what you have to do to transform may have something to do with when you had your first child. After all, since you need a goal in mind to transform, maybe you need a goal in mind while doing. She blushed bright red and pressed her palms against her cheeks. Sorry. Owen almost laughed at her timid nature. No, that's a good idea. We'll try that. The woman's face brightened. I'm so glad I can help. My name is Zeta. If you need anything, let me know. If you want, I can give you a list of herbs that help increase fertility in women. I don't know if they'll do anything for you, Mr. Yeager, but they can't hurt. You can pick them up at the market now that spring is here. Oh, thank you, Levi replied, face softening into gratitude. You are so helpful. Zeta's shy smile returned. That's my job. After my father died, I was depressed for a long time and I didn't know what to do with myself. But then I realized that the world was still going on without my father, so I decided to become a midwife's apprentice. I wanted to help bring new lives into the world. Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry for talking so much. And I'm sorry for keeping you. Please, I'm sure your son is bored and wants to go home. Levi gripped his son's little hand as they walked through the marketplace. While the visit to the midwife's office a few days prior hadn't been especially fruitful, he was thankful for Zeta's time and advice. She seemed as though she really wanted to help him and Emin, but her story left a bad taste in his mouth. He suddenly felt horribly selfish for asking someone who had lost a loved one to the Survey Corps for help. He was yet another man Levi had been unable to save, and here was his daughter helping Levi have a baby. What a messed up world they lived in. Papa. Levi looked down at the little boy's concerned face and put on a small, fake smile. I'm fine, I've just been thinking a lot lately. About your doctor's appointment? Sort of, it's a long story. What do you want for dinner tonight? The boy looked down at the light bag of herbs in his free hand and shrugged. I don't know, something that tastes good with these. Well, let's take a look at what's for sale today, Levi said as they stopped at a stand. Good afternoon, Mr. Yeager, the stand owner, a cheery, middle-aged woman greeted. Hello, Levi replied, gently squeezing his son's hand. Say hello, baby. The boy was hesitant for a moment and backed up slightly so he was standing close to his papa's leg, almost behind it. Hello, he said quietly, shyly looking up at the woman and managing a small smile. Oh, aren't you just the cutest little thing, the woman nearly squealed, her cheeks lighting up pink as a giddy smile stretched across her face. Are you Papa's little helper today? The boy nodded. I'm carrying the hopes for dinner. What a big help that is. Levi's smile widened slightly. Yes, he's a very good helper. So what's fresh today? Just got these beans, the woman explained, pointing towards a large basket filled to the brim with the product. Actually, we got two different kinds, black and white. They go well together. Levi took a few of the beans in his hand and nodded as he set them back in the pile. All right, I'll take a mixed bag of black and white beans. We'll make bean salad and steamed potatoes for dinner. How does that sound, baby? His son looked up at him curiously. Bean salad. Levi nodded. It's good, and if you don't like it, you can have an extra potato. Okay. The shopkeeper immediately went to work, scooping the beans into a medium-sized bag. Levi stood very still, keeping his eyes on the produce in front of him. His son kept holding his hand, looking around aimlessly until he spotted something, or rather someone. Papa, he whispered, clutching Levi's hand and moving as close to him as possible, there's a man behind us. Levi nodded. I know, baby. The man was not alone there. One by one, other strange men gathered around. The shopkeeper looked up and dropped the nearly full bag back into the display bag, gasping. She started to tremble and she took a few steps back, motioning for the little boy to join her behind the stand. Hey, Levi, been a while, the first man said, hands in his pockets and leisurely strolling up behind the short man. How you been? Having a nice life above ground. Levi remained silent. Oh, he thinks he's too good for us, one of the other men said mockingly. Come on, Levi, you ain't happy to see your old friends, the first man continued. What do you say? Wanna go flying through the town? Wanna beat the crap out of some soldiers? Hell, we could just steal all the produce here and eat like the king. Wouldn't that be fun? You could even bring the little brat along, start raising him right, why no? Levi tensed and squeezed his son's hand. Baby, go stand behind the counter with the nice woman. Oh, come on, the man continued, leaning over until his lips were dangerously close to Levi's ear. You're no fun anymore, Levi. Where's humanity's strongest, Hern? I was hoping I'd get to see you in action. The volume of the man's voice then dropped, and he continued, humanity's strongest is gone soft. Is he even humanity's strongest anymore? Are you just humanity's housewife now? Sitting at home with that freak, cooking its meals, does it only eat humans? Spreading your legs for it, having its stupid brat. You humanity's whore now. The little boy caught in the middle of all this started to back away towards the stand. His voice trembled when he spoke. I don't like him, Papa. What's the matter, little guy? Don't you want to play with me and my friends? He reached out to take the child's hand. And Levi turned and punched him straight in the face. A few of the man's teeth went flying. Levi didn't stop there. He grabbed the man by his shirt collar and punched him again, multiple times. He then hooked his arms around the man's chest and slammed him backwards into the hard stone straight, his head making a disgusting squelching noise on impact. Without missing a beat, Levi jumped onto the man's chest and casually stood there, all 65 kilograms of him. The man cried out as Levi stepped forward until one of his feet was pressing against his neck. The man choked just enough that he couldn't speak, but not enough that he lost consciousness. His arms were attempting to reach up and grab at Levi's legs, but the raven's attack on him had left his movements sloppy and frantic. With his usual uninterested face and bored voice, Levi sighed and said, "Let me tell you something. You can mock me all you want. You can say anything you want about me. Honestly, I don't care. You can even mock Eren if you want. If you're stupid enough to start a fight with us, fine. We are both grown as adults, so we can handle it. But..." He pressed harder against the man's neck, his eyes darkened, and his voice became terrifyingly threatening. "If you ever mock our son, if you ever even so much as think about laying even one of your filthy fingers on him, we won't hesitate to kill you on the spot. Do I make myself clear?" The man beneath him let out a strangled cry before falling quiet. Levi looked up at the rest of the men who looked like they were about to wet their pants and repeated in his normal voice, "Do I make myself clear?" The men all nodded simultaneously, and one of them shouted, "Crystal." "Good," Levi replied, stepping off the man like he was walking down a set of stairs, only to turn around and give him one last swift kick to the ribs. He then turned back to the shopkeeper, picked up the spilled bag, refilled it with beans, set some money on the counter, and said, "Sorry for the trouble. Thank you for the beans." When he turned to leave, he saw the thugs dragging their fallen leader through the busy streets. Shrugging, he took his son's hand and said, "Let's go home and make some bean salad." Eren stared at his husband, eyes wide and mouth agape, as he listened to Levi's story. "What the hell?" he gasped. "Are you serious? They attacked you in broad daylight." "They didn't attack," Levi replied as he rinsed the rehydrated beans. "They were talking crap about us, which I didn't mind because they were only showing me what idiots they were. If there are going to be morons in this world, we might as well know who they are. But then one tried to touch our son's hand, so it punched his teeth out, choked him, and broke his ribs. Can you get the olive oil down from that shelf?" "But, Levi." "The olive oil." Eren suddenly stopped and his voice became quiet. "You knew them, didn't you?" Levi visibly flinched and narrowed his eyes. After a short pause, he sighed heavily and said, "Yes, they were part of a gang I knew when I lived in the underground. They thought we were rivals. I thought they weren't worth my time, and they still aren't." He glanced upwards and sighed again. "Eren, don't give me that look." "I can't help it," the younger whimpered. "Eren, I'm sorry, I hate knowing that you once lived there. I hate knowing that you weren't always taken care of." Levi knew how much his husband hated hearing about his past. Truth be told, Levi hated talking about it. He wasn't exactly ashamed of the person he had been, mostly because he had had no choice, but he preferred to think about his present self. He didn't like his present self any more than his past self, but at least his present self tried to do good. At least his present self had a sense of real happiness. And he found Eren's statement touching. With an understanding sigh, he leaned up and gently pulled Eren down by his shirt collar for a kiss. It was sweet and lasted for a few long seconds, and when Levi pulled away, he gave his husband a tiny smile. "Thank you, Levi. Now get me the damn olive oil." Eren laughed and the mood immediately lightened. He did as Levi instructed and then leaned back against the counter, watching his husband work. It was incredible to him how those same hands that killed titans and beat up thugs could lovingly hold their son and make a delicious, nourishing dinner. Every time Eren thought about it, he fell in love all over again. Levi's hushed voice snapped him out of his daydreams. "I think the religious conservatives hired them to attack us." Eren's eyes widened. "What? Why else would they be above ground?" "The religious conservatives probably promised them a better life if they confronted us, thinking I wouldn't be able to take them all on during the day. They obviously don't know me that well." Lev dash. Sure. Levi pressed a finger to his lips as he heard little footsteps come down the stairs. Their son soon appeared in this kitchen, rubbing his eyes and yawning. "Hi, Daddy." "Hi, Papa." "Hi, baby," Eren replied, smiling gently. "Did you have a nice nap?" The boy nodded, walked to Levi, and wrapped his arms around one of the man's legs. Papa, those guys at the market scared me. Why did they say those mean things to us? There are mean people in the world, sadly. But you don't need to worry about them. They won't bother us again. Really? Really? Now come help me make bean salad. That night, when Levi snuggled into bed next to his husband, he felt lips on the back of his neck. He squirmed slightly and leaned back into the touch. You're making a habit of this. Can't help it, Eren replied, not when you're so incredibly amazing. Levi rolled his eyes and turned over so he could face the brunette, an amused smile on his face. You sap. I'm your sap. Eren smiled wide and wrapped his arms around his husband, who welcomed the touch. After the incident in the market, Levi was actually feeling somewhat cuddly. Feeling the comfort of Eren's warm skin and strong muscles made him feel safe and relaxed. No idiotic thirds could tear them apart or take their son away. And Levi decided in that moment that the associates within the military police couldn't even so much as make a dent in them either. After all, nothing could stop the combination of strength and hope. You eat some of those hodes Zeta told us about. Eren murmured, pressing his lips against Levi's forehead. Yeah, the shorter replied, sprinkled some on my potatoes at dinner. Eren grinned. Then what are we waiting for? He moved down to kiss at Levi's collarbone, making the raven groan softly. Eren's fingers gently traveled upwards over his chest and shoulders, and Levi began to pad quietly. Eren's grin widened at the sound, and he continued, I love you. I love you so much. He then paused and said, ICHly ditch, mein Liebling. Levi gasped loudly. What? Was mein Engel. Eren, what? Or maybe you'd like it better if I spoke like this, Barn. Seni sevurum, by Tanum. Oh mon Dieu. Papa, Daddy, I heard weird noises coming from your room last night. Eren spat his tea right across the breakfast table the next morning. Levi's face mirrored the one he wore during Eren's spoon incident. The two of them stared at their son for several, very long seconds, their brains having come to a screeching halt at his innocent words. The boy just stared back at them, patiently waiting for an explanation. Finally, Levi sighed and stood. Well, knew this day was coming. Go get the picture book, Eren, I'll go get a cucumber. What? Cucumber? What were you guys making? Your sibling. I thought we agreed, not until he's a teenager. Wait, what? Oh, then I'll have Zeta come over and explain it. She did say she'd help us out with anything. That wasn't what I meant. You guys sound like you were playing a really weird game. Eren laughed nervously. Ha ha. Yeah. A weird game. That's it. The boy eyed his daddy skeptically. Then what about the cucumber? Eren paled. Levi coughed awkwardly and speed walked into the kitchen. Okay, time to get started on cleaning up. Get back here. Forget underground thugs, religious conservatives, or titans, this was Eren's and Levi's toughest and scariest battle yet.